Lord of Mysteries, Mr. Witch and Miss Hunter by author Xian Dian Li. Chapter 151-200. Although Miss Empress appeared very restrained, she must be feeling terrible at this moment. Judgment, Zio thought to herself. Although Adele didn't mention her situation at all, how could she protect herself when she was at the center of the storm? If her situation wasn't so dangerous, she wouldn't have needed to interrupt the ritual early and switch to a conventional method for advancement. Perhaps she has lost no less than we have. The original members of the Tarot Club exchanged a heavy glance. Regardless, we demigods cannot appear confused or helpless in front of the newcomers. Hermit, Catalia looked at Audrey, and seeing that she had no intention of stopping her, continued. Last week, while helping Mr. Hanged Man advance, the creatures from the sea line showed unusual activity. During the battle with them, Miss Magician activated the Abraham family's sealed artifact, Picture of God. She herself was also teleported to the depths of the cosmos due to the negative effects of Picture of God. You don't need to understand what's in the depths of the cosmos, just remember that the depths of the cosmos are very dangerous. Before reaching Sequence 2 angel rank, even just understanding knowledge about the cosmos will cause severe corruption, which even we cannot eliminate. Seeing Adele's puzzled expression, Catalia added. Similar concepts to cosmos also include underground. Understanding these two terms inherently brings corruption. So, if you encounter someone in Fosak who is interested in these things, immediately distance yourself from them, then report it to me through the Tarot Club. I will arrive at your location as soon as possible, erase your relevant memories, and deal with those dangerous individuals. Justice, Audrey coughed lightly and instructed Adele. Overall, your performance this time was very good. Although that devil angel still caused very serious casualties, according to the information I've received, this matter involves not only Hermes but also possibly an Orthodox God Church and the Rose Redemption. Miss Justice continued. However, this time, before Adele could react, the other members of the Tarot Club couldn't sit still. Is the information reliable? Even the usually composed, Hanged Man, Alger couldn't help but ask. Why would an Orthodox God Church and the Rose Redemption be involved together? Absolutely true. Miss Justice said solemnly, according to my investigation, they even stayed in Byam for a while, right next to the headquarters of the Church of the Sea God, just when, son, and we left Byam together. Which Orthodox God Church would plan such a thing? Judgment, Zio couldn't help but clench her fists. I don't know, the other party seems to have blocked their own information, while intentionally leaking information about Hermes and Ouroboros. Perhaps he also wanted to reveal the identity of the fourth person involved in the plot, but the other party also seemed to have a similar ability and destroyed that part of the information. Justice's eyes darkened, as if she remembered something. So, behind this incident, at least one Orthodox God, two secret organizations, an ancient angel who has survived from the second epoch, and a devil angel with the evil god behind him are involved. It really sounds like something the Tarot Club should handle. The star, Leonard summarized with a half-joking tone. Alright, let's get back to Miss Empress's matter. Alger waved his hand. He had now also reached Sequence 3, becoming one of the top combatants of the Tarot Club, feeling a great weight lifted from his heart. The matter of the angels won't have a result in a short time, let's deal with the simpler things first. After speaking, Alger turned to Adele. Miss Empress, you did very well this time. Feel free to make any requests. We will consider helping you fulfill them within our capabilities. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. Adele nodded slightly in greeting. In fact, I do have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Then, she described Sophie's mutation in detail. After speaking, Adele looked at everyone expectantly. Everyone, do you have a solution? That child is innocent, and I don't want her to turn into a devil. Has that child shown changes in hair color, eye color, and lifestyle habits? Son, Derek raised his hand and asked. Indeed, Adele replied, her hair has turned green, and her eyes have also changed. How about this, Miss Empress? Son, Derek said with some apology, I will go to Indo-Port and Fosak as soon as possible to meet you, but you need to be mentally prepared. I am a Sequence 4 unshadowed of the Sun pathway, and I can extract Beander characteristics from others' bodies. However, it is clear that her body itself has already shown tendencies of demonization. You can check the ends of her limbs and joints while she is sleeping to see if there are small paw pads, hard calluses, or other features. Derek explained based on the knowledge he learned in demonology, if you find these features, then her body has already undergone similar changes. Extracting the Beander characteristic will cause severe damage to her body and mind. The greater her transformation, the greater the damage caused by extracting the characteristic. Is that so? I understand. Adele nodded. I heard that the demon pathway affects a person's temperament, leading them irreversibly into the abyss of evil. I'd like to know more detailed information. Derek thought for a moment and replied, the devil pathway's influence on a Beander's temperament covers almost every sequence, making it very difficult to avoid. Even if she were to switch to the adjacent, prisoner, pathway at sequence 4, her humanity would have already been extinguished by then. Seeing Adele's difficulty in accepting this, Derek patiently explained. Sequence 9 criminal of the demon pathway will plant seeds of evil in the Beander's heart, making them constantly commit crimes for the sake of acting. Sequence 8 cold-blooded will extinguish the beautiful emotions in the Beander's heart, making him cold and ruthless. Sequence 7 serial killer requires the Beander to continuously commit serial murders and gain power and pleasure from it. Beyonders who have lost beautiful emotions find it difficult to resist this pleasure, and their humanity will be further lost. As for Sequence 6 devil, compared to the previous sequences, the change in temperament is not too great, but Beyonders of this sequence gain abilities such as premonition of danger and demonization. Their power greatly increases, and with power matching their previous evil thoughts, they often become even more reckless. Chapter 152, Unwinged Angel. Sun looked at Adele with sympathy and continued, as for the Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, they have the ability to control and amplify others' desires, causing them to die from emotional explosions. Therefore, they are extremely sensitive to human malice, and their understanding of it is much deeper than others. Coupled with the accumulation from previous sequences, every Sequence 5 Desire Apostle has the blood of innocence on their hands. After Sun finished speaking, he adjusted his sitting posture and watched Adele remain silent for a long time. After about 10 seconds, Adele suddenly asked, from your description, it seems the turning point in the devil's temperament is the result of the potion annihilating conscience during the Sequence 8 cold-blooded stage. Derek hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Theoretically, that's how it can be understood. Cold-blooded was anciently called unwinged angel, meaning this is a crucial turning point where a Beander of the demon pathway's mind degenerates, transforming into a true devil. Then, is there a way to skip this stage, or use some method to circumvent its effects? Adele asked, just like when Mr. Fool granted me protection, allowing me to directly skip the remaining half-cycle of the ritual. Derek was about to deny it but suddenly fell into deep thought, as if remembering something. Adele didn't dare to breathe, quietly waiting for Derek to come to a conclusion. Finally, Derek slowly spoke. There is one method, but it's only a hypothesis. If the child's changes are irreversible by the time I arrive, you can try it. Oh, could you elaborate, please? Adele asked eagerly. The Sequence 4 Unshadowed Advancement Ritual of the Sun Pathway requires one to strip away the emotions they are most unwilling to abandon, then consume the potion, and re-infuse these emotions during the consumption process. Derek recalled, you can ask Miss Justice for help to strip Sophie's emotions, then arrange for her to unseal the cold-blooded characteristic within her. Since she will have lost her emotions, the cold-blooded characteristic will be digested quickly. Afterwards, let her unseal the serial killer characteristic, and at the same time re-infuse her emotions. This might circumvent the effects brought by cold-blooded. However, even if this method succeeds, maintaining humanity will still be very difficult. After all, even without the crucial cold-blooded link, the demon pathway's influence on a Beander's mind is still not to be underestimated. I can help. Justice Audrey interjected, I can help her strip away her emotions, and I'll give you some other assistance, as you've also lost quite a bit. You can also make one request of me, this is separate compensation for your work for me, not included in the Tarot Club's rewards. If possible, I need a mystical item with psychological suggestion or hypnotic effects, preferably one corresponding to the Sequence 6 level. Adele nodded gratefully to Audrey, then continued, additionally, I have one more thing I'd like to ask for everyone's help with. Although we don't mind doing one more thing, this is not within the scope of the rewards we promised. Moon Emmeline White frowned slightly. Yes, so this matter is not a reward I'm seeking, but rather closer to an investment. A cunning smile appeared in Adele's eyes, a highly profitable investment. Investment. Audrey's eyes lit up. I'm a little interested. Tell me about it. Actually, this is related to my current situation. Adele pondered her words for a moment before saying, following your commission, I have already joined the demoness sect and become a demoness. I was sent by Gegran, the person in charge of the Backland area, to the Theosophy Order in Fosak, which has little influence, to open up new territory. And on the way, I discovered that the sailors of the fleet I was about to board were preparing to mutiny and seize the fleet to become pirates. A very convoluted experience, suitable for writing into a poem or. Leonard glanced at the magician's empty seat, not speaking the words, novel. But, what does this have to do with the investment you mentioned? Of course it does. Adele nodded. In fact, the demoness sect is extremely strict in its vetting of new members, especially demonesses. At Sequence 9 and Sequence 8, one needs to create some tragic incidents, which are both requirements for acting in a form of Pledge of Allegiance. And I didn't act in the traditional way at Sequence 8, so now I need to find an opportunity to make up for it. I plan to tempt these mutinous sailors to turn on each other. Once they start fighting amongst themselves, I'll assassinate the ringleaders, take the rest as my subordinates, and give some of them assassin potions. This would also count as helping the sect expand its influence and should help me gain a more important position within the sect. Adele meticulously recounted her plan. For some reason, even though she was only Sequence 7, her words sent a slight chill down the backs of the gentlemen listening. For some reason, I always feel that this Miss Empress is a bit terrifying. Leonard swallowed, unable to resist brushing back the loose hair that fell by his ear, making himself look more masculine. It is indeed a good plan, but I don't see anything here that requires our help. Audrey asked, puzzled. This is just the beginning of the plan. Adele smiled slightly. What I want to do is not just take over a whaling fleet, but to monopolize the main shipping lane between Fosak and Loen, which is the privilege of the Intersea area. Without waiting for others to reply, Adele described it herself. This incident has made one thing clearer to me. The best way to hide one's plan is not to conceal it with mystical means, but to involve enough people and make the relationships complex enough that others dare not easily pull that thread. A factory hiding hundreds of devil embryos was able to survive for half a year in Backland, where there are many official beyonders, and the required network of connections was merely an ordinary industrialist with only a baronet title. If not for that artisan finally summoning a devil, leading to the exposure of the matter, this incident might have been hidden for a year, 2 years, or even longer. Adele looked around, saw that everyone was pondering her words, nodded with satisfaction, and concluded. And what I'm about to say is what I need, and what I hope you can help me with. Everyone, I need an opportunity for the Theosophy Order to come before the public in a different way, to step into the shadows beneath the street lamp of official beyonders. Starting tomorrow, there will be an extra week of updates, adjusting from 2 updates a day to 4. Please give me monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Chapter 153, The Transformed Theosophy Order. I apologize, I might not quite understand what you mean. What kind of opportunity do you need? Audrey frowned. Among those present, she was already a standout in economics and sociology, but she still couldn't quite keep up with Adele's jumping thoughts. Let me put it this way. On my way to Constance City to catch a ship to Fosak, all I saw was desolation. Since the war, trade with Fosak has been almost completely cut off, and the common people are all hoping for the resumption of relevant import and export trade to alleviate the economic pressure on both countries. I hope you can use your status to promote the implementation of similar bills. At that time, as the only fleet operating in Constance Port, we can further expand our influence, and you can naturally hand over relevant work to us, giving us a legitimate protective umbrella. Adele then summarized, when Theosophy Order only has a few people, official beyonders can naturally drive us away at will, throw us underground, and prevent us from developing. But when Theosophy Order is responsible for an important channel of trade between 2 countries, provides tens of thousands of jobs, and every move involves the lifelines of countless people in Loen and even Fosak, even official beyonders wouldn't dare to act rashly. The Tarot Club members exchanged glances. After a long time, Katlia slowly spoke. It's indeed a brilliant idea, though it sounds crazy. But there's still one thing I don't understand. She twirled the ring on her finger. It seems there's no benefit to the Tarot Club for us to go to such lengths to help a subordinate organization of the demonist sect rise to a high position. Adele chuckled softly. After laughing, she waved her hand. Lady Hermit, among Theosophy Order and Fosac, the number of Beyonders is less than 50, and there are only a handful of Sequence 7, with the lineage almost broken. Since Theosophy Order can be a disguise for the demonist sect, then why can't it be a disguise for the Tarot Club? The people present once again fell into thought. But soon, Miss Justice understood the key. Do you know what you're doing? Audrey asked seriously. If you're exposed, the backlash you'll face won't just be from the demonist sect. Will there be a good outcome if I'm exposed now? Adele spread her hands helplessly. Times are changing. If ordinary people like me don't run fast enough, how did Emperor Rosal put it? We'll just be crushed by the wheels of history. To be honest, you are even more knowledgeable than I imagined. Audrey paused. I hope your execution is just as excellent. I will wait for you in Indo-Port with Sun, and use Beyonder abilities to help you patch up the loopholes in this plan. Once you have full control of that fleet, notify me through the gray fog, and I will find a way to influence my father's decisions and be responsible for the relevant projects. Thank you for your understanding. Adele bowed deeply and elegantly sat back in her seat. I've always been curious, you don't seem to have gone to university, where did you learn all this political knowledge? Leonard asked Adele with some curiosity. Perhaps it's just because I read a few more of Emperor Rosal's articles. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Backland. Alright, stop wasting my time, hurry up and go. Gegran impatiently waved the pipe in her hand, shooing the dispirited witches into the large black door she had opened, while scolding them. But, will you be alright staying alone? A demoness timidly asked her boss, but she immediately received a whack on the head from Gegran's pipe. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you had half of Adele's cleverness, you wouldn't have been caught by the night church. If you don't want to go underground to research sealed artifact, then scram, so I don't get annoyed looking at you. After leaving Backland, find a way to go to Fosac to find Adele. This place in Backland is no longer safe. Gegran scolded them, frustrated that they weren't living up to her expectations. Seeing this, the others dared not say more and quickly stepped through the giant spirituality door, leaving. Almost the instant the last demoness left, a deep, dark power illuminated the space Gegran was in, suddenly exposing the previously enclosed environment. Although the spirituality door had sent the demonesses out, the connection to the spirit world also revealed Gegran's location, allowing the Nighthawks team led by Backland's Archbishop St. Anthony to catch up. I suggest you surrender. Anthony's voice carried a hint of anger. Although his temper was usually mild, ever since Gegran had somehow broken into the underground of St. Samuel Cathedral last night and rescued those demonesses, she had been leading the Nighthawks on a chase for almost a day. After all, knowing that the opponent was a demoness, the Nighthawks had to carefully check every place she passed through to prevent her from leaving behind infectious diseases. I've told you how many times, this matter has nothing to do with us, I just saved those children. But you've been chasing me all day. Gegran felt that the connection between this place and the spirit world was completely cut off. The other party had already taken countermeasures against her abilities. So she simply stopped running, found a rock, and sat down to smoke her pipe slowly. As the Archbishop of Backland, don't you have anything more important to do than chase women? Gegran said to Anthony in a half-joking manner, making his usually unperturbed face turn green and white with anger. Prepare to act. Anthony calmed himself slightly. Although the opponent seemed to be a demigod, for some reason, she hadn't used the Demoness of Despair's signature ability, but had been using black magic to communicate with the spirit world to contend with them. I told you, you need to find something more important to do. It's been over 100 years, and your wooden head still hasn't made any progress. Gegran sighed, took a deep puff from her pipe, and casually exhaled, forming a large cloud of grayish-white, spirituality-infused mist that obscured her figure. Anthony's eyes shifted slightly, and darkness surged like a tide towards the mist, intending to dissolve both the mist and the person within. However, with a soft chuckle, black flames suddenly rose, enveloping the grayish-white mist and Gegran, who was hidden within it. To everyone's stunned gaze, Gegran's beautiful figure was thus incinerated into grayish-white powder by the black flames, and vanished along with the darkness. Saint Anthony walked forward and nudged the pile of light-colored ashes with his foot, discovering that something inside hadn't been burned. Out of curiosity, he reached down and picked it up. It was a pair of black women's silk stockings, still warm. Subsequently, Anthony's face turned as black as those stockings. Damn it, she's not the demoness of despair, but an undying who changed pathways. Her true body has probably already revived in the spirit world. Chapter 154, Mysterious Lipstick. Adele detached herself from the gray fog, allowing her consciousness to slowly return to her body. Then, she separated a portion of her spirituality, made her hair extend, and found the bell rope Wagner had mentioned. She carefully wrapped her hair around the bell rope, completely blocking the hole. This way, even if someone tried to tamper with the other end of the bell rope, they wouldn't hear any sound transmitted from this side. Adele once again took out her pendulum, subtly divining whether there were any hidden problems remaining in this room and if her actions had been discovered by the rebellious sailors, receiving negative answers. Only then did she relax, lying peacefully on the bed, waiting for Vianata and the others to return. Soon after, Miss Justice's voice once again echoed in her ears, informing her to perform the ritual of supplication. Miss Justice is so efficient. Does she happen to have a similar mystical item nearby? Adele joyfully set up the ritual site and used her hair to block the door, making it impossible to open from the outside for a short time. Then, she quickly began her prayer, and once the ritual concluded, an exquisite cylindrical small box appeared before her. Having worked in a beauty salon, Adele recognized it as a lipstick at a glance. This sealed artifact is named Heart Stealer's Lipstick, and is equivalent to a Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. It will randomly display different colors, and you can adjust the desired color by rotating the lipstick, using it like ordinary lipstick. When its color is a true red, inject spirituality into it and apply it to your lips, and you can slowly hypnotize the target using words as a medium. When it is pink, applying it to your lips can place you in the target's blind spot of consciousness, achieving a psychological invisibility effect. When it is orange, you can use hypnotic abilities in combat, but this hypnotic effect is relatively poor and cannot directly harm the hypnotized person. Additionally, if you mark a person with the lipstick and then apply the same color of lipstick to your own lips, you can achieve the effect of entering dreams, directly dematerializing your body and jumping into the target's dream, but the distance cannot exceed 500 meters. The negative effect is that this lipstick will continuously tempt those around it to pick it up and use it repeatedly, and to actively change the lipstick's color. However, the color overlay rules for this lipstick are different from normal mixing rules, they are subtractive. For example, red and orange mix to produce yellow, and red and purple mix to produce blue, and so on. Furthermore, individuals who have applied this lipstick may experience color vision confusion before the lipstick's color completely disappears, exhibiting varying degrees of color blindness symptoms for a short period. It is important to note that when the lipstick appears in cool colors, do not use it to apply to any items, especially yourself. When obvious signs of rust appear on the lipstick cap and it emits a magnificent glow, do not open the cap, and certainly do not try to discern the color of the lipstick inside at that time. The lipstick will not run out and cannot be wiped off. On the same medium, the time interval for the lipstick color to disappear is approximately 30 minutes. Do not apply different colors of lipstick within this duration. When applying the same color of lipstick, the interval should not be less than 10 minutes. Adele picked up the lipstick and opened the cap. In an instant, she immediately felt a strong sense of exhilaration, making her want to pick up the lipstick and apply it to her lips. Pink, still safe. Adele did not succumb to the lipstick's temptation and carefully put the cap back on. The feeling of exhilaration immediately vanished, and the strong contrast made Adele momentarily uncomfortable, almost losing control to the temptation and opening the box again. Mystical items involving the spiritual domain are truly dangerous. However, Miss Justice didn't tell me what would happen if I violated these rules, which makes it even more curious. Adele frowned in thought. Could it be that she didn't want to tell me, but rather couldn't? Adele's expression subtly changed. Recalling the cosmos mentioned by Madame Hermit, she felt as if the Heart Stealer's lipstick in her hand had turned into a red-hot branding iron, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Be optimistic, you are already a demoness now. If you hadn't reached sequence 7, even if you got this mystical item, you wouldn't have the face to use it. Adele self-hypnotized for a while, carefully putting the lipstick back into her small beaded purse. Then, she put away the ritual items, removed the hair blocking the keyhole, and once again disguised herself as harmless. After a short while, Wendy opened the door, followed by several sailors carrying large pieces of luggage. Seeing someone else in the room, those sailors were visibly startled. However, although they quickly averted their gaze, Adele still noticed the desire welling up in their eyes. However, Adele, who had already realized that she was merely playing a role, did not become engrossed in the astonishing effects of her charm, but instead greeted Wendy naturally. As she greeted Wendy, the demoness's heightened intuition told her that the two sailors were secretly peeking at her. I think I understand a little now. Don't intentionally cater to the impression others have of you, but rather leave a specific image in their minds through seemingly unintentional actions. Simply put, don't do things to cater to others to make them find you attractive or to exploit your charm, but rather genuinely believe that with your charm, everything that happens is natural. Thinking this, Adele's lips couldn't help but curve upwards, and her alluring aura was fully displayed. She could almost hear the two sailors breathing slow by a beat. And the spirituality within her once again cheered, confirming the correctness of her conjecture. In other words, this rule is actually an extension of the demoness's clear-cut love and hate, unrestrained, except that in the future stage, the demoness will gain unimaginable charm out of thin air, and the benefits brought by this charm can easily make one lose themselves, forgetting their original purpose. Adele at this moment felt an unbearable itch, only wanting to pull out her notebook and record her discovery right now, but she was still mindful of Wendy's reaction and dared not act rashly. However, thinking of the sailor's plan, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Wendy, who was innocently caught up in such a conflict. Moreover, her plan also required Wendy in the early stages. After all, not everyone knows how to repair an ironclad ship, and the ironclad ship is one of the important guarantees for long-distance shipping here. No choice, if she's unwilling, then find a new engine engineer as soon as possible. Adele narrowed her eyes, causing Wendy, who was sitting opposite her, to shiver for no reason. The 2 extra chapters will be released at 6 p.m., it will be the same after this week, with 2 chapters at 9 a.m. and 2 chapters at 6 p.m. More than 10 minutes later, the sailors left the room, looking back every few steps. During this time, because they would occasionally steal glances at Adele, they nailed rivets in the wrong places several times, or assembled instruments in the wrong order, which infuriated Wendy, who then chased them out of the room. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Stenson," Wendy said apologetically to Adele, "perhaps you haven't had similar experiences before. At sea, especially on ships where crew members cannot return to land for extended periods, sailors tend to be crude." She hesitated for a moment, seemingly choosing a word that Adele would find more acceptable. "Actually, as far as I know, the sailors' schemes deserve a much harsher description," Adele, who had already learned of the sailors' plans through divination, muttered inwardly. Just as Adele was about to reply to Wendy, Vianata returned to the cabin with Sophie. Sophie's small face was flushed from the cold, but she was still in high spirits. "Mom, Sister Vianata bought me a very thick collection of Shire folk tales, and she said she'd tell me stories tonight." Sophie excitedly held up the thick hardcover book in her hand to show Adele. "So thick," Adele's face twitched slightly. She looked at Vianata, who had a guilty expression. "You clearly just wanted to read it yourself." Adele was exasperated and shot Vianata a disdainful look. "Speaking of stories at sea, aren't treasure legends more famous?" Hearing their conversation, Wendy interjected. "But I heard that 9 out of 10 treasure legends at sea are fake." Adele replied with a faint smile. "You must be talking about the treasures in the Sonia Sea, Raging Sea, and Misty Sea in southern Loan," Wendy replied without surprise. "Indeed, rumors of those treasures are mostly false, and even if there are real, reliable treasure clues, only 1 in 100 people can find treasure based on that level of information. However, I'm talking about treasure rumors unique to Shire, and this has been repeatedly verified as reliable," Wendy said mysteriously. "How many gold pounds is that treasure worth?" Sophie asked with great interest. "Gold pounds? No, no, no." Wendy shook her head. "I'm not talking about man-made treasures like gold, silver, and jewels, but rather mineral deposits on the small islands in the Intersea region. These are natural treasures unique to Intersea Shire. In the Intersea region's open sea, there are many islands formed by underwater volcanic eruptions. According to geological knowledge, these areas formed after volcanic eruptions are bound to contain various types of gem minerals, including emeralds, garnets, citrines, spinels, and other gems closely related to magma. But if there are such gem mines, why hasn't anyone exploited them? Adele's eyes flickered, not only because of the profits from the gem mines but also because she heard a familiar material name, spinel. This was one of the main ingredients for the assassin potion. Because these mines are located in international waters, neither Loan, Fosak, nor Intis can easily act, fearing conflicts between the three nations, Wendy explained in detail. And among the nearby privately owned fleets, Captain Basque's fleet is the largest. However, even such a fleet has very limited time to navigate the high latitudes where those small islands are located. More importantly, they lack the money and personnel to expand the fleet's size, and relying solely on them, they cannot establish a complete gem harvesting industry, making the income disproportionate to the investment. Adele nodded in agreement. The smaller the company, the greater the proportion of labor costs and the smaller the profit, unless they were willing to exploit workers like the factory owners in Backland. However, sailors who made a living at sea were not like the workers in Backland. After all, the emperor was far away, and if they truly angered their subordinates, the foreman might be killed on the island, leaving no one to even cry to. Furthermore, there's an even more important point. Wendy pushed up her plain glasses. Pirates didn't come here before because there was no profit to be made, they were too lazy to personally engage in mining. But if you establish a mining company on these islands, this place will become an ATM for pirates. Excuse me, what is an ATM? Adele asked, somewhat confused. Probably another new invention cooked up by the Steam Church, Vianata said casually. But, you can probably guess what it is from the name. Yes, this is an invention that the Steam Church is still test-producing. Wendy suddenly covered her mouth. I'm sorry, I seem to have said something I shouldn't have. Please forget about it. It's all right, miss, we have no intention of prying into the secrets of the Steam Church. Seeing Wendy's reaction, Adele just thought she had misspoken again and didn't take it to heart, instead turning her attention to Sophie. Why is your hair loose again? Come here, I'll help you tie it up. Sophie obediently hummed and turned around, sitting on Adele's lap. Adele lifted her hair and began to tidy it. The slightly curly green long hair emitted a faint fragrance and felt very good to the touch, but Adele's mood did not improve at all. Because, at the back of Sophie's neck, she found a patch of keratin that was noticeably more pliable than other areas of skin, and it showed a tendency to spread outwards. And Sophie's originally smooth hair was now divided into several strands, feeling like tiny green snakes. The devil transformation is really starting to affect her body structure. Adele's mood was heavy, but she was quickly stumped by another problem before her. This is hard to manage. Adele looked at Sophie's unruly green hair and sighed, feeling a headache. After hesitating for a while, she decided to simply braid a multi-strand braid. With her mind made up, Adele stopped thinking about other messy things, spread out Sophie's hair, and patiently overlapped them in a specific order, tying them into 3 complex braids, and then braiding them together using the 3-strand braiding method, pulling it slightly loose to the right. Vianata, without taking off her shoes, half lay on her bed, reading the Intersea Shire folk tales, and occasionally looking up at Adele, who was diligently working, and Sophie, who was restlessly wiggling on her lap. The few of them quietly went about their respective tasks until the setting sun outside the window gradually fell, and the sky turned dark as ink. Ladies, please wait a moment, I'll go get your dinner now. Wendy put down the instrument in her hand, nodded to Adele, and then left the room. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 156, Planning. After dinner, you can go to the deck for a bit of activity. Soon, Wendy returned to the room with several food containers. But don't stay out too late, the sea breeze in the harbor can be very cold, especially at night. Adele finished combing Sophie's hair, and the group sat at the table, opening the tin food containers in front of them. The lunchboxes contained a piece of steak, some food similar to pork stew, a small amount of pickled vegetables, and some jam and cream of unknown type. Although this is a port city famous for whaling, I personally don't think the most delicious seafood comes from whale meat or whale products. Wendy gathered her hair to one side. You should try these. That steak is sea turtle sirloin, and this stew is made from dolphin liver. This is canned sea cucumber, which people from the Sunia Islands really like. The cream is milk squeezed from whales, and there's also anemone fruit jam, which is very rare on land. Wendy introduced them with a familiar ease. Is this what your meals are like at sea? Vianata sniffed the aroma in the air, feeling a bit hungry. Of course not. Today is mainly to celebrate them finding a new engineer. According to the rules of the sea, when a new sailor comes aboard, a banquet made entirely of seafood should be prepared to entertain him. However, most of the time, the diet at sea is very monotonous, and people often suffer from scurvy and other diseases due to a lack of fresh vegetables and fruits. Wendy scooped a spoonful of stew onto her bread. Actually, if you're curious, you can also explore this ironclad ship more. After all, the opportunity to get close to an ironclad ship or even board it isn't always available. Wendy sighed, thank this hard-won peace, although it almost made me unemployed. Unemployed. Adele keenly caught that word. Yes, haven't I told you? Wendy pointed to herself. I used to be part of the shipyard here, and I contributed to the completion of this ironclad ship. However, after the war, the people from the steam church withdrew. Although they left the ironclad ship technology to the Loan Kingdom, the kingdom, lacking a large number of skilled workers, probably won't build new ironclad ships for a while. That means I'm basically unemployed, so I had to go back to Isara to be a Believers of Knowledge. It turns out that because I hadn't returned to Lindbergh for a long time, my laboratory was given to someone else by the church, so I had to take my instruments back to the Intersea and become a marine biologist. Wendy took a sip from her water bottle, looking a bit dejected. Afterward, Miss Wendy, who had successfully talked herself into depression, quickly finished her meal and hid away to sulk. Adele and the other two also finished dinner, sitting on the bed feeling quite satisfied. Adele took out the lip gloss from her pocket, confirmed there were no signs of rust on it, then opened the lid to find the lip gloss was a true red color. She carefully applied the lipstick to her lips, while also injecting spirituality into the lip gloss container. The moment the lip gloss touched her lips, Adele felt herself calm down instantly, as if what she had applied to her mouth was not lip gloss, but something strongly stimulating like peppermint balm. With the help of the lip gloss, her lips seemed to form a subtle connection with her spiritual body. Then, Adele put Sophie to bed and gently hummed a lullaby. At the same time, she used the song as a medium to make anyone who heard it feel sleepy. Of course, before using her Beyonder ability, she had quietly released the spirit from her bracelet, used to communicate with Vianata, possessed Vianata, told her plan, and simultaneously used her spirit body to shield Vianata from the effects of the hypnosis. After Sophie and Wendy were completely asleep, Adele and Vianata left the bedroom next to the engine room. Adele directly used her invisibility ability, enveloping Vianata as well. Although the witch's invisibility effect was greatly weakened when carrying another person, almost indistinguishable from not being invisible in the eyes of a Beyonder, it was still not difficult to deceive a group of ordinary sailors on a poorly lit ship. You can use your Beyonder abilities now. The two came to the deck and leaned against the railing. Their voices were not loud, almost completely drowned out by the sea breeze. Adele did not lift the invisibility, because this state-type skill only consumed spirituality when switched on and off, so she just kept it on to avoid sailors coming to disturb them. Sort of. Although I haven't fully recovered, I already have basic self-defense capabilities. It might be because a lot of the demoness potion has been digested. Digesting very quickly. Vianata was a bit surprised. Did you secretly role-play as a demoness? In a sense, that's correct. Adele hesitated for a moment before answering. Although she didn't mean to hide it from Vianata, Vianata wasn't present when she charmed that sailor. I even said before that I would keep an eye on you, this free meal ticket, and not let you have a chance to hook up with noble ladies, but I didn't expect you to go hook up with men now. Vianata looked heartbroken. Although both she and Adele were invisible, Adele could guess her expression just by hearing her voice, especially after feeling the trembling in her hand as Vianata tried to hold back laughter, which made Adele even more depressed. Can we not talk about this? Adele felt her blood pressure suddenly rise. The two teased each other for a while, then suddenly fell silent at the same time. On the deck, there was only the sound of the sea breeze and waves. After a long while, Adele felt Vianata seemed to turn around, facing the sea. She hesitated for a moment, then fumbled to hug Vianata's somewhat broad back from behind. She could feel the small, leopard-like body tremble slightly. Are you jealous? Adele asked softly. Vianata nodded. Then I'll be careful next time. Adele said. Okay. Vianata nodded again, adjusting her body slightly, seemingly wanting Adele to hold her tighter. The two stood like that for a few minutes, then shivered simultaneously. It's so cold. Let's finish talking and go back quickly. Adele breathed into her hands. Do you want me to light a fireball to warm us up? Vianata suggested. No, it's too conspicuous. Adele shook her head. Sophie has been hypnotized by me, she'll probably sleep until 7 tomorrow morning. Ms. Wendy will probably wake up around the same time. Although I didn't want to involve Ms. Wendy, this hypnosis is mediated by sound, so she must have been affected when I sang the lullaby. There's no other way, I can't just leave Sophie alone with Ms. Wendy, can I? This week, the morning publication time will be changed to 12 p.m., the schedule is a bit tight. Chapter 157, The Eve. So, those sailors still don't know what they're about to face. After hearing Adele's description, Vianata said with a chuckle, if they knew the cost of lusting after a demoness was turning into a woman, I wonder if they'd still be so eager. Perhaps you could learn a lesson from them and maintain a proper distance from me for the next few days. Adele suggested tactfully, although Wendy is clumsy and might not notice these things, given the importance of what we're about to do, you'd best get into character and think about how a bodyguard should act, instead of staring at your employer all day. I won't. Vianata snorted and turned her head away. You haven't been talking to me these past few days. Sophie has been watching these past few days. Adele gave an awkward laugh. When we reach Indo Port, She was halfway through her sentence when she felt something press against her. Her tongue tasted a sweetness like snow in a winter forest, and the rustling of hair by her ear was like the wind in a pine forest. Sophie isn't watching now, so don't pretend, Vianata said to Adele. Although she couldn't see, Adele could guess that her eyes must be curved like a crescent moon at that moment. I can't do anything with you. Adele shook her head helplessly. Let's talk business. Do you think there are any flaws in this plan? No, right. Although Sister Vesper told me that my sequence 6 is called Conspirer, that doesn't mean I have to rack my brain for schemes against everyone. Vianata's tone sounded somewhat familiar to Adele. She would complain in this tone when doing very simple but tedious repetitive tasks. Hunters only use schemes when hunting large beasts. For a lone, small herbivore, you just need to raise your gun and fire. Why bother with so much effort? Vianata shrugged. A conspiracy isn't the goal, it's just a means. Sister Vesper told me she heard of some conspirers who even beat people half to death and then made them admit they fell for a scheme, or something similar. Did she say where that conspirer was from? Adele asked curiously. I heard he was from Nas County. All right, no need to say more, I understand. Okay, that's very Fosak. Adele shook her head helplessly, deeply feeling how much of a failure it was to ask Vianata for advice on this matter. Fosak has many warriors, Intis has many hunters. I feel that people in these places who choose these two pathways don't even need to act. The potion probably melts upon entry. Adele began to ponder whether the church's presence subtly changed people's habits through doctrine, or if people's habits and personalities attracted or gave rise to related churches. Anyway, to deal with a group of ordinary sailors like this, I'd say you don't even need to use seduction. Once we're at sea, I'll just beat them all up. If they don't obey, I'll throw them into the sea. I guarantee they'll all be docile. Vianata grumbled with some dissatisfaction. All right, I know you're amazing. Adele sighed helplessly. It's my fault, I shouldn't have talked to you about this. I suddenly feel underestimated. Vianata clicked her tongue but didn't say anything more. The two stood quietly for a while longer. Adele looked at the red moon in the sky and said softly. We're going back to Fosak soon. Do you have any thoughts? Ah. Vianata seemed to be startled by the question, uncharacteristically not answering immediately. Although I'm a Lonus, and my legal sphere of activity is only Indo-Port, as a former Fosak soldier, you should be able to leave freely, right? Adele didn't look at Vianata but continued, looking at the red moon on the horizon. How about it, do you want to go back and see? Loan has always been in a strategic defensive state and hasn't invaded Fosak's homeland. Your tribe's living area should still be intact. I'll take care of Sophie for the time being. Adele clasped her hands behind her head, waiting for an answer. This was a posture she liked very much when she was an assassin, but after Sequence 7, she never did it in front of others because it was unseemly. Where did you put my package? The one wrapped in animal hide carpet. Vianata hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked a seemingly random question. It's inside the cabinet above your bed, Adele replied casually, not caring whether the other party had answered her question. I put a towel underneath, I was worried it would get damp. That's good. Vianata didn't reply either, just straightened her back slightly. It's getting a bit cold. Let's go back. Adele nodded, then turned and went down the steps, walking ahead. As she descended the stairs, she heard someone whisper in her ear, my homeland is that primeval forest, not Fosak, and that forest has long since been cut down. The person by her ear paused, seemingly hesitating whether to speak the next words. However, fortunately, Fosak people's hesitation usually doesn't last long. Now, I only have one homeland. The air was quiet for a moment, then Adele exhaled a single word, half sighing. Is that so? Afterward, the two stopped talking and tiptoed to their room. Meanwhile, inside the room, the porthole had opened at some point. Sophie squatted on the bed, looking at the bright red moon, her ruby-like eyes seemingly sparkling. The braids behind her head had come undone at some point, floating against gravity like wandering green snakes. The hypnosis Adele had placed on her had lifted at some unknown time, yet she didn't feel any strange emotions. She just sat there silently, staring blankly at the strangely red moon in the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Wendy lay on the bed with her back to Sophie, appearing to be asleep. However, if one looked closely, they would notice her body was trembling, whether from fear, cold, or both. Sophie watched the moon for a while longer, then a dark cloud drifted over, obscuring the red moon. The room suddenly darkened, and Sophie fell back onto the bed like a broken puppet, falling back into slumber. Going to practice driving, so I'll only post one chapter this morning, but it will still be 4 updates today. Chapter 158, The Transmigrator Miss is currently panicking. An extra chapter about the Transmigrator supporting character, requested by a reader. Time rewound to after Adele and Vianata had left the room instantly became quiet. Sophie and Wendy lay on their respective beds, their breathing slow and peaceful. Wendy suddenly realized she was dreaming. This was a unique ability she had discovered since coming to this world, and it wasn't part of the gifts from the Savant potion. Once she fell into an abnormal sleep, she could immediately sense it and, by virtue of her Beander characteristics, quickly wake up from the dream. This is a stand-in attack. My apologies, wrong set. Wendy mumbled in her heart, then the dream world collapsed with a roar, and she opened her eyes. By then, Adele and Vianata had long left the room, leaving only the sleeping Sophie. That's right, Miss Wendy Paromanthea was a newly arrived transmigrator. Before her transmigration, she was an excellent female oceanographer named Chow Chow. Although she still didn't know what exactly happened with this transmigration, after an overtime shift, she woke up again as Lady Wendy Paromanthea. The original owner of the body she transmigrated into was a noble researcher who, after her research lab was confiscated, had a mental breakdown and committed suicide by shooting herself. While she was a noble, her honorary Lindbergh Jazz title didn't grant her much special treatment in Intis. Instead, she often faced ostracization. Thus, she could only return to her old profession in the Intersea region, primarily focusing on the study of large marine mammals. While she said she studied large mammals, in reality, there were only whales here, even dolphins were rare. In recent years, due to the activities of certain animal rights activists, both whaling for livelihood and for research purposes became targets of criticism, making it difficult to conduct research on whales. Not only that, the original owner's political stance made Wendy somewhat uncomfortable. At the beginning of the war, she was helping Lowen build ironclad ships. Halfway through, news came that the Lowen army had suffered almost complete defeat. The original owner then abandoned these projects and retreated to Fosak with the Steam Church members. As a result, shortly after settling down, Fosak surrendered. Because she had previously worked in Lowen, she was driven out by Fosak's police and could only return to her hometown in Intis. She then wrote to Lindbergh, where she had previously worked, seeking a position. However, she was regrettably informed that her original project had been cancelled, and her laboratory had been allocated to others. The absurdity of the original owner's political acumen was comparable to joining the Kuomintang in 49. Chow Chow's feelings when she later sorted through the original owner's memories were like a certain mustachioed politician, completely unfazed. However, once she got through the initial period, Chow Chow, or rather, Lady Wendy, gradually found this world quite interesting. In a setting similar to the Industrial Revolution era, commoners might live very hard lives, but as a technician for both the Steam Church and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, maintaining a comfortable life was quite easy. Moreover, the stress of life here was much lower than before. For example, her current job as an engineer and marine biologist, sailing with Captain Basque, earned her £100 and 100 gold horn a year, which was enough for her to sustain herself while continuing to do things she wanted to do. Furthermore, most importantly, the original owner was not an ordinary person, but a Beander. This world also had Beander abilities. Wendy learned that the original owner was a Sequence 8 archaeologist, with a rough understanding of mysticism, and more proficient in aqua regia, nitroglycerin, and complex gear mechanisms. Her core ability was to awaken memories, allowing her to recall all the knowledge she had seen, along with enhanced comprehension and learning abilities. In addition to this, she also possessed sufficient historical knowledge, wilderness survival knowledge, and forbidden knowledge related to ruins. She had a strong enough physique and ability to face all of this. To be honest, although this wasn't the Beander ability Wendy imagined, she couldn't summon a stand-in or shoot rays. It was still a type of superpower, and for someone who just wanted a stable life, it was enough. Those two ladies definitely have problems. They're probably also Beyonders of some pathway, and their sequence is very likely not below mine. Wendy was about to get up, intending to quietly follow them out, relying on her archaeologist physique, which was comparable to Indiana Jones or the god of combat of a furniture store. Suddenly, she noticed the crimson moonlight shining in from Sophie's porthole. Then she heard the sound of the porthole opening and felt the cold sea breeze, which made her shiver slightly. Before she could react, and fortunately she didn't react, the shadow of the person who opened the window was already cast onto the wall by the red moonlight, stretched very long. Her hair floated unnaturally, like countless wriggling green snakes. Spirituality surged silently beneath her loose nightgown, making her shadow ripple like water. Even an archaeologist with not too high spirituality could sense the terrifying danger lurking within the seemingly cute little girl behind her. If she attracted her attention, she might be killed instantly in the confined cabin. Wendy swallowed silently and quietly pulled out her modified revolver from the other side of her bed. Although the gun had been mystically modified by her, she was confident that one shot would definitely not kill that little girl. Holding the gun merely gave her a sense of security. Little girl, although I accidentally made you cry, there's no need to kill your older sister, right? You'd better not suddenly pounce. If you're going to kill me, I'll just have to die in front of you first. Wendy thought dejectedly, realizing she was no match for the little girl behind her. Fortunately, Sophie made no move. She just opened the window and stared blankly at the crimson moon, her snakehead-like hair also facing the red moon, quietly suspended there, gently rising and falling with the sea breeze. Wendy could only huddle in bed, wanting to sneeze from the cold wind but not daring to. She could only quietly bite the quilt, trying to make her presence smaller, appearing weak, pitiful, and helpless. After an unknown amount of time, the crimson moonlight was covered by dark clouds. Sophie fell like a broken puppet, and that eerie, terrifyingly powerful spirituality also disappeared. Wendy finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her limbs were somewhat numb from the cold. What's going on? Wendy carefully turned over, wanting to check on Sophie's situation, but at that moment, the sound of the door lock rattling came from the doorway again. The setting of Wendy remaining awake in dreams will be explained in Wendy's later plot. Adele and the other woman carefully returned to the room, only to be astonished to find Sophie collapsed on the bed, with the porthole open and a cold wind howling through the room. What happened? Adele paled with fright and rushed to Sophie's side, only slightly relieved when she saw that the latter was still sound asleep. This porthole didn't open by itself. Vianata looked at the porthole, her expression serious, and reached out to pull down the raised porthole. How could a downward sliding window be blown open by the wind? Adele turned Sophie over, taking the opportunity to examine her palms. Something seemed to be slowly disappearing there. The fleshy pads on her fingers were gradually merging into her skin, and her nails, which had elongated at some point, were now slowly retracting back into her fingers. At the same time, the web-like membranes between her fingers were also vanishing. Sophie's body simultaneously displayed characteristics of multiple devils. The power of the devil had initially invaded her body, and she was gradually transforming into a true devil. Just then, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the crimson moonlight once again shone down, falling upon Sophie's body. Adele felt the temperature of the small body in her arms rapidly rise, becoming as hot as a burning coal in an instant. The disappearing symptoms reappeared, and this time with greater intensity and speed. Pull up the baffle. Adele reacted quickly, scooping up Sophie and rolling towards the center of the room, while Vianata immediately stepped forward, pulling down the window baffle to block the spirituality-rich crimson moonlight outside. Sophie's body stiffened for a moment, then softened again, and the abnormal condition gradually receded. It seems the moonlight might be activating the devil characteristics in Sophie's body, Vianata said, breathing a sigh of relief as Sophie's symptoms subsided. But the devil's abilities don't seem to be related to the moon, and Gegran never warned me about anything like this. Adele was somewhat confused. It's too early to discuss these things, Vianata said, pointing to Wendy nearby. She's still here. You're right. Adele scrutinized Wendy for a moment, then sighed. Let's take turns keeping watch for the next few days. It's best not to involve unrelated people. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Adele, who was on the second shift, had just woken up, the whaling fleet was ready to depart. Wendy had already left the room early and was on standby in the engine room. Upon receiving the captain's order to set sail, she immediately started the engine. Steam whistled, surging into the half-open intake valves. The long, horizontally arranged pistons rose and fell with a clanging sound, driving the main shaft's rocker arm. The propeller blades continuously struck the seawater, accelerating steadily. The little war-horse ironclad ship slowly sailed out of the harbor, escorted by 6 functional ships. It was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. The little war-horse sailed along the low, yellow coast of Constance City. The city lights were left behind to the southeast as the whaling fleet proceeded at full speed across the Intersea. At this time, Adele did not wait in her room for Wendy to return. Instead, she quickly washed up and left the room. This outing was not an unplanned event, but part of Adele's plan. However, this time, her attendant was not Vianata, but the bosun Wagner, eager to prove himself. Adele learned through dream divination that Wagner, as the bosun, played a crucial role in this rebellion. It could even be said that he almost single-handedly orchestrated it. Therefore, whether she made him drink a demoness potion or simply killed him, Adele would feel no guilt. And now, at Adele's request, he was diligently showing this curious lady around the equipment room, a place passengers were not supposed to enter. As the most luxuriously equipped whaling ship, the little war horse was absolutely fully stocked, from hand-thrown harpoons to guns that fired barbed arrows, and even fragmentation shells for hunting wild ducks. Everything was available. Adele believed that the equipment on this single ship alone would be enough to organize a force capable of conquering a 1,000-person tribe on the southern continent. However, soon all this will be mine. As Adele's mindset changed, she gradually discovered some interesting things. Crude sailors like Wagner were almost completely unaware of the flirtatious techniques between men and women popular among the low and upper class. Even without relying on a witch's charm, an ordinary, socially adept low and noblewoman could manipulate him within a few sentences. Compared to last time, Adele hadn't even deliberately used her beauty to her advantage, nor had she made even the most basic physical contact with him. Yet, Wagner was even more infatuated. Adele realized that if she were to order him to jump into the sea to please her now, he would most likely comply. So that's how it is, this can also give me positive feedback. Adele smiled, occasionally gracefully covering her mouth with her hand and chuckling softly, agreeing with Wagner a few times. She had already applied lip gloss, and her psychologically suggestive words were like spider silk, slowly and firmly binding Wagner's mind, establishing Adele's position in his heart. The demoness's charm, when used in conjunction with certain mental Beyonder abilities, and after a period of subtle influence, could even achieve the effect of command. Watching Wagner's grotesque gesticulations before her, and listening to the crude jokes he racked his brains to come up with, Adele smiled outwardly, but her heart had grown profound, and she began to contemplate her next plan. Next, these sailors should steer the ships off the main shipping lane. Whaling might be a good excuse. It's likely that the unrest will begin around that time. I don't know when we'll encounter whales next, so these days I also need to quickly sow seeds of malice in the hearts of the sailors. After all, this fleet has 7 ships. Although in Vianata's eyes, dealing with the sailors on these 7 ships wouldn't be a big problem, they will all be cheap labor in the future, and killing them all would be too much of a waste. Adele mused for a while, then waved her hand to stop Wagner's words. Wagner seemed to have his throat suddenly choked, his mouth opening and closing, but unable to make a sound. Take me to see your accomplices. Adele smiled slightly, don't ask me how I know. That's your master's business. Wagner's body trembled violently. The light in his eyes gradually became confused, his dark brown eye color constantly changing, finally forming a rose-shaped spirituality imprint deep within his pupils, a sign of complete control. Then, he made a fist with his right hand and struck his left chest, performing a rather comical salute. As you command, mistress. Writer's block. Oh no, I'm going out for some air. The last chapter for today will definitely be out, I'll write it before 10 o'clock. Those who are in a hurry can stop waiting for now. Chapter 160, can't think of a new chapter title, I'm doomed. Adele had Wagner take her to his room. As the bosun, Wagner's room was separate. Although not large, it was fully equipped, enough for him to host 3 to 5 guests without it feeling crowded. Go and call your accomplices in. Find a good reason yourself, and call them over one by one. Within 30 minutes, I want to see every single minor leader among your rebellious subordinates. Adele extended her slender, fair fingers, like scallion stalks, and gently beckoned Wagner. If you can't do it, you know the consequences. Madam, what consequences? Wagner was bewildered, but then he saw the smile on Adele's face, and an inexplicable shock ran through him, a feeling akin to an electric shock. A tiny black blood bead flashed on Adele's fingertip, like lightning, and plunged into Wagner's left shoulder. Wagner immediately screamed and rolled on the ground. The tiny blood bead seemed to transform into an insect coiling in his blood vessels, slowly crawling along the vessel walls towards his heart. Adele had already set up a spirituality wall when she entered, so Wagner's screams did not carry outside. She watched coldly as Wagner rolled at her feet, ignoring him. Instead, she casually crossed one leg over the other, took out a small file from her handbag, and began to nonchalantly file her nails. Demonists possess a considerable number of black magic spells. However, only a few black magic spells can consistently function effectively in combat. Therefore, with the exception of a demoness like Gegran, who is renowned for her black magic does not rank high in the usage rate among ordinary demonists. However, in certain specific situations, a demoness's black magic can often achieve better results than any other ability. For example, the black magic Adele just used, which uses blood as a medium, looks incredibly effective, but in reality, its carrier is just a drop of ordinary blood, and there are too many ways to block it. Yet, for interrogation and establishing authority, it can be said to be exceptionally effective. Estimating that enough time had passed, Adele nodded slightly and nonchalantly crooked her finger. The drop of blood instantly dissolved and merged into Wagner's body. In an instant, Wagner felt an excitement he had never experienced before surge through his entire body, causing his pores to open. He lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Now you know. Adele did not look at Wagner, but glanced at the wall clock in the room. Also, I have to remind you, you only have 25 minutes left. Wagner quickly nodded in affirmation, stumbled out, supporting himself against the wall. I've always said, you humans advance too slowly. I can't even catch you to use as a mode of transport. In a forest on another mysterious planet, Eamon strolled along, complaining to a flustered Furs by his side. Furs, I'm sorry for being a human. She didn't know what to say, yet she was afraid of making Eamon bored, which might lead to him causing her trouble. Despite Mr. Fool's promise that she would receive a certain degree of protection in the cosmos, the other party was, after all, the former god of deceit, a monster who had stayed at the King of Angels level for an unknown number of years. If he wanted to do something, he could always find a way to achieve it. I need to find a way to chat with him, but even though I had relatively rich life experiences for research before, I never learned how to deal with a King of Angels. Furs racked her brains, searching for possible common topics. However, the only King of Angels she knew was the taciturn, mad, and ruthless Gehrman Sparrow, also known as Mr. World. Think about Mr. World's way of speaking, doing something is better than doing nothing. Furs secretly made up her mind. In her mind, Mr. World always acted straightforwardly, doing whatever he thought of. Whether it was asking questions or demanding someone's head, he would do it quite naturally. Although this made him seem a bit mad and ruthless, he is the only King of Angels I know, so I hope it helps. Furs mustered her courage and, imitating the speaking style of World, Gehrman Sparrow, asked simply and directly. Weren't you supposed to have fallen in your conflict with Mr. Fool? How can you appear in the cosmos? The air suddenly fell silent. Even the almonds who had transformed into small birds stopped chirping. The entire forest was dead silent, as if stunned by these words. The Eamon in front of Furs also paused for a moment, then, somewhat uncertainly, pushed his monocle. Since he had already lost his uniqueness, this monocle was formed from his clone, purely to satisfy Amon's personal habit, and confirmed to Furs. If I haven't misunderstood, were you just asking why an angel is not dead yet? Furs. She froze for a moment, then slowly covered her face and squatted down. How did Mr. World lead my thoughts astray? I clearly wanted to reference the feeling of being with Mr. World, but somehow, in a moment of madness, I ended up imitating how Mr. World makes others feel. Furs only wished the ground would split open and swallow her whole. I wonder if it's too late to apologize to Eamon now. Furs secretly parted her fingers slightly, preparing to see if Eamon made any move. However, through the gap in her fingers, she saw Amon's thin face with the monocle. Eamon had squatted down in front of her at some point, looking at her with curiosity. Furs was so startled that she immediately fell backward onto the ground, accidentally crushing countless almonds that had turned into blades of grass. Tiny complaints came from beneath her. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Furs frantically retreated, even forgetting that she could open a door. You are quite interesting. Eamon chuckled. This was the unanimous result of our full Eamon public vote a few days ago. 95% of almonds found you very interesting. Furs. Can I take that as a compliment? Honestly, the last person to unify the attitude of all almonds to such an extent was that Klein. According to your description, should I call him World? Eamon, in what Furs didn't know was which of his humanoid forms, shrugged. However, he received 97% negative reviews from the almonds. That person is too serious, always fighting to the death with others, not fun. Then, he patted Furs's shoulder. I can see what you're thinking, so there's no harm in saying it. Furs. Help. Chapter 161, Everything Covered. Honestly, even, the world wouldn't dare to speak to me like that most of the time. Eamon stood up, patting the grass off his body. Because even though he has the potential to be a hunter, he's at least afraid of death most of the time. For example, back in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Stop, stop, stop. Furs quickly covered her ears with her hands, shouting in a panic. If Mr. World wakes up after hearing all this, I'll definitely be silenced, or even possibly be processed into a mystical item and hung around Miss Audrey's neck. Are you all that afraid of him? Eamon scratched his head in surprise. I originally thought that a fellow like him, who retains a lot of humanity, would be more approachable than me. The emotions of you humans are really complex, I don't understand them. I wasn't complimenting you on being gentler. Furs felt that this king of angels was even harder to deal with than Mr. World. At least Mr. World doesn't have the ability to read my thoughts at any time. If he had that ability, half of the Tarot Club members might be turned into mystical items by him. Furs imagined the scene of herself being silenced by Mr. World for disrespectful thoughts that flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but shiver. Back then, when I was protecting Mr. Dwayne Dantes with Zio, I even thought about recommending a kidney doctor for him. Recalling her past inappropriate thoughts, Furs's face turned a little pale. Don't worry, I'm not as perverted as the world. Eamon chuckled softly. Furs didn't dare to agree, as if afraid Eamon would turn around and complain to Alger Wilson. From your human perspective, I seem even more perverted than him. Eamon adjusted his monocle and walked towards Furs. All right, you've hesitated long enough. I'll parasitize you first, then take you to a place where you can quickly advance to sequence 3. I'll help you speed up the process. Can I still refuse? Furs's face was bitter. Around them, the almonds who had transformed into flowers, trees, birds, and beasts all began to sway, making rustling sounds. Coupled with the smile on the face of the humanoid Eamon in front, the meaning was self-evident. What do you think? Furs slumped to the ground, leaning against a rock behind her, her face filled with despair. After thinking for a moment, she simply stretched out her hands and pulled open the collar of her women's trench coat, revealing an expression somewhere between giving up in the face of difficulty and being at someone's mercy. Seeing this scene, Eamon was also stunned. After a second or two, he pointed to his head and asked a question with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Is there something wrong with you here? I'm parasitizing, not kidnapping. First of all, as a born mythical creature, I don't have such needs at all. And even by your human aesthetics, your figure, which doesn't protrude where it should and doesn't curve where it should, isn't attractive at all. Eamon rubbed his forehead helplessly, walked forward, and prepared to complete the parasitism. Just as his body transformed into a stream of light, about to merge into Furs's glabella, he suddenly remembered a question that even made him briefly doubt whether the decision to parasitize this little fellow was correct. Why am I thinking about these boring questions too? Could it be that the fool's believers also come with an aura that lowers people's intelligence? Noticing the light in front of her recede, Furs tentatively opened her eyes and found that the humanoid Eamon from before had disappeared, leaving only herself standing there. She was stunned, then quickly felt her body. After confirming that no parts were missing, she breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I already said that if I were to threaten you, it might trigger the fool's intervention. I still can't contend with him right now, unless my brother successfully advances. Besides, the little fellow Pale's parasitized, didn't he also not lose anything? Amon's somewhat helpless voice sounded directly in Furs's mind. Pales. Is he talking about Mr. the Star? Furs's mind immediately conjured up Mr. the Star's appearance above the gray fog. With a neutral hairstyle, a lazy voice, and a kind personality. Did he really not lose anything? Thinking of the newly joined Mr. Empress, and then Mr. the Star, Furs felt even more afraid. What are you thinking about all day long? Eamon said, half laughing, half crying. What would Pales and I want with your genitals? No, you don't even have genitals. No, why am I thinking about this? Ha ha, ha ha. Furs gave 2 dry laughs, not daring to answer further. Sigh. Forget it, let's pack up and leave this planet quickly. Amon's voice was full of helplessness. As he spoke, he took over control of Furs's body and gently waved his hand towards the distance. Then, the dense jungle that had appeared before Furs's eyes completely vanished. Every tree, every bird and beast transformed into specks of light and shadow, flying towards Furs. Within the light and shadow, Furs saw small worms with 12 transparent segments, twisting and circling, merging into Furs's body. Eamon recalled all his avatars on this planet, concentrating his power on his main body. As the almonds gradually returned, the planet's original appearance was also gradually revealed. The reddish-brown ground cracked at a visible speed, the flowing springs instantly froze into ice, and violent winds blew against Furs's face. If it weren't for the protection promised by the fool, she would have already been polluted by the strange environment of this planet, becoming part of the unchanging red soil for thousands of years. The habitable environment was merely an illusion created by Aemon using his avatars. Even though he was no longer a king of angels, changing the planetary landscape and creating such a habitable environment was not difficult for him. Then, Aemon retracted his palm with satisfaction. In the place where the forest had disappeared, the environment was gradually being assimilated by this planet, becoming dead silent. Perhaps, this is the normal state of the cosmos. This thought inexplicably popped into Furza's mind, making her want to sigh. That's right, this is the normal state of the cosmos. Aemon suddenly said in her mind. However, we should go now, to another place that doesn't conform to the norm. There, perhaps you can complete your role-playing as a secret sorcerer faster. With that, he once again took over Furza's body, repeatedly stealing distance, heading deep into the cosmos. Behind him and her, the fiery red planet silently rotated, ancient and unchanging. Still 1 update in the morning and 3 in the afternoon today. Chapter 162, Wailing. While Adele was taming the rebellious sailors on the little warhorse in the hold, Vianata and Sophie were on deck watching the sailors work. Unlike Adele, even though Vianata, as a mountaineer, was considerably slenderer than the women from the Fosak coast, whose figures often brought to mind mother bears with cubs, she still possessed a significant degree of deterrence. If one had to make a comparison, she gave the impression of an upright female leopard or a large feline like a lioness. The young lady with light blonde hair and azure eyes stood beside Sophie, watching the little girl excitedly run around the deck. Her agile figure and the unconcealed gun holster at her waist made those sailors with ill intentions think twice. Although Wendy had indeed warned Adele and Vianata not to go to the deck during the day, as they might be targeted by sailors, this advice only applied to ordinary people with similar appearances and attire. For a mid-sequence Beander like Vianata, simply standing there made the sailors feel as if a tiger or a leopard was staring at their backs. They were too busy keeping their distance to even think about approaching her. Vianata stood there, only showing a slight alertness when Sophie ran near the railing. To be honest, she didn't like the sea, nor did she like boats. The last time she was on a boat was when she traveled from Fosak to Loen on a troop transport, where everyone was squeezed together, and the air was mixed with the smell of sweat and secretions. However, since Sophie wanted to come out and play, she had to follow. According to the sailors, whaling was a very patience-consuming profession. Sometimes they would sail for a long time without seeing a single whale, and other times they would encounter wave after wave of whales, almost overflowing the ship. Vianata yawned a bit, feeling bored. In her opinion, Sophie's interest would also slowly fade away during the long wait, just like any ordinary child. After all, when she first started hunting, she also found it difficult to endure the process of waiting for prey to appear. However, perhaps with some symbolic meaning, a whale dramatically appeared. The first to notice it was not the sailor at the top of the tower, but Sophie, who was standing by the railing gazing at the sea. When Vianata noticed Sophie's shoulders suddenly hunching like a startled kitten, she realized something was about to happen. Then, bursts of bubbles suddenly appeared in her teary eyes from yawning. About 100 meters downwind from her, a huge sperm whale was rolling in the water, like an overturned warship. The large whale lazily undulated in the troughs of the waves, occasionally spouting mist leisurely. The sailor above the tower shouted loudly, and the whaling ship and everyone on board woke up. Unmoor the dinghies. Sail downwind. Captain Basque appeared on the deck at some point and gave orders to his men. Perhaps startled by the sudden shouts of the sailors, the large whale slowly turned around and swam downwind before the dinghies were even launched. It seemed to have fully understood its predicament. Its head was tilted forward, and in front of it was a large mass of viscous spray it had spouted. However, the sailors were already ready. Including Wagner, despite many of them being somewhat disheveled, they arrived on deck at the first opportunity and lowered the dinghies carrying harpoons and heavy whaling ropes. The whaling ropes were all made of hemp, with a little tar sprayed on the surface to make it easier to coil when not in use. A typical whaling rope was over 400 meters long, coiled in a rope tub at the stern of the dinghy, but it was not coiled like a serpentine tube on a still. Instead, it was coiled layer by layer from the inside out, leaving no gaps in the middle. Because when loosening the rope, any slight kink or tangle could cause the immense force to sever a sailor's hand, foot, or even their entire body, the process of coiling the rope had to be done very carefully. Some sailors even took an entire morning to complete the task. They would lift the rope high, pass it through a pulley, and then coil it down into the tub, which could prevent any possible kinks. The sailors screamed, and the sea echoed with a cacophony of shouts in Phocic, Lonis, Intersea dialects, and various languages from the southern colonies. There were commands, curses, and prayers, all in a chaotic mess. Amidst the clamor, Adele silently arrived on deck, gently flexing her wrists, with a look of a beast tamer disturbed during training, still feeling unfulfilled. It seems this fleet is quite lucky, Adele said to Vianata as she pulled Sophie into her arms. Indeed, according to the sailors' descriptions, encountering prey so quickly is incredibly lucky, especially after large-scale culling, to still find whales near common shipping routes. Vianata shrugged. Perhaps after the passenger ship embargo for a period, those whales felt this sea area was no longer dangerous. Look, those sailors have caught up with the whale. As she spoke, the dinghies, rowed by those desperate-looking sailors, had already caught up with the whale. Harpoons were thrown, and the oarsmen quickly rowed backward. The whaling rope flew past their ears. As the whaling rope spun faster and faster, Adele and Vianata's enhanced vision could almost see a cloud of hemp smoke rising from the rope fixed to the axle, mixing with the smoke from Wagner's pipe. Wet the rope. Haul in the rope, haul it in quickly. Disorganized shouts rang out. Some people scooped seawater with their hats and poured it onto the smoking rope. The rope dangerously tightened, and the helmsman hauled in the rope, bringing the dinghy alongside the large whale. Wagner held the harpoon, bracing his knee against the anti-slip wood, and stabbed the rolling large whale repeatedly. Blood flowed from the large whale's body like a rising tide, surging behind the dinghy, bubbling, for hundreds of meters. Seeing the large whale's strength diminish with each passing moment, Wagner leaned his body out from the bow of the boat, raised a sharp, long-handled spear, and plunged it into the large whale's body. He did not rush to pull it out but gently shook the spear handle, stirring it around. The large whale emerged from its previous stupor into a state of last gasp, rolling in its own blood, covered in gore, forcing the dinghy to retreat. Its blowhole convulsed, opening and closing, emitting a rapid, gurgling breath. Finally, clots of congealed blood, like the purple dregs of red wine, spewed out and slowly flowed into the sea along its stiffened body. Chapter 163, earlier. While Wagner and the others were hunting the nearly 30-meter-long white whale, Adele and Vianata stood at the edge of the deck. They weren't concerned with the sailors' actions, even though the sailors chose to personally dive into the sea to hunt whales, which seemed to be a way of showing off to them. After all, the pneumatic harpoon at the bow of the little war horse wasn't just for show. With it clearly available, those sailors still insisted on going into the sea themselves to hunt whales. Their intentions were obvious. Adele's hand on Sophie's shoulder unconsciously tightened, as she felt Sophie in front of her stirring uneasily, as if craving something. At this rate, it's very likely that Sophie will completely mutate before Mr. Sun arrives. Adele thought worriedly. There wasn't no solution, as long as Sophie was taught the acting method, allowing her to start from criminal and gradually act, it would weaken the influence and mutation of the mental residue within the Beander characteristic on her. However, letting Sophie start acting meant completely cutting off the first path Mr. Sun mentioned, which was to extract Sophie's Beander characteristic and let her return to being a normal person, thus completely embarking on the Beander pathway that constantly fights against madness and loss of control. And the devil pathway, even among Beander pathways, is considered one of the most dangerous and demanding paths for human nature. Having witnessed the disaster in Backland and escaped the onslaught of numerous out-of-control devils, Adele still had many reservations about letting Sophie take this path. Moreover, although I didn't swear to the goddess not to reveal the acting method before obtaining it, unlike the Nighthawks, it's precisely because of this that the acting method we ordinary people received is incomplete. It only tells us that the name of the potion is our acting direction. The more we conform to the name of our potion, the lower the risk of losing control and the faster it's digested. Besides that, there's only a piece of advice: you are just acting. Adele recalled the situation when she received the acting method from Britain. At that time, Britain told her that although due to the special post-war situation, in order to minimize the probability of mutation when the number of unofficial Beyonders increased significantly, the Goddess Church decided to reveal part of the acting method, but the Church would not answer any questions arising during the execution of the acting method. Adele guessed that after understanding the acting method, the promotion speed of wild beyonders would accelerate. Originally, this was not dangerous, but once beyonders understood the three major laws of beyonder characteristics, even if they only had the most basic applications, such as understanding that beyonder characteristics would precipitate, they would very likely hunt other beyonders for their own promotion, thereby further disrupting order. This might also be an important reason why the Church previously carefully investigated the identities of beyonders, to confirm whether the newcomers being taught the acting method understood the three major laws of beyonder characteristics. Adele's thoughts drifted. Although under Britain's manipulation, even I, who advanced by consuming beyonder characteristics, was included in the teaching list. Thinking of this, Adele felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, the sailors noisily returned to the ship, interrupting her thoughts and forcing them to return to the cabin. During this, Sophie seemed a bit reluctant, but Adele promptly picked her up and quickly returned to the cabin before the white whale was dragged alongside the ship. Wendy still hadn't returned to the cabin. The room was empty for a while. Adele and Vianata, each lost in thought, sat on their beds, pondering something, and didn't see Sophie, still somewhat unwilling to give up, peering out of the porthole, trying to catch a glimpse of the whale processing scene. However, due to the engine room's position not being on the whale's side, she saw nothing. Looking at Sophie, Adele's gaze gradually darkened. It seems I need to find a way to push those sailors, so I can quickly complete the Demoness sect's objective, then take control of this fleet, and immediately head at full speed to Indo-Port to await Mr. Sun. It's best to keep the fleet one day's journey from Indo-Port, and once Mr. Sun reaches Indo, I'll immediately have them pull over. Adele thought about the specific plan. The appearance of this giant whale interrupted Adele's half-completed hypnosis. Among the 8 rebel leaders, including Chief Sailor Wagner, only 5 had been completely controlled by Adele, the rest had not yet undergone brainwashing before being thrown into the whaling mission. Although the Demoness sect's mission was to use temptation to create a bloody incident, Adele, who was already a Sequence 7, did not need to repeat acting as an instigator. Now it was just to create a bloody incident to complete the sect's mission, so she used the beyonder abilities of a demoness for a series of assists, and the progress was quite fast. I'll go find Wagner later and have him figure out a way to move the plan forward. Tonight, I'll try to use that lipstick to enter the dreams of the rebellious sailors and give them some simple psychological hints. Adele mentally reviewed the plan's details once more. In fact, the plan itself wasn't complicated. It was simply to incite malice between the two groups of sailors, causing the rebellious sailors to kill each other. Once casualties were heavy, she would sink some of the ships, keeping only the little war horse and 2 larger vessels, then integrate the sailors, step forward to lead the crew in resistance, and finally use her savings to buy the remaining ships from Captain Basque. Although her savings weren't even enough to buy this one little war horse, it was enough to let Captain Basque live the knight's life he wanted. Moreover, if she didn't save him, he definitely wouldn't survive the Sailors' rebellion, so Adele felt she was already quite humane. As for whether anyone would question the rationality of this matter, Adele wasn't worried. After all, Miss Justice had said she would personally intervene to help deal with the memories of those involved, as one of the initial investments. Adele didn't believe that the police officers or beyonders responsible for this case could resist Miss Justice's mind-related magical abilities. After all, that was a powerhouse, a demigod. To be honest, just thinking that there was a demigod supporting this matter, Adele felt her back stiffen for the first time in a long while, and she even began to understand what Vianata meant by, as long as the goal is achieved, the means don't matter. Just then, Wendy walked into the room with a tired look. Seeing Sophie by the window, she unconsciously shrunk her neck, then nervously shifted her gaze to Adele and Vianata, saying to them, "We need to figure out how to deal with this whale. We might have to deviate from our course recently to go to the nearest island to resupply coal for refining whale oil. I really can't type anymore. The main reason is that I have other tasks to rush these 2 days, writing almost 15,000 characters a day. Today will temporarily be 3 updates. Chapter 164 Processing the Whale. It's alright, didn't you already tell us about this possibility in advance?" Adele nodded slightly. "Besides, with this whale, your research will have a lot more materials." Wendy sighed in frustration. "I'm a marine biologist, not a chemist. 1 or 2 whale dissection specimens a year are enough, why would I need so many? Honestly, I'd rather study their population changes and living habits, not their meat quality or fat content, which are just edible values. Wendy waved her hand, a look of unbearable recollection on her face. You'd best not go on deck from now on, because until we reach that small island with an open pit coal mine, the sailors will be concentrated on deck processing that whale. To be honest, I don't like that scene, so I need to hide here for a while to avoid them asking me to help. At sea, among seafarers, there isn't much difference in the division of labor between men and women. Even scholars and researchers like Wendy have to join in the daily heavy labor when necessary. So Wendy usually idles away in the engine room or somewhere else, to prevent anyone from seeing her idle and dragging her off to scrub toilets or clean the deck. Sister Wendy, can you tell me how they process whales? Mommy won't let me go on deck to watch. Sophie, who had been a bit downcast because she couldn't see the subsequent scene, immediately brightened up upon hearing Wendy's words. She ran excitedly in front of Wendy, tugged at her skirt, and looked at her piteously. Wendy lowered her head and, seeing Sophie's bright red eyes, felt a chill in her heart, yet dared not show it. She could only force a dry laugh and nod. Let me think. I haven't processed similar animals in a long time, and besides, that's not my main job, so my memory might not be very clear. She scratched her head and slowly described the scene from her memory. Whenever a whaling ship catches a whale, whether they have installed a blast furnace for rendering whale oil or not, they must process the whale as quickly as possible, because the blood flowing from the whale's wounds will soon attract predators like sharks. By then, their harvest will be much smaller. There are many ways to process whale oil. The Little Warhorse has 2 sets of stripping and reeving blocks that I designed. Among the equipment for processing whale oil, there is a set of heavy main blocks that are difficult to lift by human strength alone, so we have to rely on a block and tackle system. This equipment is hung on the main mast, fixed like a bunch of grapes on the sturdiest lower mast top on the deck. When processing the whale, we secure one end of the rope to the winch and then turn the huge blocks of the reeving system over the whale. Sailors will climb down a ladder from the side of the ship and use long-handled whaling spades to cut a large hole in the top part of the whale near its 2 fins, while simultaneously cutting a semicircular wide line around it. It seemed she was speaking about her professional field. Although she disliked the process of processing whales, Wendy still looked animated when describing how these machines worked. Sister Wendy, what are that wide line and hole for? Sophie asked cooperatively. Although she had good talent and learned quickly, what Wendy was describing was something she had never seen before, making it difficult for her to understand immediately. Good question. Wendy approvingly patted Sophie's head, as if she had forgotten about last night's experience. Below the pulley system we just talked about, there's a large hook, heavier than 10 of you. Because a whale's blubber is wrapped around its body like orange segments, we have to peel it off by rotating it. The sailors will insert the hook into the hole they just cut, and then use the winch to apply a twisting force to the whale, which allows them to pull the whale's blubber out of the hole. Afterward, once that piece of blubber stops swaying, a specialized sailor will step forward with heavy cutting tools, make a large hole beneath this piece of blubber, and insert the hook of another set of reeving blocks used for flensing into the hole. Then, he will use a long-handled axe or some other tool to cut off that piece of blubber. One cut piece of blubber is sent into the unadorned blubber room by the second set of blocks, while another piece is transferred by sailors from the flensing blocks to the second set of blocks using a similar method, with the 2 sets of blocks working alternately. Simultaneously, the sailors in the blubber room will deftly roll these things together, like rolling a carpet, into long strips of blubber. Wendy took a breath, picked up her water glass from the bedside, and took a sip. Next comes the rendering of the blubber. Not only does it smell bad there, but it's also deadly hot. Many sailors even wear only their underwear to stoke the boilers. I would absolutely never go there, so I don't know the specific process. Actually, it wasn't in the documentary I watched, it's a blind spot in my knowledge. As for the uses of whale oil, perhaps because I've encountered it so much, I'm a bit unsure where to begin. However, as per custom, since a whale was caught today, whale oil products will certainly not be absent from the dining table. At the very least, I recommend you try whale oil cracklings and whale oil fried bread. Compared to strongly fishy foods like whale meat steaks, these should be more palatable. After saying all this, Wendy found Sophie looking at her with an expression of adoration, her ruby-like eyes filled with admiration. Sister Wendy, you're such a good storyteller, much better than Sister Vianata. She only tells stories that sound unhappy, and in the end, all the protagonists die, which is so sad. Adele noticed Vianata, who was reading a book nearby, twitching slightly at the corner of her mouth. What kind of stories did you tell her when we were in Backland? Adele leaned close to Vianata's ear and whispered. Don't listen to her nonsense, my taste in stories is excellent. They are all classic tragedies revered by the literary circles of various countries like Fosak and Lowen, such as the drama Master Roykins, his name. Vianata protested indignantly. Reading tragedies to a child. Adele rubbed her temples, where a long-forgotten throbbing pain had returned. I was wrong, I shouldn't have had such high expectations for a provoker's ability to handle children based on superficial appearances. Even though you've obtained a bachelor's degree in sociology and a teaching license from Fosak University, you've clearly failed when it comes to interacting with children. Adele sighed helplessly. The commotion on deck continued. The open pit mine, their temporarily decided stopping point, was still a day's journey away. Chapter 165, In the Shadows. For the rest of the time, Adele and the three others quietly stayed in the room, doing their own things. Wendy told Sophie stories of the sea. Although she wasn't good at chatting, that was only limited to social interactions. When it came to her professional knowledge, the red-haired lady was quite talkative. Sometimes, she even seemed more like a teacher than Vianata, the teacher in training. Vianata sat by the bed, reading the thick, Intersea folk tales. Sophie's words earlier seemed to have made her a bit depressed, which made Adele want to laugh. Watching this scene, Adele felt as if she had returned to her solitary days on Rose Street, leisurely, comfortable, and even a bit idle. After a brief moment of quiet enjoyment, Adele imperceptibly sighed. Continuing like this was indeed a pleasure, but the tasks before her wouldn't complete themselves. However, with Wendy still there, Adele couldn't directly ignore Wendy's advice and go out to control the sailors. It seemed there was no other good option but to wait. Adele felt a little frustrated. If I had known I'd be sharing a room with strangers, I shouldn't have pretended to be master and servant with Vianata. Now, even chatting with her requires considering our established relationship, which is truly boring. After a while longer, Adele still couldn't come up with a good excuse to leave the room naturally, which made her anxious. Idleness can indeed bring comfort, but only if all current tasks have been completed. I can't possibly hypnotize everyone again, can I? Adele was in a bit of a dilemma. Just then, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted on the deck, followed by the little warhorse violently shaking. Adele quickly reached out to brace herself against the floor, while using her other hand to support Sophie's back, preventing her from falling. Vianata and Wendy also maintained their balance. Vianata looked at Adele with a hint of surprise, the meaning in her eyes unspoken. Did you arrange this? Adele shook her head with a very small movement. She had indeed hinted for the sailors to act early, but the location she had arranged was that uninhabited island. Her original plan was to first leave Captain Basque on that island, provide him with some supplies, and then, after she had gained control of the fleet through relatively legal means, return to the island as a rescuer to save Captain Basque. However, now other factors had caused this disturbance. Adele said nothing, only cautiously walked to the edge of the porthole and peered outside. At this moment, the sea outside the porthole had completely turned into a battlefield. The target of the attack was none other than the little war horse, which had returned to the center of the fleet to deal with the whale carcass and guard against shark attacks. The attackers were the 6 passenger ships, converted into whaling ships, that had originally protected the ironclad ship like stars surrounding the moon. Although passenger ships were not allowed to install main guns, in this era of rampant piracy, almost every ocean liner was equipped with 10 to 12 side cannons to deal with sudden raiders. Originally, for these attacks to commence, the ships would first have to turn sideways, which would waste a lot of time. However, the little war horse was completely different. It was facing the broadside volley of 6 ships with its vulnerable flank. Although most cannonballs missed without trajectory correction, the few that did hit caused considerable damage. An ironclad ship was not invincible, especially when there was no meander of the arbiter or lawyer pathway on board. Currently, it was merely an ordinary ship with relatively sturdy armor. Moreover, its current position was extremely dangerous. Even if it could quickly escape by virtue of its speed, it would still have to endure 3 to 5 rounds of corrected broadsides before that. The little war horse, which was not originally known for its outstanding armor, absolutely could not withstand the upcoming rounds of bombardment. At least, that was the information Adele gleaned from Wendy's pale face. "I'm going to the engine room to put some distance between us." Wendy sprang up from the bed, ready to open the door. However, Adele and Vianata moved faster than her. Vianata, whose bed was closer to the door, opened it first, then dashed up the gangway like a whirlwind. Adele, meanwhile, grabbed Wendy's hand and pushed the flustered Sophie into her arms. "The engine isn't broken yet, it'll be fine without you there. You just need to help me take care of Sophie, everything else isn't a problem." Then, her body seemed to be pulled by something, rapidly flying towards a small porthole on the other side. Her body seemed boneless, flying out of the porthole in an incredible posture, reaching the deck at the fastest speed. Wendy didn't even have time to ask a question before only she and Sophie were left in the room. Looking at the little girl, whose body had undergone a strange mutation last night, now harmlessly trembling in her arms, Wendy fell silent. My divination clearly showed that these rebellious sailors' scheme was limited to the little war horse. Why did the other ships act first? Adele pulled herself onto the deck with her hair, thinking quickly. That pendulum greatly amplified her divination ability. Such a divination, not involving Beander factors, was almost impossible to fail. However, the facts before her were clear and undeniable. I previously divined, whose weapons were hidden under the engine room floor, and there were no Beanders among the group who hid weapons under the engine room. Adele suddenly froze. She realized there seemed to be a significant loophole in her divination statements. The rebellious sailors on the other 6 ships and Wagner were not part of the same group, so the 2 aforementioned questions did not point to them. They had thus, by some strange coincidence, evaded the scrutiny of the citrine pendulum, a mystical item bestowed by Mr. World. I never expected Captain Basque's fleet to encounter 2 groups wanting to rob them. Well, counting myself, it's actually 3 groups. Adele suddenly felt a little pity for the captain. However, the moment this thought arose, she saw the flashes of flame from the side mortars of the opposing ships and felt that she was the one who was more pitiful. I always feel a bit unlucky ever since I got on this ship. Adele sighed. About a second later, cannons roared, and fireballs suddenly erupted on the sea between the little war horse and the escort ships. Chapter 166 Sea Battle. The sailors on the deck ran in a panic. The previous shelling had caused at least 7 or 8 casualties, and wails echoed across the entire deck. The gunners rushed back to their positions. Although they were still bewildered and didn't know why those few ships had suddenly opened fire on them simultaneously, on the Loan coast, where the Lord of Storms was widely worshipped, the answer to what to do automatically jumped into the sailors' minds before they could even think, why? Who cares why, just fire a cannon first. However, the enemy's premeditated attack was clearly much faster than the little war horse. In less than a minute, just as the gunners reached their positions, the cannons of the 6 ships, after a round of adjustment, once again spewed fire. Unlike before, this shelling was denser and more accurate, with nearly double the hits compared to the last time. If the little war horse took 2 to 3 more volleys like this, it would surely become a pile of scrap iron slowly sinking into the ocean. But that would only happen if they hit. Adele and Vianata appeared on both sides of the little war horse. As the ships in front spewed fire, they simultaneously and tacitly extended their arms, making a pushing motion forward. Around Vianata, countless brilliant firebirds emerged. They circled Vianata for half a turn, then accelerated to their maximum speed, shooting towards the incoming cannonballs like arrows from a bow, detonating them in midair. Adele, however, clearly did not possess such strong fire control. Moreover, her black fire could only ignite living objects, and inanimate cannonballs were obviously not within the range of black fire ignition. Fortunately, she had other methods. Cold air surged around Adele, and dozens of ice spears floated around her. They paused for a moment, then suddenly accelerated to their limit, meeting the incoming cannonballs and intercepting most of them. The rest could only fall into the water, raising large splashes that drenched Adele. In terms of precise control over her abilities, a witch was still inferior to a pyromaniac. Adele, who hadn't managed to avoid the large water curtain in time, wiped the seawater from her face and couldn't help but sigh. Her spirituality was not luxurious enough to use a stand-in to avoid this wave, and recreating an ice wall was clearly too late. Compared to Vianata, who easily intercepted cannonballs dozens of meters to the side of the ship, her situation was clearly much more disheveled. Fortunately, the Heart Stealer's lipstick wouldn't be washed off by seawater. Adele quickly adjusted her mood. Just as she was about to instruct the sailors to quickly adjust their position and break out of the encirclement, she heard Vianata's shout from the other side of the ship. "What are you still standing there for? Go and sail the ship." While marveling at the astonishing consistency of their thinking, Adele quickly made a decision. The little war horse had previously been passive only because of its position, leading to it being simultaneously shelled by 6 ships. However, once the sailors reacted, the scales of victory still tilted towards Adele and her companion. The little war horse, in terms of speed, armor, and firepower, far surpassed any single ship in the whaling fleet. And under the protection of Adele and her companion, the disorganized firing of those ships clearly struggled to inflict decisive damage on the little war horse within a few waves. As long as they weren't boarded, the little war horse was invincible at sea. Moreover, even the closest ship to the little war horse was still nearly 1,000 meters away. The abilities of ordinary beyonders were simply insufficient to be effective at this distance, unless the opponent was a high-sequence powerhouse. However, if there really was a high-sequence powerhouse, even if they only acted in secret, the little war horse should have completely lost its ability to resist in the first wave. But, what was certain now was that the opponent currently had no way to influence the fleet from afar. As long as they withstood 2 to 3 waves of shelling, the time gained would be enough for the little war horse to rush to a relatively safe position. Adele braced herself, preparing for the next wave of shelling. At the same time, the rifled cannons beneath her feet also let out a deafening roar. The cannonballs, trailing crimson streaks, rushed directly towards the ship second closest to Adele, causing it to emit black smoke and revealing a large, visible hole, immediately reducing its speed. "Why hit that one?" Next to the gun position, Bosun Wagner asked the gunner in exasperation, "Can't you see the ship closest to the young lady? That ship was at a very difficult angle to aim at just now. We'd have to turn the entire cannon sideways to hit it." The sailor defended himself, but Wagner didn't want to hear his explanation. "Don't give me any nonsense, hurry up and load. This time, aim at that ship and hit it. Don't let it threaten the mistress." The sailors subconsciously accepted the term, mistress, and were about to adjust the cannon's muzzle when suddenly, a cannonball fiercely flew over, piercing through the side of the little war horse. The shockwave from the steel cord projectile knocked almost everyone in the gun room, including Wagner, unconscious. The secondary cannon on Adele's side instantly fell silent. Just now, Adele had once again created countless ice spears, preparing to intercept the incoming cannonballs. Judging by the trajectories of the cannonballs, some of them seemed to have missed their mark and didn't require Adele to waste spirituality to intercept them. She, who was already less precise in her movements than Vianata, had overlooked those few cannonballs. However, those cannonballs suddenly detonated in midair. The resulting shockwave forcibly altered the trajectory of one of the solid cannonballs. Moreover, the timing of this detonation was extremely tricky, occurring precisely at the moment Adele's ice spears were launched. As Adele subconsciously confirmed the results of her ice spears, that cannonball had already flown close and directly struck the side of the little war horse. The sudden shelling caused the little war horse to lurch violently. Adele, caught off guard, slipped on some seaweed that had been washed onto the deck and fell heavily. This was a feeling she had almost never experienced since drinking the assassin potion. This was definitely not normal. A hint of surprise surged in Adele's heart. The opponent seemed to control not a Beyonder ability that manifested directly on a physical level, but rather the ability of fate, which Adele often heard about but which seemed more mysterious and ethereal compared to other abilities. Only the power of fate could so disregard distance and make his will a reality in such a bizarre way. The cannonballs he fired just now, under the blessing of his strong luck, easily broke through his already flawed defenses, and with just one hit, temporarily deprived them of the ability to retaliate. Chapter 167 Calamity Priest. Adele quickly regained her footing, wiped her slightly disheveled, water-soaked hair, then turned around and ran swiftly across the deck. She quickly reached the control room located at the base of the lookout tower, a crucial point for steering the entire ironclad ship. However, instead of using the door, she leapt, landing perfectly on the protruding part of the window frame below the control room. Then, to the helmsman's dumbfounded expression, she punched through the control room's glass with a motion unbefitting her status. Adele agilely flipped through the broken opening into the control room and ordered the helmsman, "Turn around and charge towards the ship that just hit us." Against an enemy capable of manipulating fate, hiding or fleeing was meaningless, especially on the sea where she lacked underwater breathing and free movement. The opponent had hit Little War Horse's gun position this time. There was no guarantee where the next shot would land. Moreover, encountering such a scene could very likely exacerbate Sophie's mutation, although Adele didn't know how much Sophie's actual strength could be unleashed when she lost her mind. The pollution left by the devil within Sophie was equivalent to a genuine, desire apostle, level. Adele absolutely did not want, and could not, deal with Sophie's problem simultaneously while fighting a mid-sequence Beander who could manipulate fate. "But madam, we are still within the encirclement." The helmsman's words were cut short, as Adele, while giving her order, deftly lifted the hem of her robe, revealing the form-fitting black lace leggings underneath, and the revolver holster strapped to her thigh. "Turn us around," Adele ordered calmly. "Even if you say so, those few ships have already started converging towards that ship. Even if we turn now, we won't break through." The helmsman seemed to want to say, "won't break through the protection of those ships," but his words were once again mercilessly interrupted. However, this time it wasn't Adele who interrupted him, but the sound of an explosion from the distant sea. Among the ships that were originally closing in on the Little War Horse from all directions, one ship, which happened to be sailing between the target ship and the Little War Horse, suddenly exploded. It seemed that during preparations for boarding, it got too close to the Little War Horse and Vianata found an opportunity to directly hit it with a flaming spear from 300 meters away. Although Vianata's flaming spear could indeed reach this distance when intentionally enhancing its range, this also limited the power of the flames. The energy actually contained in this attack was not as terrifying as it appeared. The reason for such a brilliant result was entirely due to Vianata accidentally hitting its ammunition depot, triggering a sympathetic detonation of the remaining gunpowder inside. The entire ship was torn in half as if by an invisible giant hand. The remaining keel, still connected, slowly bent under the stress generated between the two sinking sections of the hull, emitting a terrifying cracking sound. The sailors on board jumped into the sea to escape the raging flames on the ship. At this moment, Adele's voice sounded in the helmsman's ear again. "Sail on, the sea is quite spacious. Tisk, as expected, it's coming straight for me." On the ship just now, a middle-aged man wearing the common leather jacket and felt hat of the Intersea region saw the Little War Horse completely ignoring the other ships, which it had bewildered, and heading straight for his own ship. He sighed with some annoyance. This man, named Qui Pilato, was a member who defected to the Rose School of Thought when the Life School of Thought split. Unlike other members who joined the Rose School of Thought, he was not a Beander of the Moon pathway, but rather of the Monster pathway, most common in the Life School of Thought, a sequence 6 inches Calamity Priest. I originally thought this operation would only require dealing with some ordinary sailors, imagining that I could just board that ironclad ship and rely on the ever-present ill fortune around me to directly take care of everyone on the entire ship. Pilato shook his head. Indeed, following the guidance of fate was correct. I've never seen those two women on a ship before, but judging by that ability, if I confront them head-on, it's unlikely I could defeat them working together. Next to him lay a dead sailor, his occipital bone having directly struck a protrusion on the outer wall of the cabin used for hanging harpoons. The sharp protrusion had pierced directly into his central nervous system, resulting in a tragic death with a hint of absurd humor. Combined with the water stains on the floor, it was clear that he had fallen backward due to a sudden sway of the ship while firing the cannon, then lost his balance by stepping on a puddle, and finally had his life taken by that sharp protrusion. Pilato ignored him, instead roughly kicking him away from the gun position. He then stepped forward and lit the fuse of the old-fashioned mortar. The two Beanders' method of resisting cannonballs seemed to be to detonate them prematurely, so the fireballs and ice spears they created were not very sturdy. Against this old-fashioned mortar that fired solid iron balls, their defense was actually only moderately effective. Neither the fireball nor the ice spear possessed the momentum to directly knock the mortar's cannonball out of the air. And among these 6 ships, only this one was equipped with a few of these front-loading, old-fashioned mortars. Pilato also happened to be on this ship. Everything was so coincidental. Although before this, Pilato didn't know why he should board this small boat, he understood that he should follow the guidance of fate. The fuse burned out, but the iron ball did not fly out. Pilato seemed to understand something and suddenly curled his body. Almost simultaneously, the mortar suddenly backfired. The old barrel, having endured so long at sea, was already overloaded. The previous shot, which disabled Little War Horse's gun position, was already the limit of the residual luck this cannon could achieve. Due to his prior precaution, and because Beyonders of the monster pathway greatly enhanced their physique at the sequence 8 inches robot stage, the explosion just now merely blew Pilato away, sending him flying about dozens of meters towards the deck. Just as Pilato flew out, the thick pneumatic harpoon at the front of the Little War Horse also fired, aiming precisely at Pilato's position on the deck. The thick, barbed harpoon flew hundreds of meters, shattering the deck where Pilato had been. The sailor's corpse was merely grazed by the harpoon, immediately becoming a bloody mess, flying backward, and landing beside Pilato. What a pity, old man. Pilato stood up, not surprised by his recent stroke of luck, as if he had long been accustomed to narrow escapes. You seem not lucky enough. Chapter 168, Winner. Wheel of Fortune Pathway, Sequence 6, Calamity Priest. Beyonders of this pathway will passively encounter various calamities, but they can foresee them, prepare in advance, and find ways to eliminate or mitigate their effects. On the other hand, they can actively draw different levels of calamity, involving targets or enemies, while relying on their specialty in luck to avoid most dangers and launch attacks amidst the chaos. Simply put, they can drag opponents into environments where their own advantages are maximized. Of course, they can also fully utilize the dangers they passively encounter to strike at enemies. However, Beyonders of this pathway often find themselves in awkward situations during combat. Lacking concrete means to affect the real world, their battles often appear passive, always dancing on the edge of a knife. Once their accumulated luck is exhausted or insufficient to counteract the calamities they summon, they are no different from lower sequence Beyonders. However, if they are lucky enough, even high sequence powerhouses must be extra cautious when dealing with them. Therefore, the fastest way for a calamity priest to increase their strength is not through promotion, but by finding mystical items to raise the lower limit of their resistance to accidents. Unfortunately, Pilato did not fare well in this regard. He had almost no life-saving mystical items, nor much team support, forced to fight alone. No teammates is understandable. After all, calamity priests don't just have active misfortune. The passive misfortune aura constantly around them, striking indiscriminately, is enough to keep any teammate at a distance. But having no mystical items was not Pilato's choice. The Night Church's recent encirclement of the Rose School of Thought was quite effective. He and another Sequence 5 Wraith from his organization encountered a Night Pathway demigod during their escape due to misfortune. Nightwatchers also possess the authority of misfortune. The poor Wraith didn't even have time to escape under the double misfortune and was directly killed by that black-haired demigod. He, however, escaped using his accumulated good luck and was rescued by a passing spirit world creature. However, the spirit world creature's rescue was not free. After saving Pilato from despair, it promptly stripped him of all his mystical items and over 200 pounds in cash. Though Pilato racked his brain, he couldn't understand what use paper money would be to a spirit world creature. Logically, Pilato's current state was not suitable for stirring up trouble, but as a believer of an evil god, the Mother Tree of Desire's oracles are always unreasonable. Her commands are the highest directives for fervent believers. Moreover, Pilato's spirituality intuition told him that the Beyonders he would primarily face this time were only 2 Sequence 7s, which he could handle with a bit of caution. Despite saying that, after the mortar backfired, all Pilato could do was wait for boarding. The ship he was on was already the smallest and most dilapidated in the fleet, completely incomparable to the Little Warhorse. As for how to achieve boarding, Pilato hadn't considered it carefully, he just needed to follow the guidance of fate when the time came. Thinking this, Pallado began to actively utilize his luck. Originally, as a Sequence 6, he did not possess the ability to actively control his own luck. The Sequence 7 Feet Lucky 1 potion also provided some luck bonuses, but those could not be actively controlled and would only make the user's wishes more likely to come true in some form, belonging to passive effects, and their potency fluctuated, making them difficult to control. However, a Calamity Priest who has fully digested the Sequence 6 potion can treat an increased frequency of lucky events as a form of luck, using one luck to increase the probability of another luck appearing, temporarily gaining an ability similar to a winner. Pallado walked back and forth on the deck, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, with comical movements. However, these comical movements allowed him to dodge wave after wave of attacks from the Little Warhorse's crew. Although he was tossed around like a ball by the explosion's shockwave, he never sustained decisive damage. Instead, the cannons he inadvertently touched always fired shells that landed in Vianata's weakest defensive areas, keeping her scrambling. Seemingly unable to tolerate such attrition, before the two ships could complete boarding, Vianata's body merged into the blazing white flames, transforming into a surging torrent of fire that rushed towards Pallado's ship. The speed of the fire pillar was astonishingly fast. Pallado couldn't intercept it with cannon fire and could only watch as she landed on the deck. Vianata's body slammed into the wooden hull with a boom, creating a large hole, and then her figure began to rise from the flames. Her potion digestion progress was significantly faster than Adele's. After all, the role-playing of a pyromaniac was the easiest, just set fires. However, at this moment, Pallado revealed a strange smile. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the opponent to be unable to endure the test of fate and prepare to rush over and fight him directly, then his hidden trump card could be used with confidence. Earlier on the ship, he had already roughly discerned that Vianata's pathway was Hunter, at least Sequence 7. He knew that pyromaniacs possessed similar Russian methods, so he had been acting like a clown, comically dodging by relying on luck. Based on his experience, after repeated unsuccessful attempts, people generally become angry, and this negative emotion, unfortunately, attracts calamity. Pallado suddenly activated his only active offensive ability, Spiritual Storm, and a tide-like spirituality instantly assaulted Vianata, who had just landed and had hazy eyes. Her body trembled violently, her lipstick-stained lips slightly parted, but she couldn't utter a single word. The essence of this skill is to directly affect the opponent's spiritual body, relying on one's own higher spirituality compared to other pathways, bringing about a certain degree of dizziness or mental confusion. If the enemy enters the latter state, they will be very prone to making mistakes, allowing the calamity to snowball until it consumes them. Impulsiveness often brings misfortune. Pallado whispered, then drew his revolver and fired several shots at Vianata. Although subsequent calamities would also be extremely fatal, in this situation, it was better to deal with one first to prevent further complications. However, at this moment, he noticed Vianata clutching a slowly burning talisman in her hand. Sleep talisman. A few days ago, I met an artisan who tried to temptation an instigator. Now, I've met a lucky one who tried to provoker a provoker. A fleeting starlight flashed, and Adele leapt out of Vianata's dream, who had briefly entered a lucid dream state. Frost condensed into diamond-shaped shields, blocking all the bullets. The next second, a storm of black and white flames swept across the deck. Chapter 169, Calamity. A torrent of blazing white flames swept across the deck in a huge arc, simultaneously scattering illusory black flames to every corner of the deck. These black flames, which could only burn spirituality, and the pyromaniac's white flames did not consume the same fuel and would not interfere with each other. As the mighty pillar of fire transformed into a giant scythe and swept towards him, Pallado did not dodge. With his physical condition, unless he could fly, he simply couldn't escape the range of the flame attack. Pallado seemingly panicked and stomped heavily on the deck beside his feet. Immediately, the deck, which was already on the verge of collapsing under the impact of the pneumatic long spear, crashed down with a rumble. Pallado's body also fell into the room below the deck. The high-temperature airflow from the flames ignited his hair, but he thus escaped the deadly combined attack of Adele and the other person. Seeing the opponent evade, Adele immediately retracted the surrounding black flames, letting them flow downwards like water through the newly formed hole. Since Adele and her companion did not know where the ship's ammunition depot was, and fearing a sympathetic detonation if they hit it, they controlled the range of their abilities. The previous attack only swept across the empty deck and did not arbitrarily destroy rooms. Subsequently, Adele waved her arm again, causing ice spears, roughly arm length, to rain down and cover the exposed hole. The attack lasted for about 3 seconds before Adele stopped her ability and gestured for Vianata to go forward and check. Vianata nodded, activated the rose heart hanging around her neck, turning her skin a ghastly greenish-gray like a zombie, and making it as hard as steel. Then, she cautiously stepped forward, holding a large caliber pistol. Just as Vianata reached the broken hole, a muffled gunshot rang out from the bottom of the hole. A purification bullet flew out from the bottom of the pit, heading straight for Vianata's glabella. Although Vianata protected her head with both hands in advance, a burning, excruciating pain still shot through her hands, and the flesh of her forearms burned away, leaving a gruesome sight. Meanwhile, Pilato was lying at the bottom of the pit in a comical posture, seemingly having tripped over something when he fell. However, the moment he fell, the ice spears pierced through his original position, going through the hem of his clothes and pinning him firmly, yet not a single ice spear penetrated his body. Pilato leapt up, his clothes torn, but he had no time to worry about that. Just as he had suddenly changed his mind at the bottom of the pit and swapped ordinary bullets for purification bullet, the revelation of fate was fleeting. If he didn't react in time, he himself could very well die in the hands of fate. Adele immediately rushed forward, intending to cover Vianata, when she suddenly heard a whooshing sound by her ear. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and was horrified to find that the ship's massive, hundreds of pounds heavy iron hook was gradually accelerating, swinging towards Vianata, who had not yet regained her ability to move. In a moment of desperation, Adele pulled Vianata away, but she herself couldn't dodge in time. The sharp tip of the huge iron hook heavily pierced her body, making a cracking sound like breaking glass. Subsequently, the porthole at the bottom of that broken hole suddenly shattered, and Adele's figure leapt out, swinging her bloodletter to stab at Pilato's wrist. Pilato also stepped forward without hesitation, swinging the iron staff in his hand and clashing with Adele. The Sequence 8 robot of the monster pathway gave him precise movements and terrifying computational abilities, while also greatly enhancing his physical condition. Therefore, in close quarters combat, he was no worse than Adele, and even had an edge over her due to his sequence advantage. Moreover, the effect of calamity was still present. Adele's determined stabs often had to be interrupted by a sudden collapse of the floor, a sudden rocking of the ship, or a stray bullet flying from who knows where. Meanwhile, Pilato's seemingly casual swings of his staff always precisely struck Adele's vulnerable spots whenever she showed an opening due to calamity. This feeling of powerlessness, of success just out of reach, quickly made Adele irritable, and her swordsmanship gradually became disorganized. Her swordsmanship was originally an assassin's assassination technique, not inherently advantageous in a frontal sword fight. What's more, Pilato was holding a steel rod, and with the blessing of strong luck, even random swings could force Adele to parry. She even felt her tiger's mouth going numb. The best way to deal with such an enemy is to use an ability similar to a demoness of afflictions, indiscriminately releasing plagues to slowly wear him down. Adele was somewhat helpless, unable to achieve a quick victory. However, Pilato was even more anxious at this moment. The damage caused by one purification bullet was not enough to incapacitate Vianata for too long. In fact, if Vianata hadn't used the zombie mystical item, the damage from this bullet wouldn't even have affected her movements. Once Vianata joined the battle, Pilato's chances of winning would decrease significantly. Below Sequence 5, very few Beyonders possess the ability to fight against multiple opponents. Experienced individuals can even resolve Beyonders 1 or 2 levels higher than themselves through tacit cooperation. Therefore, Pilato once again launched a mental storm, directly impacting Adele's mental body with his powerful spirituality, preparing to drag her further into the quagmire of calamity. Although called a mental storm, this was actually a one-on-one skill that required selecting a target. If too many targets were selected at once, and the Calamity Priest's spirituality was not higher than the opponent's, he would suffer a backlash. When Adele jumped out of Vianata's dream just now, she used a substitution technique to take the first mental storm for her. Although Adele's movements were already very fast, she was still affected to some extent. This third mental storm caused her movements to suddenly freeze, and she was struck in the left ribs by Pilato's staff, falling sideways. An opportunity. Pilato immediately stepped forward, preparing to finish her off before Vianata arrived. Just then, he suddenly felt the sky darken, which made him involuntarily look up. The sound came from the mast, which was collapsing under the scorching flames. It slowly fell downwards, heading straight for Pilato and Adele due to the Calamity Priest's constitution, which attracted calamity. Fate once again gave Pilato a revelation, though at this point, it didn't really matter. Pilato immediately abandoned his plan to kill Adele and turned to flee. However, his feet were entangled by something, causing him to fall heavily back into the bottom hold. Those were Adele's hairs. Although it only delayed him for a very short time, Pilato despairingly realized the significance of this. The actions of Beyonders from the Fate and Monster pathways interlocked like machine gears, link by link, allowing no room for error. And now, because of this brief restraint, the gears of fate had come loose. Subsequently, the heavy mast crashed down, collapsing the entire room. The sound of breaking glass and snapping flesh and bone echoed within the cabin. Chapter 170, True Pirates. A moment later, Adele's figure rose from the burning cabin, her beautiful face smudged with soot, and she gasped softly from the throbbing pain in her ribs. Unlike the magician's paper figurine substitute, the demoness's substitute varied in its effects depending on the material used. The paper figurine substitute transfers one's negative status to the paper figurine, while simultaneously making the user appear at a certain location near the paper figurine. This process is instantaneous, similar to the demoness's wand substitution method. Adele's mirror substitute essentially involves instantly transferring herself into the spirit world via a mirror. After evading the attack, she exits the spirit world from a nearby mirror, allowing for a brief delay in between. It was precisely this brief delay that allowed Adele to evade the damage caused by Pilato's final wave of misfortune bestowal before his death. The room was near the ammunition depot, and the collapsing mast directly ignited the explosives, now causing the ship to sink. I need to find that guy's Beyonder characteristic, otherwise, this trip will be a huge loss. Adele gently touched her injured area, and the dull pain made her withdraw her hand as if shocked. It had been a long time since she had sustained such a severe ordinary injury. Adele suddenly felt a surge of emotion for no reason. Although the injuries from her battle with Mathafari were also not light, those were mainly due to the influence of Mathafari's degradation ability, which was a Beyonder ability. After being dispelled, the remaining injuries were negligible. However, this guy's ability is truly strange. Although his self-preservation ability isn't strong, fate is these people's best companion. Adele carefully used her hair to fix the broken part of her bone, then cautiously used her hair to lower herself into the ship's hold. However, the terror of calamity does not stem from these misfortunes themselves, but from the characteristic of calamity being unidentifiable. In other words, if a person's luck is bad to a certain extent, it is indeed possible for them to suddenly drop dead while walking. However, the ability of a Sequence 6 Calamity Priest is far from sufficient for this. In the mid to low sequences, such influence over fate must have a basis. For example, a Calamity Priest can make it inevitable for someone approaching a banana peel to slip on it. If there are sharp protrusions nearby, they can even cause that object to directly pierce the victim's eye socket. However, this also means that if there are no factors like banana peels around, he cannot make someone fall. If there are no sharp objects around, he cannot inflict new injuries by causing a fall. As early as when the two were fencing, Adele had noticed her surroundings, identifying every possible opportunity for her to be harmed. During the battle, through deliberate movement, she triggered these opportunities in advance, ensuring her own safety. Calamity Entanglement is a status-type ability. As long as Pilato moves to a certain location with this calamity, disaster will follow Pilato's steps like a shadow. A demoness's spiritual intuition is also quite high. After perceiving and analyzing the surrounding terrain, she can predict what kind of accidental events might occur in the next step. After eliminating all possibilities of accidents, she can initially guide calamity by creating new possibilities, which was originally Pilato's privilege. Admittedly, Gradually eliminating these opportunities put Adele in a completely passive position, resulting in Pilato breaking her ribs. This was not as easy as it sounded. At the very least, it would greatly affect a demoness who needed to move flexibly. In this state, she had no spare capacity to create new opportunities to change the situation, but fortunately, she was not fighting alone. When all the fated opportunities were exhausted, and there was nothing left in the room to obstruct the calamity of the final mast falling, Adele, through the linked spirit, informed Vianata to blast the mast, creating this opportunity. Subsequently, Pilato subconsciously utilized this opportunity, which also led him to a desperate situation. The burning, collapsed mast completely blocked Pilato's escape route. Just as he stepped onto the path of escape, Adele pulled him back, forcing him to play a one-for-one game with Adele, who possessed multiple substitution spells such as Mirror Substitute, One Substitute, and Gem Substitute. The outcome was predictable. The ability to control fate can turn 1% into 99%, but it cannot turn 0 into 100%, and vice versa. Adele went down to the bottom of the hold and found Pilato's corpse, his lower body crushed. The exposed upper body remained strangely intact. If it weren't for the Beander characteristic already precipitating from his body, Adele would have even wanted to put 2 more bullets in his head. Even in his dying moments, he used his fate ability to add good luck to himself, preventing his body from being destroyed by the explosion, but this also reminded me, the next time I fight a Beander of this pathway, I must double tap to ensure the opponent is completely dead, especially when their death is clearly abnormal. Adele secretly made a mental note, then patiently waited for a short while, simultaneously creating frost to extinguish the flames around her, preventing any subsequent sympathetic detonations from harming herself. Finally, Pilato's Beander characteristic precipitated, a silver spiral disc, hard to the touch on the outer layer and soft on the inner layer, seemingly spinning erratically. Adele picked up the Beander characteristic and pulled herself back onto the deck. Is it all resolved? Vianata walked over. This ship is also almost done for, the remaining 4 ships as well. While Adele and Vianata were dealing with Pilato, the Little War Horse, relying on its comprehensive advantages in cannon range, armor, and speed, prevented boarding by other ships and poured cannon fire on the enemy, sinking 2 more ships. The remaining 2, seeing the situation was dire, quickly fled. The Little War Horse did not pursue. In fact, its own condition was not good. During the short period when Adele and Vianata boarded Pilato's ship for the decapitation strike, it had been hit by several more cannon shots, and many parts of its side, fuel tank, and other areas were starting to leak water. Although the sailors were continuously pumping water out with hand-cranked pumps, if they didn't find a place to properly repair it, it would sink after at most 1 more day of sailing. Yes, let's head back to the ship first. But this time, it saved me the trouble of convincing Captain Basque to head to that small island for rest earlier. Adele put her arm around Vianata's shoulder, preparing to use her ability to return to the ship. But those 2 escaping ships are troublesome. If they return to shore, they might very well spread the word about our Beander identities. Vianata's words stopped halfway because, in her vision, one of the 2 fleeing ships exploded under a sudden attack. Looking in the direction of the attack, she saw a ship emerging from the sea-sky horizon, concealed within a mystical shadow, flying a flag with a giant white bone. The Black Death. Chapter 171, Vice Admiral of Disease. It's actually a pirate general. Adele and Vianata's expressions subtly changed. Although Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy was relatively junior among the pirate generals, being an outer member supported by the demoness sect to carve up the Hurricane Vice Admiral's territory, this did not mean her strength was much weaker than the others, or rather, even if she was weaker, she was still much stronger than Adele and Vianata combined. According to Gegran, she seemed to have been at Sequence 5 for a very long time. Her Demoness of Afflictions potion should have been digested long ago, and she was seeking advancement. If Smith, a pseudo-Sequence 5 not skilled in combat, could cause great trouble for Adele and the other even when severely injured, then the combat power of a pirate general like Tracy, whose hands were stained with blood, went without saying. If a conflict broke out, Tracy alone could easily kill everyone on the Little War Horse, not to mention the 5 or 6 fully armed pirate ships following the Black Death and the Beyonders on board. Didn't they say there hadn't been pirates here for a long time? Adele gave a wry smile. Let's go back to the ship. Have them raise a white flag first. I'll find an opportunity to talk to Tracy privately. Some time later, on the Black Death, the blonde maid knocked on the captain's cabin door and reported to Tracy, "Captain, there's a black-haired woman on top of the ironclad ship's crow's nest raising a white flag, and she seems to be making some gestures towards us." Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy, dressed in a white linen shirt and possessing slightly melancholic azure eyes, leaned back on the soft sofa, saying in a somewhat lazy voice, "A woman raising a flag. That's new. What kind of woman is she? The distance is a bit far, so her appearance isn't very clear. I only saw her with long black hair and a classical robe." The blonde maid secretly glanced at her captain, then added, "I guess she might be from the sect, because her demeanor is very similar to yours, Captain." "Very similar to me." Tracy repeated the short phrase, as if savoring its meaning. After a moment, she instructed the blonde maid, "Annie, take some people in a small boat, first take control of that ship, then bring that woman over. Before I give the order, keep those guys in check, don't let them move around randomly." She thought for a moment, then added, "If she has companions, bring them along too." "Yes, Captain." The blonde maid Annie bowed, then quickly left the room. Her somewhat vulgar instructions to the pirates could be heard from the corridor. "The other side has sent a few small boats over, it seems they intend to temporarily take over the Little War Horse." Seeing the pirate ship, Wendy's heart turned cold. She knew what fate awaited most female crew members like her once pirates boarded. In the vast ocean, there was no other way to escape, and she couldn't do anything with her own abilities. This situation made it difficult not to be disheartened. As a transmigrator, wasn't this starting point too much like hell? If I could choose, I'd rather pick a world with a lower difficulty. Wendy thought helplessly, her hands clutching Sophie trembling slightly. Just then, the door suddenly opened, startling Wendy, who almost instinctively shot the person in front of her. Adele and Vianata walked in. Although their clothes were a bit tattered from the battle, both were clearly unharmed. "Miss Wendy, please pack your things." Adele smiled gently at her. "Pack my things for what?" Wendy asked, bewildered. "To be honest, it's a bit troublesome to explain." Adele shook her head, annoyed. "In short, I am a demoness, and now Vice Admiral of Disease has specifically asked for me to bring my companions onto her ship. This ship will be taken to the nearest unnamed island for inspection under her supervision. Simply put, this place will soon be occupied by Vice Admiral of Disease's subordinates. Do you want to come with me onto the Black Death, or do you want to stay on the same ship as those pirates?" Soon, Adele and her 3 companions, along with Annie, took a small boat capable of holding more than 10 people to the Black Death. As they boarded, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed pirate woman Annie, dressed in a maid's outfit, gave Wendy a meaningful look that made her shiver. The interior of the Black Death was considerably more luxurious than the Little War Horse, which was purely a whaling ship, especially the reception room. Tall rosewood bookshelves inlaid with bronze fittings lined the walls, and wide shelves held uniformly bound hardcover books. Facing a 3-seater sofa, a large table with old newspapers sat in the center. The maid Annie led them to the reception room to wait and gestured for Adele to go to the captain's cabin alone. "Ms. Stenson, you..." Even if Wendy was slow, she should have noticed something was amiss by now. Her expression was somewhat complex as she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. "You can just call me Adele." Adele sighed. "Miss Sevens will explain to you later. But I can guarantee you now, I am not a pirate, not now, and not before." Then, she nodded slightly to the maid Annie, signaling her to lead the way. "You seem to be injured," Annie said respectfully, whether due to Trass's command or because she saw Trass's shadow in Adele. "If you feel it will affect your conversation with the captain later, I can give you a simple treatment first." Seeing Adele's gaze, she explained, "My pathway sequence 8 is called Doctor, and I have a lot of experience in treating various injuries." "It's all right." Adele shook her head. "A simple conversation won't be affected, but I might have to trouble you later." "It's my pleasure." Annie didn't continue, and after saying this, she led Adele to the captain's cabin door. "Please come in, the captain is inside." Adele took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and Annie closed the door from the outside. Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy, dressed in a pure white shirt, beige trousers, and black leather boots, sat in the opposite seat, exuding a lazy and alluring aura. Behind her hung an old pair of double-barreled hunting rifles, and in the open wardrobe next to her hung a set of golden red long robes that looked like they hadn't been worn in a long time. "You certainly appear to be a demoness, no doubt." Trasis' voice was very pleasant, like clear silver bells. "But to be safe, I still need to confirm, which demoness is your mother?" Within the demoness sect, it was customary to use the more formal term, mother, to refer to the senior member of the sect who guided one onto the demoness pathway, while a birth mother was called mama. However, if the birth father had also become a demoness, then mama could also be used to refer to the biological father, making it easier to distinguish. My mother is Gegran, the person in charge of the Baklan diocese. It was Adele's first time introducing herself this way to another demoness, and she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Upon hearing the name, Trasis' expression became somewhat strange. After a while, she said with a hint of awkwardness, "So you are her child." She and my mother, Saintess of White Katerina, were, brothers before their transformation. Then, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. Although discussing such familial relationships within the demoness sect is rather strange, if we were to liken it to ordinary human kinship, you should be considered my cousin. There's actually such a relationship. Adele's expression also became a bit strange. But Gegran told me that your mother seems to be a saint who has survived since the 4th epoch, and Gegran is her brother, so doesn't that mean? Didn't Aunt Gegran tell you? Tracy replied, somewhat puzzled. She also survived from the 4th epoch. At sequence 4, she switched to the death pathway and became an Undying, which can also fulfill the ritual for advancing to sequence 3 Demoness of Undying. It just takes a lot of time due to the need for repeated deaths and resurrections. After all, the interval between an Undying's 2 resurrections is not counted in the Demoness of Undying ritual. The Demoness pathway can switch to the death pathway, and the sect even has potions for the death pathway. Adele noticed this and asked. Yes, and no, Tracy replied. Beyonders of the Demoness pathway can indeed switch to the night, death, and warrior pathways, but the sect currently does not have high-sequence potion formulas for the death pathway. The relevant formulas are only with Aunt Gegran, given to her by her former husband. Her husband could actually produce that, a high-ranking official of the 4th epoch Balam Empire. Adele now realized that Gegran's background was even more mysterious than she had imagined. Thinking about it now, her ability to answer any question in Baklan's underground market wasn't just due to the sect's power. I heard Mother say that he was a death consul of the Aggers family, Tracy recalled. At that time, the sect and the death sect cooperated very closely. Aunt Gegran was the highest sequence and highest status member among those who intermarried with the death sect at that time. However, I only heard Mother mention these things occasionally, so they might not be entirely accurate. I noticed that you clearly find it strange to determine kinship based on the Demoness sect's naming conventions, so why do you still call Gegran Aunt? Adele suddenly thought of this question and asked casually. Before my transformation, Aunt Gegran often came to my house to play with me. Her visits only decreased in frequency after I drank the assassin potion at 16. Trasis' face rarely flushed slightly, and she stammered for a while before saying, and she thinks I don't resemble Mother very much. Seeing Trasis' appearance, Adele was a bit curious, but her rationality timely told her that she was facing a pirate general-level demoness, so she timely stopped asking further questions. Tracy quickly controlled her emotions and handed the long pipe to Adele. Adele quickly waved her hand, indicating that she didn't smoke. How strange, you don't smoke even though you're her child, Tracy said, half surprised, half sighing. I originally thought Aunt Gegran's child would definitely be the kind of person who would feel uncomfortable if they weren't steeped in tobacco and cocktails. Just thinking about it makes me feel it's bad for the skin, so I'll pass. Adele spread her hands, watching Tracy exhale a smoke ring, not too skillfully. So what is the sect sending you here for this time? Tracy asked Adele, unconsciously twirling the long-stemmed hookah in her hand. Gegran wasn't very clear. After all, the situation was urgent when evacuating Baklan. She only had time to throw a pile of documents at me and told me to come here to revive the Fosak Theosophy Order's influence. Adele spread her hands. I plan to start by controlling this fleet and developing some of my own power. I just didn't expect that besides me, others were also eyeing this fleet. I had just dealt with one when I ran into your fleet. Oh, right, many of the crew members on that ironclad ship have already been initially controlled by me, and I plan to give them potions in the future. Don't kill them all. You're eyeing the ironclad ship. Tracy frowned. Ironclad ships are high-end technological achievements of the Loan military. We don't have the relevant technical personnel and don't know how to maintain them. Moreover, if we just sink this unescorted semi-civilian ironclad ship, it's fine, but if this ship is captured by a non-Loan force, the kingdom will absolutely not let it go. Even if it were given to me, I would have to carefully consider whether I dare to take this ship. To be honest, I don't recommend you directly take this ship to become a pirate. What? Become a pirate? Adele smiled. No, I have no intention of giving up this legitimate false identity, and one pirate general is enough for the sect's maritime forces. Any more might bring trouble to the sect. I plan to expand the fleet and start a few new businesses in this area. Originally, I just wanted to monopolize the intersea shipping industry before other competitors reacted, but now that I think about it, doing so would be a bit of a waste, especially with spinel mines nearby. I'm sure you know what this mine means to the sect. Tracy nodded. Indeed, I used to bring a fleet to help the sect collect these ores in the intersea, but at that time there were too many warships from the two countries in the intersea, and most pirates wouldn't mine, so in the end, we found it was even more convenient to just buy them directly. So, I plan to try something new, which can also serve as a public cover for the sect, Adele said with a smile. But since I get to see you this time, I might as well ask, do you want to get involved too? How can I get involved? You want to do legitimate business, right? I'm a pirate general. If I join in, your legitimate identity will be gone. Tracy waved her hand. I can't hinder your plans. Your identity isn't legitimate, but don't you have anyone among your subordinates who has a legitimate identity? Adele smiled. Your pirate crew of hundreds can't possibly all have bounties on their heads, right? Find someone with a relatively clean background, give him a businessman identity to cooperate. That's an easy task for you, a pirate general. Tracy thought for a while and nodded. Good idea, I'll arrange it later. You go find Annie first, let her treat your injuries. She is a harvest priest of the planter sequence 7, with Beander abilities to heal wounds and repair bones. Chapter 173, Sunny made Annie not. Meanwhile, in the reception room. The Black Death's reception room was a diagonal rectangular hall, with elegant patterns adorning the ceiling and serious frescoes hanging on the surrounding walls. The picture frames were uniform, and each painting was separated by sparkling shield-shaped escutcheons. The blonde maid Annie served tea and refreshments to Wendy and her two companions, then sat down on a chair next to Wendy. She took a glass, sipped her ale, and glared at Wendy. Wendy watched with trepidation as the tall Annie, with her exaggerated biceps visible beneath the short sleeves of her maid uniform, took one sip of ale, then another. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Seeing the other party's gloomy expression, as a transmigrator, she was always worried that this maid might pull out a Gu Ding Dao at any moment and send her off with a fiery kill. I haven't invaded the territory of Great Wu. Wendy complained inwardly. I say, you, the redhead. After a while, Annie spoke in a low voice, where are you from? Me. I'm actually from another world. Wendy thought to herself, while answering, I was born in Intis, went to Lindbergh after I came of age, and later worked in Loan for a period. All right, I didn't ask for all that. Annie waved her hand impatiently, and Wendy immediately shut up, startled. I just wanted to ask if you have any sisters around your age. No, I'm an only child, and my parents have passed away. Wendy answered honestly. There really isn't one. I thought you were her sister or something. Annie murmured, a little surprised. No, I can't even say that. Thoughts flashed through Wendy's mind, followed by various outlandish ideas. I don't know why the original owner started as an orphan. Maybe the author was too lazy to write it. Are you also a Beander? If so, what pathway are you? Annie was silent for a while, then suddenly asked. Savon pathway, sequence 8 feet archaeologist. Under the oppressive force of Annie's plantar-specific muscular biceps, Wendy quickly made a decision on whether to keep her Beander secret. Your Beander abilities, show me. Annie seemed somewhat unconvinced. The female pirate, whose muscles were as exaggerated as her bust, leaned slightly forward. Just a simple movement made Wendy feel a little breathless. Okay. Wendy tremblingly took a ticking clock from her luggage and disassembled it into a table full of parts at an extremely fast speed. Then, with equally skillful and dazzling movements, she reassembled it. Why do I feel like this is a job interview? Wendy carefully placed the assembled clock in front of Annie, wound it, and let it play a preset piano piece. Is that it? Annie's face showed an expression of disbelief. I'm still a low sequence Beander. Wendy looked dejected. Never mind, as long as I can confirm you're not a pyromaniac, that's fine. Annie pouted, my attitude just now wasn't very good, please don't mind it. Your attitude isn't much better now. Wendy smiled weakly, feeling exceptionally tired. Hey, why don't you explain what's wrong with pyromaniac? Vianata, who had been comforting the somewhat frightened Sophie, tapped the table impatiently. She knew Adele was from the demoness sect and belonged to the same organization as Tracy, so it was unlikely they would fall out. Thus, she wasn't as treading on thin ice as Wendy. Now, hearing the hostility towards pyromaniac in Annie's words, she couldn't sit still. Are you a pyromaniac? Annie's eyes, which had softened somewhat, suddenly turned cold again, looking directly at Vianata. What if I am? Vianata wasn't afraid of the other party and provoked her unhurriedly. You hate pyromaniac so much, could it be that your man was stolen by a pyromaniac? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became oppressive. Annie's exposed arm muscles bulged, and she silently gripped the leg of the table. Vianata's hand also held a ball of orange-yellow high-temperature fire, and her other hand reached for the pistol at her waist. However, the tense atmosphere only lasted a few seconds. Annie's aura slowly receded, and Vianata also dispelled her ability. Nevertheless, both sides still looked quite displeased. You speak as annoyingly as she does. Annie squeezed out these few words through clenched teeth. Although I don't know who you're talking about, seeing you like this, as a provoker, I'm very happy. Vianata shrugged. If you and her, Annie pointed to Wendy, who was trembling beside them, swapped appearances, I would definitely tear your mouth off before you met the captain, then tie you to a stone and sink you into the sea. If I get the chance, I'll try. Vianata didn't care, I look forward to your expression then. Also, even though you have nothing to do with her, I still have to ask you a question on behalf of the captain. Annie was so choked by Vianata that she couldn't speak for a long time. She could only turn to Wendy. Have you ever seen or heard of someone named Irene in Intis? She might have changed her name, her appearance is similar to yours, and she is, a pyromaniac. I haven't seen her. The last time I returned to Intis was a long time ago. Wendy replied, while mentally conjuring up long stories with this maid as the protagonist, based on the Yuri fanfiction she had bought at a comic convention before. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to find. Annie muttered, then said, anyway, if you find her whereabouts, try to get the message to me. Don't alarm her during this time. What do you plan to do after finding her? Wendy subconsciously asked. Tie her up, put her in a sack, and throw her in front of the captain. Annie answered bluntly. Don't say such things so matter-of-factly. Wendy shouted in her heart, but could only force a dry smile. Your captain told you to do this. Vianata raised an eyebrow. No, the captain said she wanted to give her freedom, and that bounty for finding Irene has been abandoned for a long time. Unexpectedly, Annie shook her head. This is my own decision, and I'll pay the reward. Annie irritably ran her fingers through her blonde hair. The captain still hasn't thrown away that woman's clothes, and she's still tormenting herself. I feel like she hasn't had much appetite recently. I hate that guy, it's true, but I don't want to see the captain like that even more. The remaining chapters for today are being written. The 6 ode updates this week will be settled next week. Chapter 174, Treatment. Vianata was a little curious, seemingly wanting to ask something else, but before she could open her mouth, she suddenly felt something and looked towards the door. Then, Adele pushed the door open, followed by Tracy. Captain. Annie immediately stood up respectfully and saluted Tracy. Annie, take Adele to the guest room for treatment. Tracy was halfway through her instructions when her gaze suddenly swept over Wendy, who was holding Sophie in the reception hall. She immediately forgot the rest of her words and stood there in a daze. Captain, That's not Miss Irene. Annie quickly stepped forward and quietly tugged on Trass's sleeve. However, her height was even greater than Vianata's, and combined with her muscles, this, quietly, was only relative to her usual movements. Not. Oh. Tracy finally came back to her senses, but she had forgotten what she was going to say next. Tonight, please stay on the Black Death. The captain will be responsible for your food and lodging, Annie sighed and said to the 4 people in the living room. If you have any other requests, please feel free to make them, Tracy reacted, and although Annie had already said what she wanted to say, she added a sentence to uphold her status as captain. Afterward, Adele followed Annie to another room within the Black Death. This is my room, and also the Black Death's treatment room. Annie opened the door with a thick brass key. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the captain's personal maid, the Black Death's ship doctor, a Sequence 7 harvest priest, Annie Reed. Adele shook Annie's hand while examining the room. Although Annie's physique and way of speaking made her feel like a true female pirate, her room was surprisingly tidy, completely lacking the clutter of a sailor's room that Adele had seen on the Little War Horse. Sunlight streamed in through the porthole, making the few green plants in the room grow even more luxuriantly. A faint scent of tobacco hung in the air, seemingly from the owner's long-term smoking habit. Please take off your clothes and expose the injured area. My ability requires direct contact with the wound to be effective, and healing a fracture will take about 3 to 5 minutes. It would be very troublesome if you don't take off your clothes. After Adele entered the room, Annie locked the door and then said to Adele, the side wall of this cabin is connected to heating pipes, so you don't have to worry about catching a cold. Adele hesitated slightly, then began to take off her thick black robe, unwrap the hair and splint around her torso, and pull off her turtleneck sweater, exposing her slightly pink skin to the warm and dry air, leaving only a black printed brassiere on her upper body. If you're nervous, you can lie on the bed over there. It's also quite troublesome to keep holding up your brassiere. Annie's voice, contrary to its previous coldness, softened slightly. She pointed to a wooden bed on one side, covered with a mattress nearly half a foot thick and looking very comfortable, and said to Adele, "Okay, thank you for your trouble." Adele calmed herself down and lay on the bed. The mattress was much softer than Adele had imagined, no worse than her bed in Backland, and it exuded a scent somewhere between grain and fruit. The dark sheets had a strange escutcheon. Are you looking at that emblem? That was once my family crest. Annie's voice reached Adele's ears, and at the same time, Adele felt a pair of warm, large hands gently placed on the wound on her left rib. Gentle spirituality spread from the sunken, closed wound, making Adele feel completely relaxed. Adele lowered her head slightly and saw Annie pressing her hands against her ribs. Those large, calloused, fan-like hands felt surprisingly soft to the touch. A soft white light emanated from her hands, promoting wound healing and bone realignment. Family crest. You were once a noble? Adele asked curiously. Strictly speaking, no, because I was disowned by my family. Annie focused on observing Adele's wound. Adele could only see her profile. Because I didn't like guarding those old, mold-ridden castles, fields, and mills. They made me feel like a mushroom that could only grow in dark corners or on decaying bodies. So I escaped, left Fenaport, and sold my castle to a new noble who had just acquired the corresponding title. This set of bedding is the only item I brought out that's related to my family. After all, no matter how much I disliked my family, I had to admit that the mattresses made from the cotton produced on that estate were indeed very soft and comfortable. Later, I met the captain. At that time, she was also just a Sequence 7, like you, and came to the sea on behalf of the demoness sect to do something different from her mother. I caught up with her on the coast of Fenaport and told her I wanted to join her pirate crew. I'll never forget the look in the captain's eyes then. After that, I used the money from selling the castle and estate to help the captain commission a ship at the shipyard, and we began our adventures. This life has lasted for nearly 8 years, until now. And that ship, Annie lightly stomped on the ground, is the Black Death beneath our feet. What a great story, Adele exclaimed. You must really like your captain. That's right. Unlike those pirates driven mad by the captain's Beyonder powers, if given the chance, they would never miss an opportunity with the captain, regardless of whether the captain herself wanted it. Annie's tone was somewhat disgusted, but then it returned to that calm voice, hiding fanaticism. But I am different. As long as the captain wishes, I can do anything, even if she orders me to leave her. That's why I wanted to find Irene again. I have indeed heard about Irene's situation, Adele said. If you truly wish to do so, I will also keep an eye out for her as I expand my business in Intis. However, are you sure this is what you want to do? A long silence fell between the two, and for a moment, the room was quiet save for the faint thud of bones returning to their proper places. After another few tens of seconds, Annie silently moved her hands away, the bones there had indeed fully recovered. Never mind. I'll tell you directly when the time comes. As for what to do, you can decide for yourself. Adele lowered her brassiere and put her clothes back on. Consider it payment for this treatment. Then thank you very much. Annie stood up and handed Adele her black robe. Try to move around. If there are no major issues, let's return to the reception hall. Chapter 175, The Play. After their injuries were healed, Adele and the others stayed overnight on the Black Death. The Vice Admiral of Disease's fleet managed to rescue some of the sailors who had fallen into the water, while the more unfortunate sailors who fell in more remote locations were reached by sharks before the rescue boats. How do you plan to arrange these sailors? Tracy asked Adele, who was standing beside her on the high bridge. They don't seem to be under your control, and even if they were, after such a major incident at sea, returning to Constance would definitely attract scrutiny from official beyonders. Mere temptation won't be enough to cover it up. Don't worry, Adele smiled mysteriously. We aren't the only ones interested in this matter. Originally, if you hadn't come today, that important figure would probably have arrived by now to help the Demonist sect resolve the aftermath. Oh, the Demonist sect? No, which organizations did Aunt Gegran contact to do this? Tracy asked curiously. The founder of the Psychology Alchemists, that angel of the spectator pathway. Adele closed her eyes slightly, as if sensing something. Then, she opened her eyes and said to Tracy, "Clear the deck. We're going to welcome that old gentleman." As Adele spoke, the pirates on the deck suddenly left on their own accord, taking the captives and walking neatly down the gangways along both sides, clearing a large area. A giant white rabbit, wearing an exquisite court gown, appeared out of thin air on the deck. It bowed slightly to the two women in a somewhat comical manner and said in an aged voice, "Good afternoon, ladies. Our time is limited, let's finish this quickly." Tracy and Adele's mouths twitched simultaneously. This subtle movement was also noticed by Hermes, who showed a familiar smile to Adele and explained to the two women, "Don't mind it, this outfit is just a personal hobby of mine." Hey, even if you're using Hermes' name, is it really okay to casually portray an angel like this, giving him rabbit ears and dressing him in women's clothes? Adele suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that Miss Justice was a very vengeful person. After confirming that Hermes was behind the angel falling incident in Backland, Justice Audrey and Adele had initially conceived a plan to impersonate Hermes. Originally, the difference between Hermes and Miss Justice, as high-sequence and low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway, was like the front row and back row in a theater. Audrey couldn't see Hermes, but Hermes could find ways to observe Audrey's actions and make corresponding plans. This made it very difficult for any of Audrey's plans to succeed. Previously, Audrey's strategy was to erase traces of her actions as much as possible, engaging in an intelligence war with Hermes using traditional methods to the best of her ability. However, it was regrettable that, even with the help of the Tarot Club, her foundation was far inferior to that of an ancient angel who had been active since the Second Epoch. Now, Audrey's strategy was to impersonate Hermes. The focus shifted from playing her own chess pieces well to disrupting Hermes's moves. It was like setting up a mirror in front of her seat, allowing Hermes to only see the effects caused by a false version of herself. If he leaned forward to break this mirror, it would mean exposing his whereabouts to Audrey's eyes. Furthermore, because Hermes was further from the stage and had a wider view than Audrey, when he wanted to influence the non-spectator pathway beyonders who were the actors and give them feedback, his voice was not as loud as Audrey's, who was closer to the audience. Miss Justice had more ties to the real world and held multiple identities, making it much easier for her to personally intervene and influence the situation than it was for Hermes. Although this would inevitably lead to Hermes's attention, it didn't matter, as Hermes, being a high-sequence Beander, could see Miss Audrey whenever he wanted to. Even if Justice Audrey actually did something, he could only watch. If he continued to scheme against these actions, more traces would appear, allowing Audrey to observe them more directly. Adele thought to herself. Choosing to act through the demonist sect was also because Gegran and most of the high-ranking members of the demonist sect were not on good terms, so no one would actually seek her for verification. While Adele was lost in thought, Audrey, disguised as Hermes, had already begun to act. The furry rabbit front legs she had conjured suddenly grew layers of tiny dragon scales, intricately engraved with countless small, three-dimensional symbols. They extended inward into the flesh and outward into the surrounding void, as if interwoven into something that did not belong to the real world, causing mental derangement and twisted thoughts just by looking at them. The spirit body became contaminated with various seemingly intrinsic ideas, making one want to tear or destroy oneself. All the crew members on the little war horse froze for a moment, then respectfully lowered their heads and continued with their tasks. However, their memories had been initially altered, making them sincerely believe that they had only experienced a fierce crew mutiny, and that the sailors had eventually regained control of the ship through their valiant efforts, encountering no supernatural forces or the Black Death in the process. Subsequently, Audrey separated some of the rebellious sailors, instilling in their minds memories of a failed rebellion where they were ultimately captured by the crew. Finally, she cast a psychological invisibility spell on the entire Black Death, which would only lift automatically when the Black Death completely disappeared from the sight of every crew member on the little war horse. When they reach the port over there, new memories will appear in their minds, that you have already bought the remaining ships of this fleet for £30,000, to be paid in 10 installments of £3,000 each. You can use the money you have on hand for a down payment, and the subsequent payments, along with a legal identity to receive this money, are expected to be delivered to you in a reasonable manner within 10 days. Audrey gave Adele a meaningful look. By then, I will modify your memories again to help you deal with the upcoming scrutiny. I hope you don't disappoint me. Then, without even greeting Tracy, her figure slowly faded and disappeared into the air. After she vanished, everyone's actions returned to normal, yet no one was surprised that they had inexplicably moved positions. What do you think? Adele tugged at the somewhat stunned Tracis' sleeve, deliberately asking the pirate general. Anyway, he really is an angel with unique taste. Tracy hesitated for a moment, then whispered her evaluation. Chapter 176, Uninhabited Island. After seeing Hermes off, Adele and the others had a pirate-style dinner in the Black Death's restaurant. In this era, the food on pirate ships was not as luxurious as imagined. After all, preservation technology had not yet become widespread. After long voyages, even the pirate general's fleet often had to subsist on moldy flour and rice, pickled cheese, hardtack, and dried peas. Fortunately, Tracis' fleet had obviously just completed resupply, so this dinner was quite rich, at least worthy of the Black Death's complete set of luxurious tableware. After enjoying chicken salad, spicy spinach soup, cheesy crab meat, and fenaport noodles with squid ink, Adele, Vianata, and Tracy strolled on the Black Death's deck. Annie's cooking is pretty good, isn't it? Tracy said with some pride. As a former believer of the earth, she loves planting crops and the process of cooking them, especially excelling at Fenaport-style cuisine. And she also seems to be very good with children. Ignoring the somewhat guilty believer of the earth beside her, Adele looked at Annie, who was playing with Sophie in the distant restaurant. Although it's impolite to say so, this doesn't seem to match her image. This is also their doctrine, Tracy sighed, then looked at the sparkling sea. Not far away, the sailors on the little war horse were still busy. The deck was brightly lit, and sharks swam around the somewhat damaged large whale by the ship, their dorsal fins reflecting a faint glow under the red moon. After Audrey left, the pirates also evacuated the little war horse, letting the sailors head to the unnamed island under the influence of psychological suggestion, while the Black Death followed behind them. She's not like me, on my fleet, she's just a ship's doctor and has never done anything bad, Tracy said to Adele behind her. Although she didn't turn around, Adele knew the remark was directed at her, but she was a little unclear why the pirate general suddenly said so. If anyone on this Black Death shouldn't be on the gallows, it's her, Tracy emphasized again. In fact, she has saved many wounded captives and is one of my most trusted subordinates. I don't quite understand what you mean, Adele calmly replied. However, I think that as a pirate, she is unlikely to be happy to hear such an evaluation from you. After all, a pirate's duty is not to treat captives, unless it's to keep them alive to exchange for ransom later. Is she a pirate? Do you think she's a pirate? Tracis' voice rose slightly, but she quickly noticed her slip and lowered her voice again. No. At most, she's just an adventurer staying on a pirate ship. I haven't involved her in anything I've done. She's just a maid following behind me. She doesn't even have her own bounty warrant. Do you know what that means, Adele? Tracy turned around, a strange emotion rising in her melancholic blue eyes. Her record is clean. Adele responded softly, then she suddenly remembered something and asked, are you trying to make her? That's right, I want her to be my representative and cooperate with your newly established company, Tracy replied. She meets all your requirements, and she needs such an opportunity to remove the imprint of this pirate life from her. I don't think she would be willing. Vianata suddenly interjected, I don't believe you can't see her feelings. More than a legitimate identity and a stable life, she wants to stay by your side and adventure with you. As long as I order her to, she won't reject. Tracy looked at Vianata meaningfully and said to Adele, she's just a young girl with an adventurous spirit. I always felt that landing for resupply near Fenaport that day was the biggest error I've ever made in my life. If she hadn't met me, she might have become an excellent wandering knight, praised and sung by the local people, her name spoken like a saint in the Mother Goddess's scripture. This is her rightful ending, not being an obscure ship's doctor on the ship of a demoness who brings calamity. Since you think so, I will naturally help. Adele was silent for a moment, then nodded. However, do you know that she is helping you look for Irene? She really entrusted you with that. Tracy smiled bitterly and shook her head. She did tell me that before, but I didn't take her seriously then. After all, under my deliberate protection, she has almost no connection to pirate-related matters and no corresponding channels. So, do I still need to help her find Irene? Or rather, do you still like Irene? Adele sighed, leaned against the railing, and waited for Tracy to make a decision. Of course I like her. But I don't know whether to stop Annie. Tracis' body trembled slightly, as if suppressing some emotion about to burst forth. I've also been thinking recently about whether my previous decision was correct. Before, I could say things like giving Irene freedom, perhaps only because I had no ability to find her. But now, you've given me hope again, and I don't know what to do. Okay. I will help her investigate, but I won't tell her immediately. Once you have an answer, I will give Irene's information directly to you. Adele reached out to Tracy, where's your pipe? Let me try it. Tracy was stunned for a moment, then casually tossed the white-stemmed pipe made of ivory, the mouthpiece still faintly stained with Tracis' black lipstick. Adele took it and lit the tobacco with black fire. The tobacco seemed to contain materials with spirituality, which could soothe the user's spirituality and could be directly lit by a witch's black fire. With just one puff, Adele was choked by the pungent smell and coughed, quickly handing the pipe back. Tracy forced a smile and asked Adele, do you have any more questions? If not, I'm going back to rest. I feel a little tired. Last question. Adele also stood up and left the railing, Vianata silently following behind her. You knew she could hear what we just said, didn't you? Under the dark sky, a small black dot gradually appeared on the distant horizon. That was Adele and their transit point for this trip, a small uninhabited island with a mineral vein. Chapter 177, Discovery in the Mine. How long do you plan to stay here? Tracy and Adele walked down the gangway together, stepping into the sea towards the shore. Wherever Tracy walked, the seawater automatically froze, saving everyone from getting their clothes wet. This is just a preliminary exploration, we won't stay too long. Actually, if Ms. Wendy wasn't with us, I wouldn't have even thought of exploring this island this time. Adele said with a smile. Wendy, beside her, responded weakly, with an unidentifiable hint of resentment in her tone. Just now, Adele and Tracy had officially explained their purpose to her, telling her that they only wanted to establish a company primarily engaged in deep-sea mining and international shipping, and that Tracy was her cousin, who just happened to be passing by this time. After seeing the remaining Beander characteristic of the Beander who could manipulate luck, Wendy quickly accepted this explanation and agreed to join as the first partner by contributing her technical expertise. She wasn't sure if it was because of the Beander's miraculous ability or because he had now become a Beander characteristic. Although her specialty was not geological surveying, as a qualified savant, she had to know a little bit of everything. Moreover, to play the role of an archaeologist, identifying rock strata was a compulsory course. Only 4 members participated in this exploration: Tracy, Wendy, Adele, and the maid Annie. Although Vianata, being a hunter, was very unhappy about not being able to personally explore the island, Adele rebuffed her by using Sophie's lack of care as an excuse. In the distance, the little war horse was docked at a natural harbor near this uninhabited island for repairs. Since the damage this time did not involve the engine room, Wendy was not needed to handle it. The sailors were busy using steel plates to repair the holes left by the cannon battle, while also fixing zinc alloy blocks to the outside of the hull for rust prevention. This island had an open-pit coal mine exposed due to geological changes, serving as a common supply point for all ships experiencing fuel problems. Sailors only needed to use the ship's dynamite to blast open the topsoil to obtain ore, and after initial sorting, they could get coal. Previous visitors had simply built a small dock with stones, which was the only structure left by humans on this island. They will likely repair the hull overnight and leave this island as soon as possible, which means we don't have much time. Adele pushed aside branches as she walked deeper into the jungle. Due to the Vice Admiral of Disease's ability, there wasn't even a flying insect within 5 meters of them, saving them the trouble of guarding against mosquito bites. Let's go see the location of the coal mine first. Some crew members from the Little War Horse have already headed towards the coal mine, so we can just follow them. Wendy suggested timidly. Due to Audrey's psychological invisibility, as long as Adele and the others were currently crew members of the Black Death, they would be unable to observe them, until Adele and her companions returned to the Little War Horse and became crew members of the Little War Horse. Relax, Wendy, just pretend you're doing your own job. Adele suggested, we'll follow you. With Tracy here, there won't be any problems. I'm scared of her. Wendy secretly looked back and saw Tracy's blue eyes, which seemed to be smiling but not smiling, scaring her heart. She quickly agreed and lowered her head to hurry on. It must be said that archaeologists have a very strong adaptability to outdoor environments. Even though she hadn't been to this island many times before, Wendy could, to some extent, sense ancient rock strata nearby and identify the mineral components contained within them. Along the way, Wendy discovered iron, pyrite, clay, and coal, all of which seemed to be in abundant reserves. The area of this small island was neither very large nor very small. Adele felt she could spend a week walking around it. At the center of the island was a small volcanic cone with a net height of about 100 meters. Judging from the plants growing from the crater, it seemed to have not erupted for a very long time. The Spinel vein is near that volcano. I once tried to get my pirates to collect it, but I had to give up because they didn't understand mining. Tracy said with some regret. Although the color of spinel varied widely due to mixed components, and only pure colorless spinel could be used as the main material for the assassin's potion, those spinels were still very valuable as pure gemstones. If it weren't for her identity as a pirate, which made her afraid to stay for long in a place not far from the main shipping lane, she would have intervened in the mining here no matter what. It seems we'll need to recruit a batch of gem artisans later. Adele nodded, but we're not investigating Spinel this time. If there's time after Wendy checks the coal mine, we'll go over there to take a look. I'll complete the investigation as quickly as possible. Wendy quickly responded. Tracy nodded, said nothing, and deliberately slowed her pace, gesturing for Wendy to walk ahead. The group soon arrived at the open pit mine. Although it was called open pit, due to the not-so-dry environment and occasional unannounced rainfall, the miners had used explosives to blast several holes in the rock strata near the mining area, which allowed for mining and also provided shelter from extreme weather. The mine pit was about 100 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, nestled in a natural depression. The miners' tracks continued into a mine shaft dug into a side wall. Adele and the others followed the tracks forward, inspecting each shaft one by one, and found that the coal here was mainly lignite and bituminous coal, with a low degree of coalification. That's the last mine shaft ahead. Are those sailors really not going to discover us? Wendy hesitated, stopping not far from the entrance of the shaft, and asked Adele behind her. You have to trust an angel-level powerhouse, even if her taste is rather unique. Adele said with a smile, it's all right, just go in and look. Even if you touch their bodies, they won't be aware of your existence. All right then. Wendy nodded and cautiously walked in. However, she had barely taken 2 steps before she retreated, her face flushed crimson. Everyone, I think it's better if you don't go in right now. Wendy waved her hands wildly. Right now they seem to be busy. Busy? Adele asked, puzzled. They're busy with their work, we're looking at ours, is there a problem? They're not busy mining. Wendy was about to explain when Annie impatiently pushed her aside and strode into the mine shaft. Adele followed. After walking a few steps inside, Adele's foot suddenly stepped on something. She curiously knelt down to look and saw a mimeographed booklet with a picture of a scantily clad woman on the cover, and a black bookmark subtly peeking out from within. In that instant, Adele seemed to understand what Wendy meant by those sailors being busy, but Annie had already strode further in. Chapter 178 Bookmark. Captain, can I knock them out first? They're an eyesore. Anne's voice betrayed no emotion, as if she were asking what to eat for breakfast tomorrow. My answer is preferably not. After all, it's their inherent right. Tracy shook her head, then smiled helplessly. Of course, it doesn't matter if you knock them unconscious. I think, shouldn't we ask about this kind of thing before we act? Wendy asked timidly, unsure who she was hoping would answer her. Beside her, sailors lay scattered across the floor, most of them not even having time to pull up their pants before Anne knocked them out with a punch to the back of the head. I controlled my strength, they'll wake up in about 10 minutes, no serious harm done, Anne replied. After confirming that Wendy and Irene were not involved, her attitude was no longer as hostile as before, but returned to a normal, welcoming demeanor, answering courteously. The point isn't the amount of strength. Wendy rubbed her forehead, frustrated. It seems there are some common picture books and other supplies stored here for sailors. It's a place for sailors to relieve stress. Adele picked up a picture book and flipped through it with interest, finding that while it contained many illustrations, they were only of scantily clad women, completely devoid of explicit content. It seemed to be a product of publishers trying to profit from sailors by false advertising. Moreover, the upper part of the picture book had been soaked by water dripping from the cave's ceiling, blurring the faces in the book, making it not only unerotic but also somewhat eerie. Tisk, how boring. Adele seemed to understand why only this book was casually thrown on the ground, even used to catch leaking water. Then, she idly extended her other hand, covering the book, allowing a thin layer of ice to crawl over the entire book, making it brittle and cold. Adele flicked her finger lightly, turning the book into flying ice shards, preparing to follow Trass's footsteps. Darkness could only ignite things with spirituality, otherwise, it would be much more convenient. However, she suddenly discovered something. The bookmark tucked inside the book was not affected by her Beander ability and turned into fragments. Instead, it fell directly into her palm after the pages disintegrated. Under the dim yellow oil lamp light in the mine, Adele clearly saw the mysterious bookmark. It was a bookmark with a black background and a white border, more like a playing card than a bookmark. The main part of it depicted a beautiful, slender lady in a revealing black gauze dress, with bare feet, deep dark eyes, and luxurious jewelry on her chest, head, and arms. Her appearance was unlike any nation's, such as Loan, Intis, or Fosak, but closer to the elves of the West Continent, just without pointed ears. She held an oddly shaped magic wand in one hand and a transparent crystal ball in the other, looking like a demoness out of a fairy tale. Adele subconsciously pinched the card, but it caused no damage, only leaving a faint white mark. Her fingernail was gently resisted by some unknown force, unable to cut through the card. This card is not simple. Adele quietly hid the card in her sleeve, catching up with the group before Tracy noticed she was lagging behind. She planned to study it herself first, and if she found no results, she would ask other members of the Tarot Club about the card's origin at the next Tarot Club meeting. Why were you there for so long? Tracy asked, somewhat curiously, when Adele caught up. Adele didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pretended to look back with a complex expression at the sailors lying scattered and disheveled on the ground, and after a while, she said, I only advanced to sequence 7 less than a week ago, I'm a bit emotional. Tracy paused, then, as a fellow demoness, she immediately understood what Adele meant, showing an expression of unbearable memories, and gave up on further questioning. Subsequently, the group left the mine and walked up the mountain, stopping and starting, taking about 40 minutes to reach the summit, standing on the edge of the extinct volcano, overlooking the island shrouded in darkness. My suggestion is to hire professionals to plan this desolate island. This survey is not thorough, and I can only make a preliminary estimate, just enough for the construction of that coal mine. After all, I am a technical person, not a social scientist, so I cannot get the most effective human resource planning results. Wendy reported the results of her exploration to Adele and Tracy, while offering suggestions based on her professional knowledge. I have ready-made social science talent here, you just need to do the survey. Adele waved her hand. Vianata had been complaining for a long time that her work did not match her major, so now was a good time to give her something to do. In FOSAC, university majors are very broad, with no strict categorization, only science and engineering and social sciences. Students, in addition to studying a large number of general courses, also have to choose their specialized courses according to their future desired career direction, which is extremely arduous, and this also leads to the difficulty of achieving much in FOSAC's education. This piece is raw spinel ore, but it's of a lower purity and just ordinary green. It's barely suitable for sale as a gem and has no meander effects. Wendy took out a small piece of emerald green stone from her pocket and placed it in Adele's palm. Adele took the stone and played with it in her hand. The stone felt very warm and smooth to her touch, unlike the sharp-edged spinel that could be used for potions. Once you announce the mining of minerals on this island will become the private property of your company. After all, this little island is in international waters and has not yet been permanently occupied by any power. Tracy looked at Adele's profile with some emotion and asked, as the future owner of this little island, have you considered giving it a name? A name? Adele was momentarily lost in thought. Speaking of which, this little island indeed had no name. Sailors all referred to it as, that island. And in the future, when building her enterprise here, it couldn't always be like this. Looking at the full view of the little island from the mountaintop, Adele noticed that one side of the island was a flat coast, while the other side had three protruding cape-like landforms, resembling a magnificent three-pointed queen's crown. The Black Death and the Little Warhorse occupied the natural harbor between two of the cape-like protrusions, gently swaying in the evening breeze. Adele pondered for a moment, then slowly said, let's call it Queen Island. An hour later, Adele and the others returned to the Black Death and went to sleep in the rooms Tracy had arranged for them. Adele and Vianata in one, Sophie and Wendy in another. After spending these past few days together, the little one and Wendy had grown closer, and she pestered Wendy to tell her stories of the sea. I left you hot water, do you want to take a bath? We're still near the island, so there's plenty of fresh water for bathing. Hearing Adele open the door, Vianata, wrapped in a white towel, poked her head out of the bathroom in the cabin, her wheat-colored skin faintly steaming. She shook the water droplets from her golden hair like a true feline, looking at Adele with anticipation. I just showered yesterday, it feels a bit odd to shower again now. Adele took off her coat and hung it on the wall, muttering softly, looking unenthusiastic. All right, stop talking nonsense. Isn't showering every day a normal thing? Vianata urged impatiently, hurry up and come in, close the door, the cross breeze is cold. Showering every day. In the East Borough. No wonder you can't save money. A thought flashed through Adele's mind. Although Backland had a decent water supply system, as a former assassin with irregular working hours and an unpredictable job, she hadn't developed the habit of laboriously heating water for a bath every day. When she was Altair, he usually bathed once every 2 weeks, unless he had an assassination mission, in which case he would bathe to eliminate any possible body odor. I can't believe it, do you still think you're a man? Vianata showed a look of disdain, grabbing Adele, who was slowly unbuttoning her clothes, and pulled her into the bathroom. What's the rush? Adele quickly adjusted her posture with her assassin abilities, narrowly avoiding a slip. However, during this brief struggle, the towel wrapped around Vianata fell off, revealing skin that was relatively fairer compared to the exposed parts. Although Adele had experienced it firsthand several times, this was the first time observing it in a relatively bright environment. It looks much bigger than it feels. Adele couldn't help but murmur. Don't misunderstand, I'm talking about the towel. Right, I'm quite confident about that. Vianata said frankly, completely lacking any self-consciousness. She calmly picked up the towel, dipped it in the hot water in the bathtub, wrung it out a couple of times, and draped it over her shoulder again. Don't just stare, a friendly warning, if you look any further, it won't pass censorship, okay? Vianata lifted her leg and half-stepped into the white porcelain bathtub, causing the water surface, sprinkled with dried flower petals, to rise slightly. Change your clothes and come in, this bathtub is quite large. I must say, you demonist sect people really know how to enjoy yourselves. You adapt quickly. Adele grumbled inwardly, taking off her black printed bustier. Her skin, exposed to the indoor air, produced a rather subtle sensation, causing small goosebumps to rise all over her body. Vianata was already sitting in the bathtub. Due to her partial Fosak mountaineer ancestry, even if her physique hadn't become as tall and robust as those Fosak women along the coast, it was still roughly the same as Altair's. Now that Adele had undergone slight changes in her physique after becoming a demoness, Vianata's figure appeared overly tall. Adele shook her head, tied her long black hair into a bun on top of her head, found a towel to secure it, and then also entered the bathtub. She sat facing Vianata, resting her feet on either side of Vianata's body. The warm water flowed over her collarbones, making her sigh contentedly. By the way, why did you suddenly think of bathing together? Adele asked with some curiosity. I need to correct you, this is the first time we've done this together. After all, ever since you became a demoness, I haven't really had a good chance to confirm. Vianata's gaze moved with interest over Adele's body, from her cheekbones to her pelvis, then slowly upward to below her collarbones, making Adele feel a bit uncomfortable. How to put it, although it's a pity, it looks quite cute. Vianata nodded in evaluation. As for the reason, I can't really say, maybe it's because the average subscription is too low. The amount of information in that sentence is so overwhelming that I couldn't fully comprehend it. Adele suddenly felt an urge to cover her face. At this moment, she felt as if she was seeing an iceberg, 1/10 above the water, 9/10 below. Although Vianata's impressive figure held great attraction for the opposite sex, facing her directly at this moment, Adele was surprised to find that the dominant feeling in her heart was not impulse, but a somewhat indescribable sensation, as if she had just eaten a fresh Fenaport lemon. Well, to put it simply, Miss Demoness was a little sour now. Looking at Vianata's sly smile, Adele felt a faint, nameless fire burning within her. Just as she was secretly pondering how to retaliate against this arrogant little cat, the foot Vianata extended caught her attention. Vianata had been in the bathtub for a while before this, her toes were slightly reddened from the hot water, moving restlessly beneath the flower-strewn surface, inviting contemplation. Adele pretended to casually put her hand under the water, then suddenly grabbed a foot resting against her waist. Before Vianata could react, she accurately located the arch of the foot and, using the massage techniques she had learned from female technicians at beauty salons, pressed down firmly. Quote exclamation mark. What are you doing? Vianata was startled and instinctively struggled, splashing a lot of water. The press Adele had given her soul earlier made her body unnaturally stiffen, an electric sensation shooting from her foot to her head. However, Adele took the opportunity to lower her body, lifting Vianata's other leg onto her shoulder. At the same time, she pushed the foot she was holding to bend slightly, then used both thumbs to press just above the arch of the foot, pushing upward with moderate force. Vianata couldn't help but let out a strange sound, thrashing in the bathtub and splashing a lot of water. Adele, who had just adjusted her posture to a half-kneel, suddenly lost her balance. She released Vianata's foot and fell forward, but managed to brace herself against the edge of the bathtub with both hands as she fell onto Vianata, preventing her head from hitting the tub. Feeling the heavy breathing by her ear, Adele suddenly felt that taking a bath wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 180. Tastes really good. Short skit before the main text. Me, he, I up pointing arrow hey right pointing arrow hey right pointing arrow, here comes the stick on. Chapter 37, sticking is okay, but only a little bit. Me, looking around, I've already posted it, why isn't it approved? Reviewer, electricity, everyone is afraid to approve it for you. Someone said your post has color in it. Me, oh my, you really like to joke. Hurry and read it while it's hot, Adele's bath water will get cold soon. I won't disturb you. Editor. You can't leave. Me. Turning around. Editor. You wouldn't believe the reviewer's nonsense, would you? Editor. I believe it very much. Me. Forced smile. Why do you also like to joke? Editor. If you didn't add any color, then you return the manuscript, go through the review again. Me. Editor, this post is very precious, it should be seen by the readers first. As a writer who has landed, how can I pass this review? Editor. Look how hard you've worked, putting in so much effort. What's a review? If you really don't pass, it means you really added color. Me. This isn't right, is it? Fine, I'll pass. Revise the manuscript, re-review. Me. Oh dear. Me. Turning my head. Look, is it okay? Look, read it while it's hot. The review still didn't pass, starting to get frustrated. Me. Not approved, right. If it's not approved, I'll do something drastic. Me. Since everyone already knows, I won't act this part anymore. I am the famous custom text writer and Kedian street vendor, codename Defective, electricity, reciting, throwing hat. Death, flower of hope. Dividing line. Below is the main text. So, you found a strange-looking bookmark on that island. After coming out of the bathroom, Vianata lay on the bed, asking Adele in a lazy voice, who was half reclining on the sofa, carefully observing the mysterious bookmark against the chandelier on the ceiling. That's right, this bookmark doesn't seem to be destroyed by Beyonder abilities. I secretly tried with frost and black fire, and the results were the same. Adele deftly flipped the bookmark back and forth between her fingers. And divination doesn't work either, this thing seems to have a high grade. Is that so? Let me try. Vianata perked up, bounced up on the bed like a salted fish, then flipped in the air and threw a small fireball towards Adele. Adele was startled, and her hand holding the bookmark immediately became covered in a thin layer of frost, then she met the flying small fireball with the card. Sure enough, the fireball only lingered near the bookmark for a short while before Vianata cancelled it, but the bookmark remained intact, and the ice layer on Adele's hand slowly melted, with water flowing into her sleeve, making her very uncomfortable. Can't you be a little more steady? It's dangerous to casually throw fireballs at people. Adele complained, still shaken. It wasn't because she was afraid of the fireball hurting her, but because Trassus furniture on this ship looked very expensive, and if it were burned, she feared her initial capital would all be lost. It's because of your careless nature that I always end up covered in wounds after we're done. Adele complained softly, feeling the subtle pain on her skin. Vianata had forgotten to trim her nails again. If I had your personality, my instigator role wouldn't need to be played, I'd be fired directly from the beauty salon. Adele walked to the bedside and lightly tapped Vianata's head. HMPH, what's so difficult about your job? It's just foot massage, I've pretty much learned it already. Vianata said defiantly. You weren't so tough just now. Adele clicked her tongue and deliberately said, easier said than done, why don't you try? Vianata rolled her eyes at him. Try it then, try it. Go lie down properly over there. ... A moment later, Adele untied her hair and lay on the bed, resting her bare feet on the edge of the bed, while picking up the card to study it. Vianata, on the other hand, moved a small stool and sat down aggressively, which made Adele feel like she had made an error decision. First, press your thumbs on the middle of the inner circle above the heel of your foot, press firmly until you feel a sore and swollen sensation. Ah! Before Adele could finish speaking, she felt Vianata's hands suddenly exert force, pressing hard on the sole of her foot, making her jump up abruptly, her toes hitting the edge of the bed, causing her to curl up in a ball on the bed in pain. I said press until my sole feels sore and swollen, not until your hands feel sore and swollen. Although the force exerted on both was the same, the arms, especially the fingers, of a Beyonder were appropriately strengthened, and there was still a significant difference in pain sensation and the degree of force applied compared to the delicate sole of the foot. Adele screamed, while Vianata laughed gleefully beside her. How does it feel? Vianata asked gleefully in Phosic. Near the Intersea, especially with the frequent need to communicate with pirates and sailors recently, she had also started speaking Phosic. It's really good, don't do it next time. Adele rolled her eyes at her, just about to turn her head to retort, when she heard Vianata's exclamation. Before she could turn to look, she felt the bookmark in her hand suddenly sink, forming an invisible vortex that began to frantically absorb her spirituality. Fortunately, when she took out the bookmark, she had already habitually set up a spirituality wall in the room to block detection, otherwise she would have already been discovered by the highly perceptive Tracy. Because Adele had once received Lilith's language blessing in the God of Combat ruins, she could naturally use the same language as the other party when communicating with others. Vianata spoke a Phosic dialect prevalent among mountain people, mixed with some ancient Phosic components, which had a certain mystical significance and triggered the activation spell of that card. Although it was not difficult for Tracy to see through this spirituality wall, the wall more often represented an attitude. Living in the same room as Vianata and having set up the spirituality wall, Adele believed that Tracy, also a demoness, knew what she meant. The seemingly revealing female figure on the outside of the card disappeared, replaced by the image of a graceful woman holding a magic wand, draped in a light, sheer, fringed veil dress, with hair flowing like sea snakes, yet the face was very familiar, causing Adele, who had read numerous related biographies and portraits, to exclaim in surprise. Rosal Gustav. Chapter 181, The Blasphemy Card. The friend group is full. I just applied for an expansion today. If you want to join, please send another application. Why am I seeing the Great Emperor in women's clothing here? Is this something I can see for free? No, is this something I should be seeing? As an unofficial Rosal fan, Adele felt that a corner of Rosal's image in her heart seemed to be collapsing. In the upper left corner of that card, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text, Sequence 0, Demoness. Sequence 0. Adele and Vianata looked at each other, seemingly shocked by this new term. Adele had learned about the potion system from Britain. From Sequence 9 to Sequence 1, the life level gradually increased from low to high. Above Sequence 2 were already Pope-level existences, angels walking among humans. There was actually a Sequence 0 at the end of the sequence. Could it be that this Sequence 0 is the sequence where true gods reside? Adele suddenly felt that her thought was a bit blasphemous and quickly made 4 quiet taps on her chest. At this moment, the card had begun to become three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The book opened by itself without wind, revealing the three-dimensional image of Rosal in women's clothing, with Phosic words written in black flames beside it. Sequence 9, Assassin. Every assassin is good at hiding in the shadows, possesses agile footwork, and has the ability to unleash all their power in a single strike. Potion Formula. Since Adele already knew the corresponding formulas, she didn't read the potions for the first 3 sequences carefully. Instead, she touched the page with her finger, making it turn on its own. Sequence 6, Demoness of Pleasure. The witch's abilities are enhanced in all aspects. She becomes more beautiful, skilled in charm, has a deep understanding of the human body, and is adept at giving unforgettable pleasure to the opposite or same sex in intimacy. Potion Formula. Main ingredients: a pair of succubus's eyes, 1 adult widow giant spider's silk gland. Supplementary ingredients: 100 ml pure water, 5 drops black datura juice, all residual hair of a succubus, 10 grams of powdered phenoport flies, 5 grams of genuine mummy ash. Sequence 5, Demoness of Afflictions. All previous abilities are enhanced. She excels at destroying beauty and reaping pain. Different specialized abilities are presented depending on the chosen potion materials. Main ingredients: lion-headed serpent's blood crystal plus snow viper's fangs from the far north, or all blood of an adult celestial silkworm fish, or a spotted new bride's silk gland, or a pair of black feathered owl's eyes. Supplementary ingredients: 5 drops of poppy juice, 50 ml of adult basilisk blood, 10 grams of bluish-gray volcanic rock powder. Ritual: consume the potion while bound to burning ice. Sequence 4, Demoness of Despair. Quote. Sequence 3, Demoness of Undying. Quote. Sequence 2, Demoness of Catastrophe. Quote. Sequence 1, Demoness of Apocalypse. Quote. Sequence 0, Primordial Demoness. After roughly browsing and recording all the conditions required for her own advancement, Adele waved her hand, making the illusory book disappear. The black card silently fell into her hand. The formula recorded in this thing. Adele muttered to herself while quickly unfastening the citrine pendant on her wrist. After thinking about it, she felt something was off. so she threw the card aside, picked up a pen and paper, and copied down the potion materials and rituals recorded on it from memory. Then she used a spirit pendulum for divination and received confirmation that the formula was correct. Which means, if you follow this pathway all the way up, you might even really ascend to that. Vianata swallowed, lowered her voice, and pointed upwards. It seems so. Adele picked up the card in her hand and examined it carefully. After the spirituality supply was interrupted, it reverted to an ordinary card, no longer showing Rosal Gustav in women's clothing. This greatly relieved Adele, who resolved never to activate this card unless it was a critical moment. However, achieving that step doesn't seem to be that easy. Adele silently looked at the ritual requirements for advancing to primordial demoness, recorded on the paper in front of her and sighed. It's not without reason that the church defines her as an evil god. Adele learned at the Tarot Club that historians in Loan and other countries have long had considerable controversy over the exact end date of the Age of Catastrophes before the Fourth Epoch. This debate has not yet fully subsided, with dozens of conjectures proposed, though most were disproven after various historical materials were discovered. After long discussions, two theories were established within the Beander Circle. The first is that at the end of the Age of Catastrophes, the gods launched a grand war, and 99% of the living beings on the eastern continent were annihilated. People used this as a boundary to delineate the Fourth Epoch. The second method of division is starting with the appearance of the primordial demoness. When she ascended to godhood, she created a catastrophe comparable to the apocalypse, almost completely eradicating the last living beings and delaying social development by a full 112 years. However, it was only today that Adele understood that the catastrophe was not for her to display her authority, but because it was the ritual requirement for her ascension to godhood. Sequence 0. Primordial Demoness. Main ingredients: 3 portions of Demoness of Apocalypse, Beander characteristic plus uniqueness of the Demoness pathway. Ritual: create a catastrophe that plunges the entire continent into despair, and complete the advancement amidst the ruins. Once the advancement is successful, the primordial demoness will not easily die. As long as the trauma caused by that catastrophe has not been forgotten by history, she can mysteriously resurrect at any time. What's even more terrifying is that even if the traces of that catastrophe have been completely erased by history, as long as calamity still exists in the world, she will never truly die. If a demigod-level demoness happens to be near the location where a calamity occurs, then she might resurrect in that demoness's body. And the only way to completely eliminate her is for a new demoness to appear, create a new catastrophe, and dig out the old wounds. All demigod-level demonesses are preparations for her resurrection. Additionally, Adele also learned something else. Once a pathway has a sequence 0 true god, it is impossible for any sequence 1 Beyonders to appear on that pathway, not a single one. If there is no sequence 0, then within the same pathway, there can be at most 3 sequence 1s. This belongs to the detailed content of the conservation and immortality laws of Beander characteristics. Upon reaching her level, demonesses begin to transform into a common concept of calamity, rooted deep within the hearts of all living beings, and a concept cannot be killed. Chapter 182 Gluttony. Do you know the origin of this card? Vianata asked curiously. I can only guess. Adele carefully put away the blasphemy card, which had returned to its original state. There are actually quite a few rumors like this. Legends about Emperor Rosal's hidden treasure still circulate across the entire continent to this day. One theory is that the emperor left the secret of his final treasure in the tarot cards he himself created. As long as all 22 of his major arcana cards are collected, Rosal's ultimate secret treasure can be obtained. Well, I know this theory sounds childish, but if you think about it the other way, the treasure Rosal left behind might not be completely unfounded. It's just that in the minds of treasure hunters, these cards are used to conceal clues to the secret treasure, but in reality, perhaps the formulas recorded within these cards are the true secret treasure. Adele suddenly felt as if she had found the key, and spoke with some excitement. Although I think collecting formulas is much easier than finding just one blasphemy card, I have to admit that finding this card indeed saved a lot of money. Vianata commented objectively, what else? What other abilities does this card have? A high-sequence Beander holding this card can sense the approximate location of the main ingredients for their advancement potion. As Adele said this, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and her expression changed abruptly. Although this mysterious tarot card seemed to possess anti-divination capabilities, she had just activated the card in the real world, and it was very possible that she had been perceived by some demigod-level high-ranking existences. And the true higher-ups of the demoness sect would clearly not be pleased with her actions of finding something and not handing it over to the sect. Even if they hadn't pinpointed her exact location, they could still detect that a corresponding item had appeared in the Intersea Shire. If she continued to hold this card, problems would arise sooner or later. After Adele understood the crux of the matter, she immediately found the corresponding ritual items in her luggage. Without even bothering to avoid Vianata, she directly set up a sacrificial ritual on the floor of the room, offering the card to the Grey Fog. After she joined the Tarot Club, Miss Audrey had her golden retriever explain many of the wondrous aspects of that Grey Fog, including its anti-divination and anti-prophecy functions, and its ability to store items through sacrificial rituals. After the host of that gathering, the ancient god Mr. Fool, fell into slumber, the Tarot Club members discovered that he seemed to have grafted some rules onto that Grey Fog, allowing them to use certain permissions even while Mr. Fool was not yet awake. Of course, this required the explicit agreement of more than half of the Tarot Club members. Now, Tarot Club members can sacrifice items to the Grey Fog, but retrieving them requires a vote by the members, achieving a formal majority agreement, before the Grey Fog will operate under the rules grafted by Mr. Fool and respond to the retriever. And within that mysterious space itself, there were many small trinkets that Mr. Fool had previously been interested in. It was said that Mr. Moon, at the instigation of Mr. Hanged Man, once tried to request a boon and found that the process was largely the same as retrieving one's own items, except that the higher the level of the original item on the Grey Fog, the more people needed to agree. Through voting, they could also grant some Beyonders permission to enter the mysterious space of the Tarot Club meetings, allowing them to have the same treatment as official Tarot Club members to a certain extent, but without the right to vote. This had also been tried with Adele. The Fool not belonging to this era, the mysterious ruler above the Grey Fog, the yellow-black king who controls good luck. Adele quickly chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name, causing the card to disappear amidst the flickering candlelight. At the same time, White Demoness Katarina Pell, who had sensed the aura of the Demoness card and was attempting to search the Intersea area by traveling through the spirit world, suddenly froze. A look of confusion appeared on her face, which possessed the beauty of a woman at every age. She found that she suddenly couldn't feel the card anymore. Did someone seal it, or is there another reason? She frowned in thought for a moment, then gently hooked her right hand. Invisible, ethereal threads extended from her fingertips, piercing through the barriers of the spirit world and reality, hooking onto a flying sea swallow in reality. Then, using it as a beacon, she pulled herself out of the spirit world. Katarina flew gracefully from the boundary between the spirit world and reality, lightly landing on the sea surface, causing the seawater near Constance City to rapidly freeze. Although she had only moved a very short distance in the spirit world, in reality, she had already moved several hundred kilometers. The spirit world and reality are completely overlapped in some unknown way, but this overlap is not regular. By hooking an object in either realm with a thread that is between a spirit body and a physical body, one can use it as an anchor for spirit world travel. Demonesses at Sequence 5 who chose to strengthen their threads, and demonesses above demigod level, can all use this method to cross the spirit world, though it is far less convenient and quick than the abilities of a traveler or wanderer. Due to the intricate way the spirit world and reality overlap, Katarina had to prepare each time she made a long-distance teleportation, and she hadn't expected to miss such a golden opportunity because of it. Thinking of this, Katarina felt an urge to flatten Constance City to find that blasphemy card. However, just as she was about to raise her hand to unleash a plague, she heard her stomach rumble, a sensation she hadn't experienced since she became a saint. Then, she began to bite her own arm uncontrollably, tearing open her fair skin and swallowing the crimson flesh to alleviate the endless hunger. During this time, she didn't even discover where the enemy was, yet she was severely affected. Her biting speed grew faster and faster until the flesh of that arm disappeared, transforming into a smooth, dark brown wooden staff with teeth marks. Afterward, Katarina's figure vanished. A few seconds later, she and a slightly corpulent gentleman in a dark suit leapt out of the left and right eyes of a passing seabird, confronting each other hundreds of meters apart. The wound on her arm had not fully healed, and evil, strange patterns twisted within the wound like small worms. The seabird, the moment Katerina's figure left its eyeballs, completely rotted away, its bones separating from its flesh before it even hit the sea. The gentleman, who wore 10 gem rings, also showed similar symptoms on his arm. Damn it, how did I run into a wild demigod like this? Katerina cursed inwardly with annoyance, but on the surface, she suppressed her anger and disgust with the other party. I have no intention of conflicting with you. I just want to find something in Constant City. This should be unrelated to you, shouldn't it? The gentleman adjusted the silver mask on his face and smiled slightly, giving off an indescribable sense of hunger, making one feel as if he could devour 10 roasted oxen in one sitting. I'm sorry, I think it is somewhat related, Your Excellency, White Demoness. He bowed slightly, performing a somewhat comical bow to Katerina. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of the Psychology Alchemists' Council of Elders. Constance is my jurisdiction. You may call me, Gluttony. Chapter 183, The Oriole. Early the next morning, even before the little war horse set sail, Adele and the others woke up early and had breakfast with Tracy and Annie. Since Annie would be settling in Indoport as Adele's partner and Tracis' legal representative, she didn't wear her oversized maid uniform today. Instead, she uncharacteristically put on formal attire, a yellow bell-shaped long dress with a large cape collar, paired with a green petticoat. In this era, women's dresses often extended at the shoulders to emphasize a slender waist, and using a petticoat of a different color from the outer garment served a similar purpose. However, Annie's figure was so exaggerated that these designs not only failed to make her waist appear slender but instead made her shoulders seem even wider, making her look like a blooming sunflower. To be honest, I originally thought Miss Annie's original maid uniform already looked very strange, but I didn't expect her to look even more unsuitable in noble formal wear than in a maid uniform. Adele suppressed her urge to cover her mouth and chuckle, watching Tracy somewhat worriedly instruct Annie on various matters, so much so that breakfast took nearly 40 minutes. Afterward, the group stepped onto the frost bridge constructed by the Vice Admiral of Disease's ability, boarded the deck of the little war horse along the bridge, and then returned to Wendy's cabin. At 9 o'clock, Captain Basque officially gave the order to set sail. The little war horse quickly left the Black Death, which was flying black sails, out of sight. It no longer stopped in other directions but sped straight towards Indoport. Mr. Sun, who could solve Sophie's problem, was waiting for her in Indoport. Meanwhile, outside Constance, the battle between Gluttony and Katerina had already been decided. On the sea, the head of a fish, covered in mold and about to die from illness, suddenly exploded. Gluttony's somewhat corpulent body used the fish's subconscious as an interface to return to the real world. Half of his body had turned into a grayish-white stone statue, covered in bluish-green mold. The half of his body that hadn't been petrified also had festering skin and blurred flesh, with faint purplish-blue streaks visible in his muscles. His condition at this moment was very poor, but Katerina's condition was also similar. It was inevitable to be spiritually contaminated when fighting a spectator saint. The mental plague he used in his dragon transformation state had already initially polluted the opponent. If Katerina hadn't left in time, even if she was a Sequence 3 saint, she would have very likely perished with Gluttony. Although Gluttony himself was only a Sequence 4 manipulator, as a member of the Psychology Alchemists, he could establish certain mystical connections with other existing members through a sealed artifact found in Hermes's ruins. For a spectator saint, this connection could allow him to temporarily rival a Sequence 3 powerhouse. As expected of a demoness who survived from the 4th epoch, she is truly cautious, Gluttony sighed. Katerina's petrification curse and enhanced plague ability were simply too strong. Even if he completely concealed himself using psychological invisibility and other techniques, he was still affected by her indiscriminate attacks. Moreover, even in an incomplete mythical creature state, he couldn't negate the opponent's curse. After lifting the mythical creature state, the curse fully rebounded onto his main body. No matter how he changed the location of his consciousness storage, it was the same. If it weren't for the fact that the spectator saints' attacks were not ordinary attacks, and most Beyonders had no means to protect their spiritual bodies, which made Katerina somewhat apprehensive and prevented her from directly confronting him, he would have already fallen. Katerina only needed to spend some time stabilizing her condition after returning to recover as before, but the curse on Gluttony's body couldn't be lifted in a short while. Gluttony sighed, preparing to use his Dreamweaver ability to move into Constance to rest. His body gradually dematerialized, finding a sea fish 5 kilometers away, intending to briefly transfer through its dream before entering the city. However, Gluttony's body only swayed in place and didn't successfully appear 5 kilometers away, as if the dream jump just now was also a dream. Before he could react to what was happening, an old man in a brown long nightgown with a kind face appeared in his vision and pointed at him lightly. In that instant, Gluttony recalled the scene when he first explored Hermes's hidden treasure with the former president of the psychology alchemists, King of the Black Throne Nagans. That ancient angel, who survived in the ruins, also simply pointed, and he, who was already a demigod at the time, completely lost his combat power. Illusory, overlapping mystical symbols appeared before his eyes. They extended inward into his flesh and outward into the surrounding void, seemingly interwoven into something that didn't belong to the real world, causing anyone who merely saw them to go mad, their thoughts twisted, their spiritual bodies contaminated with various thoughts that seemed to originate from within, making them wish to tear or destroy themselves. Gluttony let out an inhuman scream. His severely cursed body could no longer withstand this level of erosion. He didn't even have time to turn into a rampaging monster before disintegrating and shattering in midair, as if he had faced a true mythical creature. In the instant before Gluttony died, he used that mystical item to transmit the killer's name and the attack he received to every member of the psychology alchemists. "It's Hermes, it's an angel, ah." Gluttony's words were cut short as his spiritual body suffered a violent impact, shattering his mind-body and preventing him from transmitting the remaining information into that mystical item. However, after Gluttony died, the Hermes that appeared before him shattered like a dream, as if he had never appeared, and stepping out of the shattered dream was Justice Audrey, wearing a silver white lie mask. Although I knew most members of the psychology alchemists were in the Intersea region, I didn't expect Miss Empress to lure one out so quickly. Audrey caught Gluttony's incomplete hands, took off the 10 rings on them, and then endowed the fragmented pieces of flesh with a desire to aggregate, making them form a whole on the sea surface. One of the Dreamweaver's abilities is to weave several almost real images, directly attacking the enemy's mental weak points, destroying their mental defenses step by step. Once the enemy believes it's real, then it is real. Although the resulting damage won't have a physical manifestation in the ordinary sense, it will cause the target to die unknowingly, achieving the effect of scaring them mad or to death. Infiltrating and severely injuring Gluttony, who is of a lower sequence than me, was obviously not difficult. And what a spectator who has seen an angel fears most is obviously an angel of the same pathway. The greater he subconsciously believes the damage to be, the greater the damage inflicted on him. Sure enough, upon seeing the mythical creature form from his impression, he directly lost control and died. Audrey gently waved her hand, scooped up Gluttony's shattered corpse, and quickly disappeared from the sea. Then, on behalf of my fleet, I thank you for your generosity. Inside the captain's cabin of the Little War Horse, Captain Basque removed his captain's hat and bowed deeply to Adele, a look of relief on his face, as he handed a document to Adele. Adele briefly inspected it before passing it to Vianata for detailed confirmation. You seem to have had the relevant documents prepared for a while. Adele asked, a little curious, did you have a similar intention before? After drifting at sea for so long, one always yearns for a stable life, Captain Basque chuckled. Perhaps I once aspired to be a knight, but now, I just want to buy a manor inland and live a simple pastoral life. This sailor rebellion also strengthened my resolve to do so. In that case, I wish you success in achieving your desires, though, I imagine it won't be too difficult. Adele lightly pushed the brim of her soft hat. Even if this fleet doesn't entirely belong to you, you'll still get around 8,000 to 10,000 pounds from this transaction, which is enough to buy 2 or 3 similar manors. The details of Adele and Captain Basque's transaction were actually as follows. Adele first spent 6,000 pounds to purchase the original whaling fleet's quota. Only after spending this money could Adele acquire 6 new ships, restoring the fleet's size to its original level. If she didn't purchase this license, Adele could only keep the Little War Horse, and Constance's defenders could directly sink any newly added ships to the fleet. Secondly, Adele spent another £12,000 to fill the void, purchasing new finished ships from the shipyard. These ships had a relatively simple structure, 4 passenger ships and 2 cargo ships. In addition, there was the agreement signed with Captain Basque to transfer the right to use the Little War Horse and the jurisdiction over the sailors. The Little War Horse did not entirely belong to an individual. Captain Basque only possessed the operating rights and 40% ownership. During wartime, Lowen had the right to reclaim the ship and make corresponding modifications, and to decide whether to return it after the war based on its damage. However, even this 40% ownership was equivalent to the cost of 4 ordinary ships. Of the remaining £4,000, half was for establishing a mining point on the island, and the other half was for employee wages and working capital. Managing such an amount of assets was not an easy task, even Vianata found it a bit overwhelming. Fortunately, Audrey stated that once her current affairs were settled, she would send a professional team to help them with the operation. The negotiation with Captain Basque did not take too long. 20 minutes later, when Adele emerged from the room, she was already wearing Captain Basque's captain's hat. "How does it feel?" Vianata asked playfully beside her. "It feels a bit heavy," Adele shook her neck. "But it's quite warm. Speaking of which, today is actually the last day of December. If I hadn't just had to sign the agreement, I wouldn't have even noticed." Vianata said with a touch of emotion. "Yes. Just a week ago, we were preparing for the new year, buying goods. I didn't expect to be at sea a week later, so busy with acquiring the fleet that I even forgot the date." Adele sighed, her breath forming white mist in the cold air on the deck. Vianata carefully held the railing with her thickly gloved hand, speaking intermittently. "Honestly, at this time a year ago, you could have killed me, and I still wouldn't have imagined that I wouldn't die of illness in the gutters of Backland. Nor would I be eating hot stew by a warm fire, but instead, I'd be with the woman my fiancé turned into, enduring the cold wind on the intersea ice floe, while my adopted daughter slept peacefully in the cabin." Vianata mused. "I never realized you were so melancholic before." Adele pouted, but soon her eyes also became distant. "But speaking of the unexpected, I think my experience is even more winding. After all, I had just drunk the assassin potion not long before. Who would have thought it would turn out like this now?" Sigh. Adele hesitated, then sighed heavily. "You're talking about me." Vianata scoffed, her voice muffled by her thick leather coat, somewhat indistinct. "Want to warm up by a fire? Although it's definitely not as warm as a fireplace, it's better than nothing. Won't the crew see us?" Adele looked back worriedly. Audrey had already erased the memory of those 2 ladies possessing powerful Beyonder abilities from the minds of these crew members. If they were to see them again, although Adele could also use the Heart Stealer's lipstick to erase the relevant memories, the memories disguised by a mystical item are difficult to make seamless and would bring unnecessary risks. "It's fine." Vianata smugly pulled out a small glass jar with a blackened inner wall from her pocket, then snapped her fingers, causing a quiet flame to ignite inside the jar. The flame floated in the air, not actually touching the jar, which kept the glass jar's temperature from getting too high, allowing it to be held in hand. "It's fine in this jar, and the sun hasn't completely set yet, so it's not very noticeable on the deck." She held the outer wall of the jar as if seeking praise, and handed the small glass jar to Adele. Adele hesitated but took it, feeling the warmth in her hands, and stretched contentedly. At the edge of the horizon, the sun was slowly sinking into the sea. At the same time, in Backland, at Earl Hall's mansion. Audrey Hall, uncharacteristically, wore a black gown today, moving among the guests and conversing softly with various visitors, subtly shifting the intentions of those nobles. Many of the servants were new faces. So many had perished in the incidents of the past few days. Miss Hall, while socializing with the nobles, focused her attention on a letter that had suddenly appeared on the table. It was Audrey's usual method of communication, a letter that only a spectator could observe. The content of the letter instructed her to announce at today's gathering that she would be dedicating herself to the recently proposed Intersea Economic Recovery Plan, but without being too high profile. She only needed to inform a few guests that she would be attending as an advisor, serving as a mere flower vase. After all, the purpose of the Miss Hall persona was to keep the Earl Hall family as far away from disputes as possible. Miss Hall suddenly chuckled, then walked with light steps towards the center of the ballroom. At this moment, the band's dance music had just ended, and everyone looked with astonished eyes at the noble lady who suddenly seemed to possess a newfound sense of dignity. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make," Miss Hall said with a confident voice. "Some time ago, the specific person in charge of the Intersea Economic Revitalization Plan, proposed by my father, the dear Earl Hall, has been chosen. Gentlemen who are interested in participating, I, Audrey Hall, daughter of the Earl of Eastchester, will be honored to work with you." The lights cast a triangular silhouette behind her, like a knight's cape. Chapter 185, Indo. Woo. The whistle of the little warhorse echoed through the bustling port, and its somewhat dilapidated metal hull steadily docked in the buffer zone along the port. Adele, dressed in a black women's formal gown with a white linen scarf around her neck, descended the gangplank and stepped firmly onto the ground of Indo Port, Fosak's second-largest port city. Indo Port is the eastern gateway of Fosak, a port city second only to the capital St. Milan. Since the 5th epoch, it has been an important and busy port in eastern Fosak, serving as a link between Fosak, Loan, and Intis. Like Fenaport, Fosak officially permits only one religion, the God of Combat's Church. However, Indo Port is the only city in all of Fosak where heretics are allowed to live legally. Therefore, even though it's only an hour's steam train ride from Fosak's capital, St. Milan, Adele and the others could not leave here. Adele gazed as far as her eyes could see, only to find the sea and sky meeting in the distance, a beautiful sight. At the port, tall Fosak porters, seeing the ship arrive, swarmed towards it like sharks smelling blood. Their average height was over 1.8 meters, and even Annie, known for her physique among the group, paled in comparison to these porters. Adele carefully held Sophie close to her, to prevent her from getting lost on the pier. She had just inquired with Mr. Sun through the gray fog and received a reply that he was on his way and would arrive at the port tonight. "We need to find a hotel to rest first. The fleet will stay in Fosak for a month to sell the processed whale oil, and that semi-finished whale can only be sold to local merchants at a low price." Vianata handed the luggage to a porter over 2 meters tall. The man nimbly hoisted the 5 people's luggage onto his shoulder and strode off in the direction Vianata pointed. "That's a hotel I've stayed in before. The conditions are pretty good, at least the soundproofing in the rooms is excellent, so you won't be bothered by those guys playing cards in their rooms late at night," Vianata explained to the others. Wendy took out the brass pocket watch hanging from her chest, checked the time, and let out a small sigh of relief. "Good, we're not very late. I still have time to go back to the hotel and finish my remaining report." Adele and the others were accustomed to her behavior and paid her no mind. Wendy had been particularly anxious since settling down, worried that the few days of sailing would delay her report progress. Recently, she seemed to have developed a habit of checking her watch regularly. Even though Beander's sense of time was accurate, she would nervously check her watch from time to time, seemingly to confirm how much time she had left before her thesis deadline. "I've told you many times, Miss Wendy, we are already much earlier than scheduled, you don't need to worry so much about your thesis." As Adele gently comforted Wendy, she deftly twisted her body with Sophie, silently dodging a hand reaching for her handbag, leaving its owner grasping at air. However, the owner of that hand, failing to get what he wanted, became even more brazen. Seeing that the crowd was not so dense, he unashamedly grabbed directly at Adele's leather bag, intending to openly rob her. And the porter carrying the 5 people's luggage, seeing this, not only did not come to help, but instead threw down 4 people's luggage, picked up what looked like the most expensive package, and ran off. Just as Adele was considering whether to maintain her persona or simply give him a rifle butt to the head, Annie, standing beside her, also noticed the audacious fellow. She abruptly stepped back, extended her iron clamp-like hand, and firmly grasped the robber's outstretched hand. Then, before he could react, she delivered a flying kick directly to his groin. The robber howled and fell to the ground, writhing in pain, clutching his injured area. Watching him, although Adele knew she would no longer have similar worries, she instinctively felt a chill down below. At the same time, Vianata also left Wendy, darting out like an arrow from a bow. She deftly weaved through the crowd, catching up to the porter in a few flashes. Then, she leapt into the air, delivering a flying knee strike directly to the face of the porter, who had turned to look back upon hearing the commotion. With a quick backhand, she snatched the package before it hit the ground. Wendy only paused for a moment before realizing that Annie and Vianata had already acted, leaving her with nothing to do but start picking up the fallen luggage. However, as she began to gather her belongings, she suddenly discovered that her half-written thesis papers had spilled out of her bag, landing right in a puddle by the roadside, their writing now barely legible. All right, now you can start worrying. Adele looked at the dazed Wendy with a pitying expression. The latter, with vacant eyes, picked up the mud-splattered paper, trying to decipher the writing. Then, the engineer lady expressionlessly rummaged through her bag, finally pulling out a wrench. She swayed as she walked towards the porter, muttering something under her breath. Adele seriously considered whether to stop her or go help, but she couldn't get a clear answer, so she simply covered Sophie's eyes. Little children shouldn't watch. A moment later, by the time the dock police came running, yelling, Miss Wendy had already been pulled away by Vianata. The porter and the pickpocket were laid side by side on the ground by Annie, both bruised, bleeding from their heads, and unconscious. The police, unsurprised, glanced at the people on the ground and waved at Adele and the others, saying, all right, you can go back. We'll take care of these people. That's simple. Adele looked incredulously as the police lifted the two unconscious men onto a dock cart. We don't need to go to the police station to give a statement. Indeed, you don't, Vianata explained from the side. In Fosak, especially in the chaotic Indo-port, the police don't want to cause trouble for themselves, so law enforcement and many procedures have been simplified. Those two guys earlier look like Highlanders. When outsiders clash here, the police generally follow the principle of, whoever wins is right. If you win, you walk free. If you lose, not only do you get injured, but you also end up in jail. Sounds a bit barbaric, but that's very Fosak. Adele shrugged, watching Wendy rush into the hotel Vianata had mentioned with her luggage. From outside the door, she could hear her asking the owner if there was a quiet room where she could peacefully write her thesis. For a demoness, it's quite a nice welcome ceremony, but for Miss Wendy, not so much. Chapter 186, The Sun. After seeing Miss Wendy rush into the hotel, Adele and the others followed. This hotel was indeed as Vianata had said. Its walls were relatively thick, providing excellent sound insulation, and each room had a large fireplace with a northern country feel. The owner, who had worked at the docks for many years, spoke Loan, Intis, and Fosak languages, so communication was not an issue. He quickly arranged their rooms, adjacent to Wendy's. As it was already dinner time, 3 dinners were delivered to Adele's room along with their luggage. Each dinner included a steak with black pepper sauce, mashed potatoes with pork sausage, a vegetable salad, a cup of coffee or milk, and a buttered bread, costing a total of 17 for silver, or a little over 3 sols. The common currency of the Fosak Empire differed from that of Loan. The smallest unit was the gobi, followed by the for silver, and then the golden horn. They maintained a very user-friendly decimal system, making conversions very easy. According to the latest exchange rate, 1 gold pound equaled 5.5 golden horns, 1 sol equaled 2.75 for silver, and 1 pence equaled 2.3 gobi. When Vianata first arrived in Loan, she didn't pay much attention to these exchange rates. Fortunately, she was an executioner for a gang at the time, and when paying for meals, she didn't pay according to the price, but rather whatever she felt like, and no owner dared to cause her trouble. As the first meal back in Fosak, it's decent enough, Vianata said, finishing her meal and idly pushing breadcrumbs around her plate with her fork. The prices are similar to Backland. With this much money, you could eat well anywhere, couldn't you? Adele scraped the last bit of sauce from her plate with bread, put it in her mouth, then neatly arranged the cutlery by the door, waiting for a waiter to collect it. I didn't see you being so frugal when we were staying in Backland, Vianata teased. Why the change of heart now that you're in Fosak? Now that I have a company to run, every bit saved helps, right? Adele picked up a golden horn and examined it carefully. The gold coin was slightly smaller than a Loan gold coin and bore the likeness of the Fosak Empire's king. Mom, will Mr. Sun come here tonight? Sophie carefully wiped her hands on a handkerchief, then tugged at Adele's sleeve. He should be here in about an hour. Adele estimated the time in her mind. Once she figured it was about time, she stood up, preparing to wait for Mr. Sun by the door. The Fool Church is currently a legal, semi-official organization, though its influence is relatively small. The fact that this organization has members codenamed after tarot cards has gradually become common knowledge among beyonders of various major churches. Therefore, simply revealing the codename, Sun, is not a big deal. As long as his true identity is not revealed to others, it is not considered a leak. Just as Adele was about to go downstairs, she suddenly heard the panicked voice of the owner downstairs. "You, who are you? Put down what's behind you." Adele's face stiffened, and she quickly ran downstairs to the lobby. Standing in the lobby, built to the height standards of a Fosak person, was a man who was exceptionally tall even by Fosak standards. He wore a white long cloak and carried a broadsword, about a foot wide and like a door panel, on his back. His presence in the lobby brought to mind an upright giant bear. However, contrary to his imposing appearance, he had an unusually kind, round face and soft features, giving him a strangely approachable feeling. At this moment, he was trying to calm the frightened owner, to prevent the poor man's shotgun from accidentally firing. Seeing all this, Adele quickly pulled out her heart stealer's lipstick, applied the orange lipstick to her lips, then opened her mouth and spoke an ancient Hermes word to the owner, "Sleep." The owner's body stiffened, the shotgun slipped from his hands, and he stood there, fast asleep. The half-giant looked up and saw Adele in her silk pajamas, his face tinged with a slight blush. "Are you, Miss Empress?" Adele nodded and bowed to him. "Good evening, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sun." "Good evening, madam," Sun replied somewhat clumsily. "I can't move quickly when it's getting dark, because that would be too conspicuous and easily seen by ordinary people along the way, so I was delayed a bit." "It's all right, Sophie's condition is still stable. Do you need to rest for a while?" Although Adele was already a bit anxious, she maintained the necessary etiquette in front of a demigod. "Don't worry, I'm already a sequence 4 demigod, not as weak as you imagine," Sun chuckled heartily. "So, that little girl, she's upstairs, I can feel her, is the lady with her your companion?" "Yes, she's met Miss Justice, so she can be trusted." Adele answered without hesitation. "However, the people in the 2 adjacent rooms don't know that I'm a member of the Tarot Club. You'll need to set up a demigod-level barrier. I'm not sure if the barrier I set up will be able to shield what you're about to do." "No problem." Derek nodded. At this point, the two had returned to the room door on the 2nd floor. Adele opened the door and let Derek in. "You can set up your isolation barrier now," Derek instructed Adele. Adele agreed, and complex black magical array patterns immediately appeared on the ground, spreading like a spiderweb until they covered the entire room. Before Derek arrived, she had already drawn the patterns in the room. As soon as Adele infused her spirituality, this barrier would activate, serving to isolate spirituality and sound. As Adele infused her spirituality, Derek raised a broad hand, hovering it over Adele's head, and devoutly said, "God said, effective." Adele immediately felt her spirituality seemed to increase severalfold out of thin air. The surrounding black patterns became thicker and more solid, like spreading black thorns, even staining the walls of the entire room black. "This should be fine then." Derek nodded with satisfaction and kindly waved to the stunned Sophie. "Come here, little girl, let me check your body." Sophie froze for a moment, then timidly hid behind Vianata. Son Derek's smile froze on his face. Chapter 187, The Result. Seeing the son's awkward expression, Adele quickly stepped forward to comfort Sophie. After a while, encouraged by Adele, Sophie timidly walked up to Derek, the son. Derek adjusted his mindset slightly, then smiled and extended his large palm, placing it on Sophie's head. Pure sunlight emanated from his palm, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. If Adele hadn't sealed the room beforehand, passers-by outside might have thought there was a fire. A greenish-black gas immediately wafted from Sophie's body, and a sudden, intense pain assailed her, making her want to scream. However, the pain only lasted for an instant before disappearing. After observing Sophie's reaction, Derek immediately withdrew his unshadowed ability. Sophie, who was about to scream, found the pain had vanished and stood there, looking confused. "Madam, Please step out with me, Derek said to Adele with a serious expression. He then soothingly stroked Sophie's hair twice and left the room. How is it? Can the conventional method still be used? Adele asked worriedly. I'm afraid not. The method of precipitating Diander characteristics won't work, Derek said, shaking his head apologetically. Her mutation has reached an irreversible stage. Forcibly precipitating it would severely damage more than half of her internal organs. If she were from a pathway that wields positive power, I could use related abilities to precipitate the characteristics while healing her. But for a devil, the healing from a sun pathway Diander is no different from poison. Then, does that mean she can only try to digest those Diander characteristics through acting? Adele asked, disappointed. Exactly. And she must start acting as soon as possible, preferably within a week, Derek nodded. Has she shown any recent abnormalities? Like praying to an unknown existence, or quietly gazing at the moon? Yes. 2 days ago, after I hypnotized her and left the cabin, she broke free from the hypnosis under the moonlight and showed severe temporary debilization tendencies, Adele replied, recalling the terrifying scene she witnessed the night they first boarded the little warhorse. Indeed. Derek, the son, sighed heavily. You've been in the tarot club for a while now, and it's time you understood some things. Originally, this shouldn't be my task. Back then, both Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man, and even Madam Hermit, were more powerful, more experienced, and more humane than we are now. A nostalgic expression appeared on Derek, the son's face, but he soon snapped out of his memories and explained to Adele. You must be curious why Sophie, despite being contaminated by the devil pathway, is affected by the moon. Adele nodded honestly. It's a long story, actually. Derek explained, deep in thought. During this time, I've also studied many of your local mysticism materials and learned more things. You mentioned before that the angel who caused the descent in Backland was stopped by a god of combats those who are attached. That's right. She sacrificed her life to gain his blessing, briefly acquiring part of his authority and unleashing enough power to destroy the opponent's teleportation ritual. As for the specific details, I don't know much, Adele replied, based on the lingering impressions in her mind. But, if you think about it carefully, could that Sequence 2 angel really be stopped by just one attack? If he could open one door, why couldn't he open a second? Derek countered. So, the answer is quite obvious, something stopped him. Justice might not have told you, but the existence that stopped him and that he desperately wanted to stay away from is the Mother Tree of Desire. Before Adele could calm down from this news, Derek immediately continued, the Mother Tree of Desire, whose honorific names include the Eternal Screamer, the God of Lost Minds, and the Father of Devils. He deliberately separated the Mother Tree of Desire's honorific names with conjunctions to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Have you heard of the Rose School of Thought or the Life School of Thought? Derek asked. When I was an informant for the Nighthawks, someone told me about these two hidden organizations, but I don't know much. I only know that they seem to be active in the southern continent or the southern part of the northern continent. The former mainly controls the prisoner pathway, and the latter mainly controls the Wheel of Fortune pathway, Adele replied truthfully. Yes, but not entirely, Derek responded. The Life School of Thought once controlled the Wheel of Fortune pathway and the Moon pathway, but a few years ago, an internal split occurred. The Beyonders of the Moon pathway joined the Rose School of Thought and began hunting down members of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Why did only the Beyonders of the Moon pathway betray the sect? Does that mean this betrayal originated from the pathway itself? Adele pressed. You're very perceptive, Derek said approvingly. This brings us to the Rose School of Thought. They originally worshipped the bound god, Thorswa. However, later a rumor spread that the bound god had a new incarnation, the Mother Tree of Desire, which led to an internal war within the Rose School of Thought. In this civil war, the Mother Tree's child, the abomination Swea, led the Indulgence faction to defeat Rynette Tinaker's Temperance faction, gaining dominance. All of this was stated by the latter herself, making it highly credible. In the realm of mysticism, every war hides a highly important mystical event, and the outcome of this war also means that the claim of the Mother Tree of Desire being the incarnation of the bound god is untenable. In reality, the bound god, Thorswa, seems to have been controlled by the Mother Tree of Desire, just like the devil monarch Farbati. And the Mother Tree of Desire controls more than just these pathways. Even the Moon pathway has been influenced by her to some extent. The Beyonders of the Moon pathway from the Life School of Thought joining the Rose School of Thought was caused by her masquerading as the primordial moon. Derek, the son, slowly concluded, and seeing Adele's efforts to digest this mystical knowledge, he couldn't help but warn her again. Finally, be careful of the moon, whether it's the Beyonders of this pathway or the red moon itself. The mother tree of desire masquerading as the primordial moon is only a recent development, but before that, the primordial moon had another evil existence, though I don't know its name yet. Beware of their contamination. Even true gods can fall because of it. Chapter 188, Chapter 45.5, Q&A, Question and Answer Chapter. Readers with limited funds can skip this subscription. The first part will briefly discuss how pollution from outer deities specifically arises, as well as questions readers have had in recent chapters. There will be regular chapters like this in the future, serving to prevent arguments and piracy, and to help everyone understand the settings of the mystery. First, let's clarify one point. Understanding outer deities from the cosmos will undoubtedly lead to pollution. However, the extent to which this pollution manifests, or rather, at what level of understanding it occurs, requires a simple analysis. In the previous chapter, Derek told Adele the full honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire, deliberately spaced out and using Lonus, which has no ability to communicate with the mysterious world, that the Mother Tree of Desire controlled the Devil Monarch, controlled the bound god, and disguised herself as the primordial moon. Would this cause pollution? Let's look at some simple examples. Fleet Ken, Sequence 8 lunatic, leader of the Celestial Church at Toscat Island Naval Base, personally told Klein, who was disguised as Admiral Amelius, that the Mother Tree of Desire was equivalent to the bound god. Besides his evil actions, he was not affected by pollution in his daily life. Klein later acquired his Beyonder characteristic, which was bought by Huang Jiajia, and Huang Jiajia never reported any quality issues. Under the bridge on Oravi Island, Fate Counselor Rijad directly told Klein that the bound god was an avatar of the Mother Tree of Desire, and that the Mother Tree of Desire and the primordial moon had a delicate relationship. As for the Devil Monarch Farbati, this is something found in City of Silver textbooks. They even teach in giant language, so it wouldn't cause any problems either. So, combining Rosal's settings regarding outer deities, we can surmise, pollution will only occur when at least one of the three main elements in the statement, understanding outer deities from the cosmos, will cause pollution. Understanding outer deities from the cosmos and pollution is a mystical concept. Simply put, if all three words are terms created by normal humans, merely reading them will not cause pollution. Therefore, descriptions at the level of the Mother Tree of Desire is the bound god, or the Mother Tree of Desire controls the bound god, will not bring danger. Furthermore, the Mother Tree of Desire is not an outer deity from the cosmos. In the eyes of cultists, they only know that she is more powerful than a true god. Mother Tree of Desire, Father of Devils, Eternal Screamer, God of Lost Minds, is the outer deity from the cosmos. Understanding the outer deity from the cosmos will bring pollution, but understanding the Mother Tree of Desire will not. Understanding the Mother Tree of Desire is an outer deity from the cosmos will bring pollution, and understanding an outer deity from the cosmos acting under the name of the Mother Tree of Desire will also. For example, if you explain a locomotive to an ancient person, and you say that some locomotives run as fast as cars, he wouldn't understand, because he knows neither what a locomotive is nor what a car is. The same applies if you say a locomotive pulls train cars, because in that sentence, he can only understand the verb pull. For the interaction between two things he doesn't understand, he will try to make associations within his own cognitive framework. However, if this ancient person knows the connecting structure between carriages and knows that this structure is used for pulling, then the second statement would also become dangerous, because he might infer some partial state of a locomotive that can perform the action of pulling, based on this method. In other words, the statement, outer deity A is outer deity B, is not dangerous, and the statement, outer deity A polluted true god B, is likewise. However, if either the speaker or the listener truly understands pollution, then the latter statement becomes very dangerous. Below is a table of prohibited actions. 1. If you have been exposed to pollution, then any subsequent description of an outer deity may cause secondary pollution, even if a substitute term is used. 2. If you have not been exposed to pollution, but have prayed to an outer deity or an outer deity's avatar and achieved an understanding of the outer deity in a mystical sense, you will also suffer secondary pollution due to this understanding. 3. If you have not been exposed to pollution, and have not prayed to an outer deity's avatar, but have heard knowledge of an outer deity spoken in a language that can leverage natural forces, you will also suffer pollution. 4. Anyone who records any substantive description of an outer deity itself, anyone who sees such a substantive description, and the medium on which such a description is recorded, will all suffer pollution and erosion. 5. Those who understand outer deities from the cosmos, those who know that the mother tree of desire is one of the outer deities from the cosmos, these people will be extremely dangerous. Unless they reach the angel rank, knowing will lead to their demise. Furthermore, connecting the cosmos with the mother tree in any way, or connecting the underground with Lilith, will result in severe pollution. That concludes the discussion on pollution. Next, I will correct a few errors. Since the book has already been published, it's troublesome to modify previous chapters, so I'll make a unified correction here. If you look back at the previous timeline, you'll find that many places state the year 1363. That was a slip of the hand when I wrote the synopsis. From now on, the timeline for drafts will also follow the synopsis. It should actually be 1353, which is within a year of Klein's slumber. Although I corrected some parts when I later checked, there are likely still places that haven't been fixed. Please automatically imagine 1360-something as 1350-something when rereading previous chapters. Additionally, in previous chapters, during the first meal between Mr. Demoness and Miss Hunter, there were several inconsistencies regarding chicken blood and duck blood. Now, the unified statement is, grasp the general idea, don't nitpick on strange details, half annoyed. This has actually been changed many times, but it might not have been completely revised. Often, one group of readers would report that it should be chicken blood, while another would report duck blood. I would change it every time a reader mentioned it, and even the editor was numb from my changes. Furthermore, although it might be a bit late to say this, the protagonist of this book is really not a transmigrator. He is just a wild Rosal fan. If he hadn't seen so few pages of Rosal's diary, he might have even tattooed the two Chinese characters for comedian on his body. So, learning some Intis dishes, using chopsticks, and reading a couple more Rosal's sayings isn't that normal, is it? QAQ. This novel aims to tell the story of representatives of the natives. In my opinion, in such a wonderful world of the mystery, not everyone who leaves a significant mark on history should be a transmigrator. They need someone who is a native, who rises step by step from an ordinary person to a true god, and even to an outer deity, and makes an effort to resist the coming of the apocalypse, instead of merely serving as a backdrop for transmigrators to display their talents. So, in this book, especially in the first volume, I deliberately devoted a lot of effort to writing about ordinary people and the situation of the native nuns, even making the protagonist's existence somewhat thin, precisely to leave a deeper impression of these characters in everyone's hearts. Fortunately, judging from the feedback, this attempt has been quite successful. I actually filled another chapter with water. Go menacé, the main reason is that recently taking on short story assignments has made my dialogue style a bit off. I'll just fill a chapter to ease into it. I understand. I will supervise Sophie's acting. Adele was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. According to our records, the acting principle for the Demon Pathway Sequence 9 Feet Criminal is to disregard laws and regulations, and indulge the evil thoughts in one's heart. The criminal experiences during this period will have a certain impact on her future personality. Son Derek explained, therefore, I hope that before she fully digests the Sequence 9 potion, you will strengthen the emotion she finds most difficult to part with as much as possible, and dilute her other emotions. This is to preemptively act as a cold-blooded person, striving to complete the digestion of cold-blooded within a week of advancement. Then, I will re-inject that most cherished emotion, allowing her to retain a part of human emotion even after becoming a serial killer. Thank you again for your help, Mr. Sun. Adele curtsied slightly, then realized it was a gentleman's etiquette, and quickly changed to a curtsy by lifting her skirt. It's nothing. It's insignificant compared to your contributions to Backland, just a small bit of help. Son Derek instinctively responded with humility. This Mr. Sun's actual age doesn't seem to be very old, and when interacting with others, he has a childlike innocence unique to children. He also doesn't have the airs of a demigod. If it weren't for an assassin's unique keen perception of life levels, I would even take him for a younger brother a few years my junior. Although thinking this is a bit impolite, he and Miss Judgment complement each other somewhat. One is tall but innocent, the other is steady but only 1.5 meters tall. Adele apologized in her heart for her offensive thoughts, yet she couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing Adele's smile, Derek, who was meeting a demoness for the first time, felt a little embarrassed. Then, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out a silver-white necklace inlaid with a white gem from his pocket. I met Miss Justice on the way here. She asked me to lend this item to Sophie, and also told me that this is an advance payment for developing Theosophy Order. If Theosophy Order grows and obtains the information she desires in the future, then this item will be given to Sophie. Originally, this item was custom-made by her at the Tarot Club for use when her sequence was not high, but now she no longer needs this level of mystical item. Its name is Lie, corresponding to the Seer Pathway sequence 6 feet faceless. It allows the holder to truly change their appearance and gain 3 Beyonder abilities: manipulating fire, damage transfer, and danger intuition. It also enhances balance and agility, and can change its own form into other ornaments, though the change in volume won't be too significant. However, Miss Justice's main intention is actually to utilize the negative characteristics of this item. These abilities are merely a bonus for Sophie. Derek paused, then continued to Adele. The negative effect of this item is that it can amplify emotions in people's hearts. If one doesn't know how to regulate it, problems can easily arise. However, as a Beyonder of the criminal pathway, there's no need to regulate one's emotions, simply yielding to them is enough. The specific degree will be managed by you, her guardian. By utilizing this negative characteristic, Sophie can not only act as a criminal more quickly but also fully amplify the emotion she values most in her heart. When extracting emotions, the stronger that emotion is, the higher the probability of success. Adele took the silver-white necklace with the somewhat large pendant from Derek's hand and said gratefully, "Please convey my thanks to Miss Justice for me. No matter what, you have both brought hope to Sophie. At such a time, we only need to praise Mr. Fool." Derek smiled and nodded. "All right, I should leave. Miss Justice has some arrangements in the Intersea area that require my cooperation. Do you need my help? Although my own sequence isn't high, I can still do some things that are inconvenient for you to do." Adele asked with concern. "Certainly, but not now." Derek nodded. "For the next week, try not to leave Indo-Port, especially don't go to St. Milan, the capital of Fosak. If you absolutely need to leave, you can only return to Constance. If all goes well, by the time you start establishing Theosophy Order, you'll find your workload has more than doubled. But for now, just rest well and prepare to be busy." "All right, Your Excellency Sun." Adele curtsied again, watching Mr. Sun put his great sword on his back and descend the stairs with heavy steps. Returning to the room, Adele saw Vianata sitting on the bed with a bewildered expression. In fact, she had been in this state ever since she saw Sun. "What's wrong? Why are you spacing out?" Adele pushed her, puzzled. "Two demigods." Vianata muttered to herself twice, then suddenly turned to face Adele. "What kind of organization did you join? That it could dispatch 2 demigods for you, a sequence 7, no, you were sequence 8 at the time. I joined an ancient god's divine council, attended by 8 demigods. The Holy Scriptures recorded 6 angels, and I even obtained what is suspected to be the relic of one of them. A few days ago, a resolution was passed at the meeting to poach a wicked god's follower." Adele mused inwardly, but aloud she could only say, "I'm sorry, Vianata, I've sworn an oath not to actively disclose information about that organization. I can only tell you that I worship the ancient god, Fool, and his church has recently received the goddess's tacit approval and has begun proselytizing in the Byam area." After some time of understanding, Adele also knew that the outer organization of the Tarot Club was the Church of the Fool, headquartered in Byam, with the Church of the Sea God under its jurisdiction. Mr. Hanged Man was the Pope of the Church of the Sea God, and the Church of the Fool was currently jointly managed by Mr. Sun and a divine messenger. Among this information, excluding Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. Sun, all other details were intelligence that ordinary people could inquire about for a few souls. If it were near the Sonia Sea, it wouldn't even cost that much. Disclosing this information to Vianata would not trigger the oath misjudgment had made her swear. Of course, there was another possibility. What does Altair Brewster's oath have to do with me, Adele Cersei? This thought flashed through Adele's mind, but she had no intention of testing it out. Chapter 190, Criminal. Alright, I didn't say anything then. Seeing that she couldn't get the specific details, Vianata gave up on asking, feeling disheartened. She then instructed, the next time you have a gathering, remember to ask if there's a formula and main ingredients for an instigator. Although I don't know how you gather, I feel like you must have exchanged a lot of information privately. Of course, it's through the convenient and quick gray fog, Adele silently complained in her heart, then steered the conversation to the main topic. That gentleman said it's best not to leave Indoport within the next week. If we absolutely must leave, we can only return to Constance. Also, Sophie's acting should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. You can't go to St. Milan anyway, so saying that is like saying nothing. Vianata said nonchalantly, it's good that a city like Indoport is comfortable for Beyonders. No matter what pathway you are, you can get ample opportunities for acting. You don't worry about this child at all. Adele held Sophie in her arms and complained to Vianata. Only by undergoing similar tempering can one become a qualified Fosak mountain dweller and an excellent hunter. Vianata found a more comfortable position in her chair. When I was only half a hunter, I could survive in a real snow forest, so Sophie will be fine. That sounds nice, but if Sophie ends up as wild as you, it'll be over. Adele rolled her eyes and tidied Sophie's hair. Now, she had to restyle it frequently to keep it from looking disheveled. I'm sorry, Sophie. I originally thought that gentlemen could remove the mutation in your body and allow you to receive a complete education like a normal child. Adele whispered apologetically into Sophie's ear. The room was so quiet that only her soft murmurs could be heard. Vianata shifted restlessly in her chair, scraping back and forth, appearing not as calm as she claimed. In a trance, Adele remembered Rand and his wife, and their child Lope, and the young pickpockets who drowned in the Tassoc River. Some of them initially fell behind on a month's rent, were evicted by their landlord, and then, without a fixed residence, couldn't find suitable work. In Fosak, to work, one first needed a fixed residence so the boss could always find them, and thus gradually slid into the abyss. When people's ability to resist risk is poor to a certain extent, even the smallest evil can lead to fatal consequences. But if they don't target these poor people for acting, then they can only choose those who deserve to die. However, these individuals often possess prominent identities or vast influence. Although this vastness is relative to the local gangs, let's not forget, this is Fosak, the territory of the Church of the God of War. Adele had witnessed Sister Vesper's powerful sensing ability for devils. Once an incident serious enough to attract the attention of the Church of the God of War's demigods occurs, Sophie would similarly not escape misfortune. She didn't want Sophie to be tainted by sin, but she certainly didn't want Sophie to lose control and die, or turn into a monster, or be killed while hunting. Adele agonized over it, but she despairingly realized that not all problems had solutions. Adele remembered Emperor Rosal once brought up the steam train problem, and now it was her turn to throw the switch. If Sophie were allowed to act freely, many innocent people might die, but if Sophie were to choose guilty targets, it could very well trigger a more serious situation. Although the correct, lawful choice in the train problem should be to do nothing, when a person truly faces such a choice, it is no longer just a legal issue. It's okay, Mama Adele. Just as Adele was struggling, Sophie turned around and cupped her face with both hands. You don't actually need to struggle with whether or not to let me do those bad things. The Lord of Storms believes that those who harbor criminals are as despicable as the criminals themselves, so even if you don't let me do those things, I'm still half a criminal. The little girl's smile was so bright that it made Adele feel a stinging pain in her heart, as if her heart was being scorched by the smile. Adele suddenly realized that she had just been hoping Sophie would make the choice for her, hoping Sophie would choose the easier path, hoping she would cry and tell herself that she was just a child and shouldn't be subjected to the condemnation of her conscience. She was horrified to discover that, subconsciously, she actually wanted Sophie, the one lying alone in the middle of the tracks, to help her throw the switch towards herself. Adele suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of nausea and fear. Nausea because of her cowardice and hypocrisy, and fear because she thought, if even she, as a guardian, indulged in such matters, then how could Sophie maintain her sanity on the pathway of a devil in the future? As an instigator, am I actually afraid of bearing the infamy of temptation, a child to commit a crime? Adele let out a self-mocking chuckle. Her lip had just been bitten open, and her mouth was full of the taste of rust. She pulled out the lie necklace from her pocket and carefully fastened it around Sophie's neck. Her fingers gently stroked the initial demonic keratin on Sophie's neck, feeling the little girl shiver as the cold necklace touched her skin. This necklace is called lie. It can change your appearance and amplify your emotions, giving you the ability to transfer damage and manipulate flames. For the next week, and in the future, we will be frequently active in Indo-Port. You just need to follow behind me in Viennata. Adele stood up and said to Viennata, it seems that before we become so-called industrialists, we might have to go back to our old profession for a while. All right, I don't object. Viennata excitedly sat up straight, stretching every bone, making them crackle satisfyingly. For a low-sequence Beander, a week is enough time for her to learn all the skills needed to live among gangs. As long as the demoness and the pyromaniac make enough noise, no one will pay attention to the small error a poor little girl commits to survive. You think so too, right? Viennata watched Adele, who was nimbly getting up to gather information, with a look that was half approval and half confirmation. Is that even a question? Adele smiled, hiding her scabbard beneath the hem of her thick, classical robe. I'll be back in 2 hours. Chapter 191 The Tavern. A moment later, in a tavern called Wolf Fish, in Indo-Port. Adele didn't like taverns. It was chaotic, noisy, filled with drunkards and bounty hunters, or drunken bounty hunters. This was her first time in such a place since she became a demoness. Although she had disguised herself well, bundled up in thick winter clothes to make her figure seem less alluring, she still noticed the subtle gazes around her, which almost made her break character. However, to gather information and intelligence, this was a good place, at least worth Adele subjecting herself to this terrible environment. Adele was about to order something to get the bartender's attention when she saw the bartender, who had a back as broad as a bear's, pick up a screwdriver from a table in the back, preparing to open a can-shaped object. Oh my, that can't be wolf fish conserve, can it? Connecting it to the tavern's name, the ominous thought had just flashed through Adele's mind when she saw the bartender deftly pop open the can with a click, invert it onto a plate, and place it before a tall Fosak man. An indescribable stench suddenly erupted in the bar. Some patrons immediately vomited, while the rest hastily dragged their companions out of the tavern. Only a few local Fosak people remained unaffected, huddling with the bartender, seemingly asking him something. This is a way to clear the place. Are you Fosak people all this direct? Adele's face twitched slightly, and she subtly wiped away the blood trickling from her nose. The moment she realized the other party had opened wolf fish conserve, Adele immediately used the curse magic she had previously used on Smith on herself, causing temporary damage to her nasal cavity to temporarily remove her sense of smell. This was how she survived in the core area of the wolf fish conserve's odor. Indo-Port hasn't been peaceful lately. There are reports that the fleets of Vice Admiral of Disease and Star Queen have arrived near the Intersea area. Perhaps their fleets don't dare to appear openly in Indo-Port, but it's very possible that famous pirates have already infiltrated Indo. Mid-sentence, the bartender suddenly noticed a slender woman, clearly not a local Fosak, sitting at a table with a complex expression, gently wiping her face with a handkerchief. Oh, to actually meet a woman here, and an outsider who can tolerate the smell of wolf fish conserve. The bartender said in a rather strange, respectful tone, mixed with the Fosak dialect, I have to say, woman, you are very strong. Adele was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly extended a hand towards the bartender. Just as the bartender looked puzzled, she grabbed his hair and slammed his head hard onto the table, shattering the plate that held the wolf fish conserve. Then, before the man who had ordered the wolf fish conserve could even curse and stand up, Adele nimbly leapt over the cluttered tables and chairs, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Adele hesitated for a moment, then lifted her foot, clad in calfskin boots, and stomped on him twice with all her might. That's what you get for opening wolf fish conserve in public, for releasing poison gas. Adele angrily kicked the guy away and sat heavily in his chair. What else has been happening recently? Tell me everything you know. Conceal a single word, and I'll directly pack you into a wolf fish conserve container and sink you into the sea. A moment later, Adele walked out of the bar, still fuming. Her nose injury had healed, but precisely because of this, she discovered that the smell of wolf fish conserve had actually clung to her clothes, which nearly drove her insane. Now she was pacing back and forth in the snow by the harbor, hoping the cold wind would remove the smell of wolf fish conserve from her body. Next time, I should bring a revolver. Anyone who dares to open wolf fish conserve within 10 meters of me will be shot dead immediately. Adele vigorously patted her robe, sniffed it several times, and confirmed that the smell was completely gone before she felt relieved and began to look for a warmer place. Although this experience was unpleasant, she still gathered a lot of useful information. Rumor has it that the fleets of Star Queen and Vice Admiral of Disease have recently appeared in the Intersea area, and have already begun to infiltrate Indo-Port. Furthermore, Nast is organizing a pirate gathering near the Solomon Islands, but it seems there aren't many attendees this time, far from the grandeur of previous years. Adele made a quick judgment on these messages based on the information she had, finding them to have a certain degree of credibility. Firstly, there is a demigod-level female pirate in the Tarot Club, but Adele doesn't know whether she is the long-famous Queen Mystic or the recently crowned Star Queen. But no matter which one, she has close ties with another queen. And the undying King Agorito and the King of the Five Seas Nast already had a bad relationship, often not giving each other face. Recently, Agorito, due to his connection with the devil, was besieged by the Storm Church, the Church of the Night Goddess, and the Church of the Earth Mother, so he would never dare to show up at a pirate gathering organized by Nast, who was already at odds with him. Originally, the King of the Black Throne Najingus often supported Nast, but there has been no news of him for a long time. There are rumors that he has been hunted, but there is no definitive evidence. As for Vice Admiral Iceberg's attitude towards the Tarot Club, it is hard to fathom, but she has a bosun who serves as a divine messenger for the full church, which speaks volumes. And while Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy has a bad relationship with the Tarot Club, her relationship with Adele herself is good. An astonished expression appeared on Adele's face. She realized that among the original 4 kings and 7 generals, excluding the declared dead Blood Admiral Senor and Hell Admiral Ludwell, plus the newly promoted Vice Admiral of Disease and Sickle Maiden Tracy, 4 of the remaining 8 had some degree of connection with the Tarot Club. And Vice Admiral Blad Ivan of Twilight is suspected to be an operative for the Church of the God of War, and Vice Admiral Hal Constantine of the Deep Sea has connections with the Storm Church. Thinking of this, Adele suddenly felt sad for the King of the Five Seas Nast. After so many years of struggle at sea, he finally achieved his current status, but within a few years, the only one left who had no connections with each other and didn't belong to any other organization's operatives was his arch-enemy Agorito. Speaking of which, Miss Magician once linked Mr. World with the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow in her book, and Vice Admiral of Disease, Blood Admiral, and Hell Admiral have all been assassinated by him. Recalling Miss Magician's description, Adele felt a bit fortunate for Nast. If Mr. Gehrman Sparrow hadn't been dormant, the King of the Five Seas would probably be worrying not about loneliness but about his Beander characteristic. Chapter 192, The Demoness's Personal Hobby. Furthermore, Adele was about 80 to 90% convinced about the Star Queen's movements. Because Mr. Sun had also said that the Tarot Club seemed to be planning a big move here recently, and Katlia, the Star Queen, who was rumored to have reached Sequence 3, must be a very important combatant. Therefore, she needed to be more cautious in her actions recently, so as not to cause trouble and force herself to leave Indo-Port. Adele thought for a while and decided to find another bar to see if she could gather new information. This time, she was smarter. She first observed the entrance, confirming that a sign saying, "No wolf fish cans allowed in rooms," was posted under the pile of pirate wanted posters before entering the tavern. Finding a comfortable sofa in the warm, odor-free room, Adele took off her scarf and motioned for the waiter to come over. Do you want a strong Langchi, or Nippos? The waiter wiped his hands on his waist apron and asked Adele. I don't want either. Do you Fosak people really like recommending Nippos, which you can strike a match on, to a lady? Of course, considering the average quality of service personnel here, they might actually enjoy doing that. Adele smiled awkwardly but politely. A street. Carlo. And while you're at it, tell me about the gangs around here. Street. Carlo is a sparkling wine unique to Indo-Port. Although its taste can't compare to similar products from Loan, it has the advantage of being close to the production area and inexpensive, highly recommended by Vianata. I don't know anything about gangs, you've got the wrong person. Unexpectedly, the bartender's expression immediately changed, and he quickly turned back to the bar, picked up a bottle of sparkling wine, walked over with a thump, 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 and placed it heavily on the table. Here's your street, Carlo. Drink it and leave quickly, don't cause trouble here. Adele's expression froze. She found it hard to believe that the usual method for gathering information was ineffective here. Miss, I heard you want to inquire about gangs. Coincidentally, we are the gang. While Adele was in a daze, several burly Fosak men walked over, sat down casually in front of Adele, and placed their Nippos glasses heavily on the table, spilling a little liquid onto the surface. Before inquiring about other people's business, out of politeness, shouldn't you first tell us your background? One of the men said this in a tone completely devoid of politeness. Looking at the man's behavior, Adele suddenly remembered a famous regional joke Vianata had told her. A lonest person would laugh 3 times when hearing a joke from the opposite sex at a party. He would laugh when you told him the joke, because that's polite. He would also laugh when you explained the joke to him, which is also polite. And then in the middle of the night, he would burst out laughing in bed because he finally understood the meaning of the joke. And an intis person would laugh twice when hearing a joke from the opposite sex at a party. He would laugh when you told him the joke, because that's polite. He would also laugh when you explained the joke to him, because he understood the meaning of the joke, but he wouldn't laugh in bed because that would wake up the person who told him the joke. As for Fosak people, at that time, Vianata said with an exaggerated tone, they only laugh once. They won't laugh when you tell the joke, because they don't understand politeness. They won't laugh when you explain the joke, because they don't understand the meaning of the joke. And at night in bed, he will suddenly burst out laughing, because he realized he didn't pay for his drinks today. Adele had thought this was just a stereotype caused by a lack of understanding between countries, but today's experience told her that reality might be even more absurd than the joke. Don't rush, gentlemen. Adele smiled slightly, swept her hair back, revealing her alluring white neck. After hearing their breathing become a bit heavier, she pulled out a crystal ball from her robe. As you can see, I am just a passing witch, hoping to find someone for an in-depth study of dreams. Although in this era, the ideological trend guided by Rosal had given people some understanding of witch doctors, in some areas of the northern continent, especially Fosak where education levels were generally low, which often had multiple meanings, referring to village witch doctors, streetwalkers, or certain female researchers. And after Adele proposed dream research, which had a certain suggestive tendency, the other party quickly formed what they thought was the correct understanding. Sounds good. So, how much does one night, no, one dream study, cost? One of the men eagerly licked his lips. I mean, all 3 of us together. Although it's expensive, it's definitely a price you can accept. Adele smiled charmingly, took out a silver-cased lip gloss from her robe pocket, and casually applied it to her lips. Then, she gracefully walked up to the bartender and said, "Please find us a quiet room, and send up some ice cream. These gentlemen will pay." Seeing the men's expressions, a mix of surprise, eagerness, and confusion, Adele couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Don't mind that, it's just a little personal hobby of mine. Quote. I already told you, it's just a dream study. I didn't expect you all to be so enthusiastic." A few minutes after the waiter closed the door, Adele sat on the large bed in the room, eating ice cream, and looked at the 3 men sleeping soundly on the floor. As a Fosak port located in the north, Indo-Port's ice cream tasted much more authentic than Loan's. Its rich milky flavor and long aftertaste made Adele sigh in satisfaction. Eating ice cream in winter, what a wonderful thing. Adele, her personal hobby satisfied, ate half of it before using her lip gloss's ability to begin examining the men's memories. Although she didn't know why the bartender was so resistant to talking about gangs, Adele wasn't set on getting information from him. To get information about gangs, it's most reliable to ask the gangs themselves. Adele lightly pushed the head of the man she had just used to gather information, and he tilted and fell over. It took 5 minutes for Adele to obtain the information she wanted. She then took all the cash from the men's pockets, totaling 110 horn, 8 for silver, and 4 gobi, which amounted to about 20 pounds, 3 sols, and 2 pence. You should be able to accept this price, right? Adele smiled and, mischievously, pulled down the pants of one of the skinnier gang members, poured the remaining ice cream onto his buttocks, then threw all 3 of them onto the bed, and gracefully left the room. Chapter 193, Demoness Assassin. After gathering enough information, Adele left the tavern. Of course, she left invisibly, not directly descending the stairs. If she were to come downstairs fully dressed less than 10 minutes after those gentlemen took her upstairs, it would be a devastating blow to their reputation. Adele couldn't help but smile, secretly lamenting that she was too gentle and considerate, practically unsuited to be a demoness. In the memories of those few gang members, Adele discovered many interesting things. In Indo-Port, the greatest influence wasn't pirates, nor the local government agencies, nor even the church factions, but rather the local gangs. Originally, in Fosak, where the populace was fierce and martial, the Church of the God of War's suppressive power was absolute. However, ever since Fosak's defeat in the War of Faith, the Church of the God of War's control over major cities has been deteriorating day by day. Especially in Indo-Port, which allowed legal residency for travelers from various countries, the gangs absorbed a large amount of aid from other nations, gaining actual control of the docks, channels for trafficking and selling various addictive drugs, the right to buy and sell firearms, and control over everything that originally didn't belong to them. In Indo, and even in a dozen surrounding small and medium-sized cities, there were traces of gangs. Perhaps the gangs formed by Highlanders who fled to Loan were not enough to make the local capitalists of Loan fear them, and even used them as convenient dogs. But in Fosak, the positions of gangs and small capitalists were reversed. In the eyes of the underworld bosses here, all entrepreneurs in Indo-Port were their treasuries. The problem with a single denomination country is this: once the true god behind it falls, the entire nation's order will descend into chaos. Adele hesitated, wondering whether to go back and erase the memories of those few guys. Adele had just seen in their memories that the man she had poured ice cream on belonged to Esco, the largest gang family in Indo-Port. Although he was only a small leader within this gang of 10,000 members, dealing with him would still be somewhat troublesome. After all, in an organization that completely disregarded laws and regulations, such familial ties often became effective constraints. After thinking for a moment, Adele decided to go back. In any case, it wasn't good to cause trouble for the tavern. That bartender should thank me properly. Although your attitude wasn't very polite, at least I didn't plan to pin the blame on you. Adele shook her head, and just as she was about to walk back, she suddenly heard a muffled gunshot from a distance, as if someone was firing into the air. Upon hearing the gunshots, the pedestrians who had been walking on the street scattered like startled birds, finding places to hide. Windows that had been open were quickly shut, and homeowners pulled down heavy window bolts. Adele's pupils contracted slightly, realizing that the local residents' fear of gangs far exceeded her imagination. To scare Fosak people like this, the gangs in Backland were simply child's play compared to here. However, with no pedestrians around, she didn't need to worry about anything. She reached under her skirt and drew out Bloodletter, its blade, enhanced by Lilith's afterimage, glinting crimson in the moonlight. Then, she pulled out a short white oak wand from within her heavy classical robe, holding it in her other hand. A demoness can attach her frost or flame abilities to her wand. It will automatically trigger simply by infusing spirituality, or it can be triggered when using a wand as a substitute. However, the former can be used multiple times, while the latter will disappear due when the wand is destroyed. She had used up several wands during the fight on the ship, so now Adele only had this one wand for creating ice arrows, with less than a month of validity left. She hadn't brought her revolver when she left this time, so she could only make do with this. Adele walked quickly through the snow, her steps making a rhythmic crunching sound. When she was still over 100 meters from the bar, her assassin's night vision allowed her to see the situation in the distance. A dozen burly Fosak men, dressed in thick winter trench coats and wearing deerstalker hats, surrounded the bar with high-pressure steam rifles and revolvers. Several others were carrying firewood towards it, seemingly intending to burn the bar down. Adele paused briefly to think, then nimbly rolled up the hem of her long robe and turned into a narrow alley. Then, she leapt, pushed off one wall, repeated the maneuver on the other side upon reaching it, and after several alternating pushes, she jumped onto the roof of the two-story building. She skillfully moved and leapt between buildings, silently, only stirring up fine snow dust behind her. Her movements were light and agile, even the most nimble primates would have to concede defeat upon seeing her climbing skills. Ever since she accepted the mission to assassinate Baron Syndras, she had never again attempted such assassination techniques. Her fighting style was not the same as Sister Vesper's, her body was not as robust as Vesper's, and being hit by a steam rifle would still cause her to bleed, and she would die if she didn't use a substitute in time. However, she had a more cunning method, one unique to assassins who lived in the shadows. She quickly approached the bar, leaping down at the back door of the shop where the gang members were relatively sparse. Her black robe was like a dark cloud, silently falling and enveloping the entire head of a gang member, covering his unuttered scream and splattering blood within the black robe. This was the first, she counted silently. Before the body hit the ground with a sound that could alert those nearby, Adele, with her feet on his shoulders and her legs curled up with the momentum of her fall, suddenly straightened them, launching herself through the air towards another gang member who had his back to her. The first man's deerstalker hat spun into the air and fell dejectedly onto the snow. The short dagger in her hand plunged into the next person's neck. She rotated with an unimaginable movement, the sharp blade tearing apart the opponent's chest. Blood spurted from under her skirt like hem, but Adele had already leapt to her next target. By the time she killed the last person in the courtyard, the first victim's deerstalker hat had just hit the ground. Adele took the revolver from the last person's hand, preventing it from falling into the muddy water and malfunctioning. Then, she looked at the bar with some regret. Its front hall was already on fire, and the thick smoke formed a natural disguise. What a shame, I quite liked it here. She shook her head, and her figure disappeared into the smoke. Chapter 194, Freak. Meanwhile, in the front hall of the tavern, the gang members were busy opening the barrels of nippos dragged out from the back kitchen, spilling the highly potent liquor into every corner of the hall. Having returned to the bar in a rage only to find it empty, they could only vent their anger on the innocent bar, preparing to burn it down. What a shame, I quite liked it here. A gang member shook his head regretfully, threw the torch in his hand into a corner of the bar, and watched as the flames quickly rose, gradually engulfing everything around them. No choice, this is for the family's reputation. Another gang member echoed, then also threw away the torch in his hand. Let's go, this damned smoke is getting thicker and thicker. However, just as the two turned around, the smoke behind them mysteriously dispersed, forming a rapidly approaching trajectory. Before the two noticed someone approaching, one of their boots was violently pulled upwards, causing him to fall directly to the ground, while at the same time, a crimson cut suddenly appeared on the neck of the other. The sharp blade that cut the man's neck did not stop, but rotated with the momentum and pierced the chest of the first gang member. The entire assassination process was fluid. Before the two had completely breathed their last, Adele had already swiftly left her previous position and rushed out of the burning bar. The moment she rushed out of the bar, Adele maximized her speed and deactivated her invisibility. Because in the snow, even if she concealed her figure, she would still leave footprints on the ground, not to mention wasting spirituality. It would also make it difficult for her to judge the situation at the first moment. So she deactivated her invisibility and rushed directly into the center of the crowd. Before the surrounding gang members could aim their high-pressure steam rifles at her, the spiritual body of the middle-aged gentleman with gray eyes reappeared on Adele, and he used spirituality to directly vibrate the air, activating the ability of nightmare. Her flower bloomed overnight until dawn. But when the daylight opened its eyes, shy from the gaze, nowhere to hide, she then withered and wilted in a daze. The chanting of nightmare directly stimulated spirituality and did not require the lyrics to be recited completely to affect beyonders. Nightmare could not instantly pull so many people into a dream at the same time, especially since this spiritual body was currently being commanded by Adele, and the latter was not a spirit warlock and could not provide corresponding enhancements to the spiritual body. Therefore, this only caused those people to feel a momentary trance, and those with strong wills had already regained consciousness. However, after they recovered their senses, they were astonished to find that the ice and snow beneath their feet had climbed up their insteps, fixing them in place, and at the same time, what met their eyes were dense black flames, like young swallows returning to their nests. Compared to low-sequence Beyonders, mid-sequence Beyonders actually did not have much improvement in physical resistance, but they had a significant increase in the diversity of Beyonder abilities. Although many times, killing a mid-sequence Beyonder only required a single bullet, it was extremely rare, almost non-existent, for a mid-sequence Beyonder to be killed by an ordinary person. In less than 3 seconds, the gang members had all fallen to the ground, arching their backs like shrimp, spitting out bile, spitting out their hearts, and spitting out their stomachs and lungs burning with black flames. Adele confirmed that no one retained combat capability, then walked in front of the short man, slowly raised her skirt, and performed a standard goodnight bow. The opponent was not directly hit in the torso by the black flames. At this moment, the black flames only enveloped the arm that originally held the revolver. Now, although that arm had not suffered physical damage, in Adele's spiritual vision, it had turned gray, and like other objects burned by the black flames, it left distinct ashes in the spirit world. Do you have anything else to say? Adele stepped on the arm, which had lost its ability to move due to the destruction of the spiritual body, and said to the short man. The Esco family will not let you go, you freak. The opponent roared at Adele, gasping for breath, you will go to hell with your cursed ability. In the scriptures of many churches, although the descriptions of the divine kingdom vary greatly, there is always a hell opposite to the divine kingdom, and the descriptions are almost the same. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. Adele expressionlessly fired 6 shots at his face, emptying the revolver cylinder. Forget it, you'd better shut up. Indo Port, the largest church of the God of War here. Your Excellency Bishop, I just observed through 2072 that there seems to have been another gang fight in the port area, and it was again a conflict between an outsider Beyonder and a gang. A priest of the God of War hurried into the church and reported to a burly man over 2 meters tall. 2072 is a sealed artifact assigned to the God of War in Indo Port, also known as Solomon's wide-angle mirror. Through this mirror, the user can observe all supernatural phenomena within an area equivalent to a quarter of a city. The mirror will actively give prompts about supernatural phenomena that occur. Of course, it is limited to those below demigods, and it can actively filter, narrowing the scope of supernatural phenomena to conflicts. The negative effect is that for every hour of continuous use of the mirror will play back an hour-long experience of the user from the previous day. And because each time this mirror needs to be used is due to an emergency, the priests of the church find it difficult to avoid it in advance, leading to many embarrassing incidents. What is the current situation? The muscular demon hunter, Royce Hampton, asked in a deep voice. That Beyonder is suspected to be a Beyonder of the demoness pathway, and she also seems to have a mystical item. Dealing with a gang of dozens of ordinary people is still no problem for her. However, she seems to have some kind of sensation to the mirror's prying, and after resolving the battle, she used some method to block the mirror's perception. The priest said regretfully, after all, this mirror itself is only a sequence 2 sealed artifact. It's too difficult to monitor a demoness who also possesses excellent magic mirror divination abilities. Then forget it, let them make trouble. Unexpectedly, Royce Hampton did not instruct the Beyonder team of the God of War to apprehend the Beyonder or quell the disturbance, but instead stared blankly at the face of the gang member killed by Adele in the mirror. Freak. In a sense, that's true. As Beyonder powers gradually surface, whether we are heroes or freaks clearly has different answers. He stretched out his palm and gently stroked the mirror, letting out a sigh of unknown meaning. Just then, the mirror showed Royce Hampton, dressed in pajamas, preparing to walk towards the bedroom, and in that bedroom, a graceful woman, presumably his wife, was vaguely lying down. Royce Hampton's expression tightened slightly, and he punched the mirror, causing its surface to shatter and blood-like liquid to flow out. Then, he instructed the priest with a strange expression. Put it back in the sealed room, it will repair itself in a week. Chapter 195, The Sprout of Calamity. Outside the fiercely burning bar, Adele cut off a small section of her long hair, then tossed them into the biting cold wind. The fragmented strands of hair ignited with black flames in the air, burning to ashes before they hit the ground, mixing with the melted snow on the ground as grayish-white dust. This is a common method witches use to interfere with divination and prying, taught to Adele by Gegran. Adele had clearly sensed prying from Beyonder powers just now, so she used this method to block it. Afterward, Adele took out all the money from those people, walked over to the bartender who had been dragged out in a sack, and threw the pile of golden horns, stacked in a jacket, in front of him. Take this money to the docks, find the ironclad ship that entered the port today, buy a spot on it, and leave Indo. According to the ways of these gangs, the two sides had already forged a mortal enmity today. What would follow was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was an iron rule of gang families. As the bar owner caught in the middle, he clearly couldn't stay out of it. If he didn't leave, his life would surely be forfeit. However, the bar owner had no intention of taking the money, letting it fall into the snow. He stretched his limbs, stiff from being bound, then whimpered twice, unsure if he was crying or laughing. "Put away your hypocritical face, you freaks." His face twisted with fear and anger. He pointed at Adele's nose and cursed, "You, the church, don't you think striking at gangs is fun? If it weren't for the war started by you damned monsters, would they have become gangs? Ultimately, who the hell cares what to believe when they don't even know what their next meal will be? Those who fight wars over such things are all bastards who deserve to be ass-fucked by donkeys, and you monsters are the bastards of bastards." He staggered backward, grabbing a pistol that had fallen by the roadside. Adele raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't stop him. At this distance, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to hit her. "The Esco family won't let you go. They'll pull out your intestines and stuff them into your mouth, no matter how you use your abilities, which are a demon's whore money." The bartender stumbled 2 steps, barely steadying himself. His agitated emotions made him almost lose control. He didn't raise the gun at Adele, but shakily pressed the muzzle against his chin. "I'll wait for you in hell. At least that way, I can save my family. See you in hell, you fucking bitch." A gunshot rang out, shattering the bartender's jaw. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the snow in front of Adele. Adele watched his falling body in silence. The bartender's dialogue in this section contains a very high amount of profanity. If it is censored, please imagine it yourself. Afterward, she sighed, picked up the pouch of coins wrapped in the jacket, and then tidied up the pile of weapons, bundling them up and taking them away. Since the enmity was already forged, why leave the items here for the other party to pick up and use against her again? Adele muttered to herself. She had already taken anti-divination measures, so it didn't matter if the other party divined based on this pile of weapons. With the gray fog, any stolen goods could just be thrown up there. Then, she found a secluded spot, spent 2 minutes performing a sacrificial ritual, and threw all those things above the gray fog. Although this meant she would have to inform the other members of the Tarot Club when she needed to retrieve them, Adele believed they had no reason to disagree. On the Intersea, on the fleet of Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy, an unexpected guest arrived, surprising Tracy. Saintess of White Katerina was currently sitting in the captain's cabin of the Black Death. From her expression, it was clear she was not in a good mood and seemed to have sustained some injuries. "Mother, you're not looking well," Tracy asked cautiously. "I encountered an impertinent fellow on the way here. His sequence wasn't very high, but his abilities were troublesome," Katerina said, pulling down her bustier slightly, allowing Tracy to see the densely wriggling tentacle-like protrusions under her skin. "Then your condition." Tracy felt a bit uncomfortable just by looking, quickly averted her gaze, and asked with concern. "It's fine. I'll recover in a few days." In contrast, he's in a terrible state, afflicted with both petrification and dozens of disease curses. Even if he's not dead now, he's probably close to losing control. In short, you don't need to worry about him recently. Katerina impatiently changed the subject. "I came this time mainly to ask you something. Have you recently discovered anything related to a demoness in this sea area?" "Something related to a demoness?" Tracy murmured in confusion. "An item that you can sense from a great distance must be of extremely high Beyonder characteristic. If I had seen it, I would probably have already undergone an abnormality." "No, That thing only has Beyander characteristic but no power. You should have heard of it, it's the blasphemy card created by Emperor Rosal, the demoness card. Katerina said with certainty, with the primordial one still existing, there aren't many items that can make me feel a corresponding aggregation effect. Apart from his angels, the only one that can suddenly appear and disappear is that blasphemy card. If it were obtained by someone within the demoness sect, it would be fine, but if it falls into the hands of an outsider, it might have a negative impact on the primordial demoness, especially the hunter pathway, which can be exchanged with ours. At this point, Katerina pressed again, think carefully again, have you really not come into contact with anyone or anything related to a demoness? Tracy thought for a moment and replied, if you're talking about a person, I did encounter one. She is Aunt Gegran's recently adopted daughter. She was active in Backland before, but due to the recent Angel Fall incident, she was forced to flee Backland and came to Fosak to develop believers for Theosophy Order. Her name is Adele Cersei, formerly Altair Brewster. Gegran, Altair Brewster. Katerina pondered for a while, then nodded. I understand. Your next plan is cancelled. Continue searching for that demoness card in this area. If you find it in someone else's hands, kill that person and take the card, even if it's in Adele Cersei's hands. But, Mother. Tracy instinctively felt this order was somewhat strange, but Katerina's stern gaze cut off her further words. Adele Cersei might not be a problem, but Gegran's problem is very serious. If the card is found in Adele's hands and circumstances permit, capture her alive, then notify me, and I will come immediately to obtain information about Gegran from her. Katerina paused, her expression serious. Gegran might have betrayed the primordial demoness and become a believer of Calamity itself. Chapter 196, City of Calamity. Believers of Calamity. Tracy asked in confusion, isn't the primordial demoness the embodiment of Calamity? What are believers of Calamity then? Katerina hesitated for a moment, then explained to Tracy, the primordial one doesn't fully represent Calamity. The term, Calamity, is a combination of two giant language words. The first means, calamity of nature, which includes natural disasters and various plagues, while the second refers to, man-made calamity, brought by war and conspiracy. The primordial one obtained the authority over the calamity of nature, while the other part of the authority is in the hands of Beyonders from the Red Priest pathway, which is also the Hunter pathway. So, Aunt Gegran believes in the aggregation of calamity. Tracy asked, somewhat surprised, is there any evidence for this? I haven't found definite evidence yet, but a large part of her power system is inexplicable to us. The primordial one has given revelations that Beyonders who believe in calamity are more skilled in various ritualistic magic than her believers, and can even use these rituals to assist in advancement, reducing the probability of losing control. Katerina pulled her brassiere back into place and fastened the clasps. We have reason to suspect that, compared to orthodox Beyonders who advance by consuming potions, advancement rituals are used to mitigate the influence of the potion's spiritual characteristics on themselves. However, for a demoness who believes in calamity, they use the potion to assist themselves in resisting the invasion and influence of the advancement ritual. And the invasion of those rituals is even more severe than the spiritual pollution remaining in the potion. They don't even need to act, as the potion will be consumed by the ritual's influence. They also don't need to worry about their mental state, because unlike us, the more spiritual influence remains in the potion within them, the more convenient it is for them to resist the ritual's invasion. That sounds pretty good, at least they don't have to worry about losing control like we do. Tracy said tentatively. HMPH, it sounds good. Katerina snorted disdainfully. Unfortunately, any power comes with risks, they just face different risks than we do. They are different from us, our spirituality is unstable when we first consume a potion, and our state is not at its best. But for them, after consuming a potion, their state is optimal, and their self-awareness is clearest. From then on, they will always be pursued by the ritual of calamity, just like those mystery priors of the Moses ascetic order. Due to the ritual's invasion, their potion digestion progress will be very fast. However, once the potion is completely digested and there is no way to resist the ritual's invasion, they must repeatedly consume potions or seek advancement, otherwise they will also lose control and die, irreversibly. How could this be? Tracy asked in surprise. She had never learned such knowledge and felt as if she had returned to when she first started learning mysticism with her mother. Do you remember the analogy I used when I first told you about the acting method? Katerina didn't answer but instead asked Tracy. Tracy replied without hesitation. I remember, Beyonder Power is a castle, and the potion's name is the key to acting, also the key, or invitation, to get into the castle. Exactly. To use that analogy, the rituals they perform can directly allow you to replace a guest's identity in the castle and use the abilities granted by the potion. But as the potion is gradually digested, this identity will gradually become invalid. If you don't find a new identity to replace it, you will be expelled by the guards. Katerina explained clearly, for us, acting is to get us into the castle, but for them, acting is to stay in the castle. And the consequence of being expelled by the guards is worse than failing to sneak in. The former at least means being driven out of the castle, which is losing control or being close to losing control. But because the ritual directly took over the original guest's spot, they will be directly obliterated by the guards. This obliteration refers not only to Beyonder Power, but your very existence will disappear. We suspect they are permanently buried in that castle. That's also why it's called the City of Calamity. Although in the field of mysticism, similar terms are only symbolic, it, or rather he, indeed came to life for some reason into the form people described. So, once they start the ritual, they must keep advancing, unless they consume a new potion midway to slow down the erosion. Tracy continued to ask questions while processing the new information. Exactly. We often say the Beyonder pathway is a path of no return, but for them, there isn't even leisure to rest by the roadside. If they cannot reach the position of the primordial one, their only outcome is to disappear forever. Katerina sighed. Gegran jumped to the undying of the death pathway, initially escaping the fate of being pursued by the ritual, and has time to slowly prepare for the advancement of the demoness of undying, but most believers of calamity don't have similar opportunities. Since she knows this pathway is so dangerous, why would she make others walk it? Tracy hesitated for a moment, then asked hesitantly. You don't believe Gegran would do that? Katerina sighed. Honestly, I don't quite believe it either, and even now, I don't have definite evidence to deal with her, who is also a saint. But if I were just to guess her motive. Katerina stood up, and a look of sadness appeared on her beautiful face, which possessed the beauty of women of all ages. You should remember the story of the primordial one's vessel a year ago. I remember, Triss. You said at the time that she had strong self-destructive tendencies. Tracy replied without the slightest hesitation. Gegran is very similar to her, but what she desires is even more magnificent. Katerina shook her head and sighed. What she desires is a open black lens bracket revenge close black lens bracket. On the sea near St. Millen, the future floated silently in the deep waves. Alger, Audrey, and Katlia stood side by side on the deck, watching the miniature sun wheel gradually rising from the distant sea. Then, Derek, who had transformed into the sun wheel, landed on the deck with a dull thud. Did you see the Empress? Audrey asked with a smile on her face. I saw her, everything has been arranged properly. Derek nodded, her mind is very pure. I finally understand now why Miss Justice said he could be trusted. Audrey's face showed a mysterious smile, a gentle smile that made Derek feel inexplicably uneasy. No, you don't understand, at least, not entirely. Finally, the foreshadowing of the potion ritual has been laid out. Originally, I planned for Gegran to say it, but recently I saw new readers still struggling with this issue, so it's better to explain it sooner. Chapter 197, Closing the Net. How is Misjudgment's progress? Alger, with his short dark blue hair, turned to ask Audrey. After becoming the Sea King, he no longer had to carefully choose his words when speaking with Justice and Hermit, he could say whatever he wanted. She has already brought lust under control in Trier. Her abilities are incredibly effective against Beyonders who like to hide their tracks. Audrey brushed a strand of golden hair from her ear, unfazed by the hanged man's choice of words. She continued to explain in a calm tone. According to the information provided by the Earth Mother Church, they have already expelled the psychology alchemists from all of Fenaport, including Miss Sloth, who was in charge of Fenaport City. All signs indicate that Miss Sloth and Lady Greed are likely in St. Millen. Which is why we are here now. Catlia subtly interrupted Audrey's further explanation. Perhaps this is what Emperor Rosal meant by, you can run from the priest, but you can't run from the church. I have to say, while Emperor Rosal's words sound a bit strange, in some ways, they are quite apt. Alger scratched his slightly curly blue hair. When do we make our move? Audrey slightly raised her palm to stop Alger, then turned her gaze to the sea, where dusk was settling, and said aloud, Your Excellency, you must have heard us. We have no intention of offending the Fasak Empire. We are merely here at the behest of the kingdom and the church to apprehend the suspects of the Angel Fall incident. Please extend us this convenience. A moment later, a silver light suddenly burst forth from the shimmering sea, tearing through the dark night sky and transforming into a human figure that flashed onto the future's bow. Audrey's spirituality intuition told her that the newcomer was the Silver Knight demigod she had once encountered on the outskirts of Backland. It's you. The Silver Knight's expression instantly became somewhat complex, but he quickly regained his composure. Although 3 of these 4 individuals were on his level, this was, after all, the capital of Fosak, with more than one demigod and various sealed artifacts. In a direct confrontation, he was not weaker than any of them. The Church of the God of War will constantly monitor your every move. The Silver Knight ultimately did not persist, only requesting constant monitoring of their actions to prevent them from causing trouble in the capital. After all, the Angel Fall incident had too great an impact. The Church of the God of War, without its God of Combat, was eager to clear its name and had to seriously consider the demands of the Tarot Club members, who represented the victorious nation, if not outright obey them. Thank you for your understanding. Audrey curtsied, offering a bow to the other party. Then she took a deep breath, closed her eyes slightly, and when she opened them again, her eyes were filled with fierce golden vertical pupils. A super-large-scale mental plague spread out, colorful and vibrant, infecting the shared dreams of everyone in St. Millen like mold. Are you courting death? The Silver Knight saw Audrey release such a large-scale, destructive mental plague among the crowd and thought she had malicious intentions. He immediately transformed into a silver-white sword light that ignored defenses, about to bloom within Audrey's body and cut her into pieces. However, the silver-white sword light passed right through Audrey's body without tearing flesh, instead exploding and scattering on the spot, as if the other party had never existed. Beside her, Catlia's hand shimmered with a strange light, and an illusory brocade extended from her hand, enveloping Audrey. The fairy tale magic, the Emperor's new clothes, could turn the target into a non-existent object, thus making them immune to any harm. At the same time, in the dream world already covered with colorful mold spots, 2 disheveled figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Although no mold spots had grown on their bodies, judging by the scales that had pierced through their skin, the mental plague had caused them considerable harm. After sloth and greed left the collective subconscious sea, the citywide mental plague vanished into thin air. The residents didn't even know what it meant, as if it itself had been a dream. A dream weaver's ability is to weave nearly real dreams. She can make everyone see different scenes in their dreams, and at the same time, if the other party believes they are harmed in the dream, they will suffer the same harm in reality. Although it won't directly affect the physical plane, it is enough to scare the opponent matter to death. However, the residents, who didn't understand what the colorful mold spots were, didn't believe this thing would harm them. So, even if they encountered the mental plague in their dreams, it wouldn't cause substantial harm. Only the 2 Psychology Alchemists Council members reacted to it. Audrey ignored the Silver Knight, who had realized something was wrong and awkwardly retracted his hand, and instead soared directly from the ship. Pearly white, smooth dragon wings grew from her back, and then she let out a dragon's roar containing dozens of mystical meanings. As the dragon's roar exited, the collective subconscious sea where everyone was located was sealed by an invisible barrier. This prevented the 2 demigods from sending messages or notifying other Psychology Alchemists members through any means. This blockade originated from the fear in sloth and greed's hearts, so it possessed sufficient efficacy. Seeing that escape was hopeless, the 2 demigods reluctantly turned back, both activating their mythical creature forms, transforming into one deep red and one light blue mind dragon. Violent winds surged around them, seemingly from reality, yet also from illusion. They carried certain wills, blowing in all directions. Any creature caught within them inevitably exhibited various abnormal states. Some stood trembling in place, some blindly and irrationally fled into the distance, Some lost control of their bladder and bowels, their legs weak, collapsing downwards, or simply fainted and fell into a coma, or displayed fanatical expressions, becoming followers of the giant dragons. Then, their figures eerily vanished, attempting to use psychological invisibility to escape this area and evade capture by the Tarot Club members. Normally, Audrey would indeed have a way to meticulously unravel the situation and play a game of hide-and-seek with them, but now there was no need to do so. Hermit Catlia's second fairy tale magic, Source of Peach Blossoms, had already been released, enveloping the entire sea area. Although no one saw it, Audrey could feel the invisible entities fleeing in all directions suddenly freeze, blocked by a peach forest lush with vegetation and blooming flowers, cut off by the mountain at the end of the forest's water source, only able to try to peer out from a small cave. Then, Alger hurled the violently surging blue-green lightning in his hand towards that chaotic and frenzied sea area. Chapter 198, Thunderstorm. After Catlia set up a barrier and pulled the two council members into it, Alger leapt down from the deck. The strong winds lifted his body, like obedient slaves carrying an emperor's carriage. He arrived at the center of the ocean, surrounded by the storm, causing it to undergo a change in a mystical sense. The concept of another ocean, transcending the limits of space and time, overlapped with the ocean before them. That ocean had an eternal gray mist, and at the end of the mist were indescribable things of madness. The abilities a Sea King could exert were closely related to the ocean he controlled. After conquering an ocean through a ritual, a Sea King could utilize the unique properties of that ocean. Yarn Kotman, the Archbishop of Sonia Sea and a Sea King, could fully unleash the open black lens bracket storm's anomaly close black lens bracket unique to the vicinity of Sonia Island within his domain, making him significantly stronger than ordinary Sea Kings in manipulating gales and lightning. However, the ocean the hanged man Alger conquered when he advanced was the polluted, gray-misted sea at the edge of the sea line, its mystique far beyond anything the Sonia Sea could compare to. If summarized simply, Alger differed from other Sea Kings in 3 points. Firstly, due to the nature of the gray mist being unaffected by space and time, Alger could directly project the ocean he controlled onto a specific ocean in the real world through the spirit world. This also freed him from the restriction that a Sea King's combat power would greatly diminish when leaving his own ocean, as he could turn any sea area into his home ground, even one that was already claimed. Secondly, although he did not receive as much storm domain enhancement as Yarn Kotman, he gained an even more powerful ability. He could, to a certain extent, draw upon the power of the gray mist within his ocean. Whether for suppression or sealing, this was far stronger than what an ordinary Sea King could do. Lastly, Alger could also selectively release a small portion of the pollution sealed behind the sea line by manipulating the flow of the gray mist, and that kind of pollution could even corrupt angel-level existences. However, casually manipulating the gray mist to release pollution could potentially cause the seal on that sea area to genuinely loosen, so Alger would not easily use such abilities. Currently, he only utilized the first special ability, transforming the ocean within the barrier into his territorial waters. Then, he launched a saturation strike within his territorial waters. A bluish-green ball of lightning appeared in Alger's palm. In less than a second, that ball of lightning rooted and sprouted like a tree seed, extending upwards into a canopy of bluish-green lightning thousands of meters long. Subsequently, Alger descended from the sky, directly smashing that giant lightning tree, with its canopy stretching for thousands of meters, into the sea surface, as if transplanting a real sapling. The lightning branches shattered the instant they touched the sea surface, but the powerful current did not disappear. It spread in all directions along with dozens of swirling waterspouts, pulling out a network of bluish-white lightning between them. They swiftly swept across the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Under such a calamity, even the future, which possessed mystical characteristics, appeared exceptionally small. Although the sailors on the future had already hidden in the cabins as per Catlia's instructions, they were still trembling from the sound of the thunderstorm coming from outside the windows. Nina, who was also from the storm pathway, was even so frightened that she prostrated herself on the ground, unable to even attend to her pregnancy. Navigator Otolov scurried around her like a headless fly, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, Frank Lee, the only person on the ship who might have been able to help Nina, was not concerned with that matter at all. Instead, He gazed obsessed at the giant lightning tree projected outside the specially processed glass windows, which could block certain mystical influences, seemingly contemplating how to plant it in the ground. Of course, Alger did not know this. May he never know this. Lightning flickered and raged, a destructive aura sweeping through, leaving no corner untouched. The figures of the crimson and light blue giant dragons appeared somewhat disheveled. Their once lustrous scales were now covered in charred marks, and tiny electric snakes constantly wriggled on them, making their movements slow and stiff. The grayish-white mist on the sea surface surged towards the two giant dragons like a tide, enveloping their forms, slowing their thoughts, and gradually making them lose the will to resist. Something must be done. Lady Greed and Miss Sloth exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. This mysterious grayish-white mist seemed to be slowly eroding their spiritual bodies, gradually making them blind and foolish. Although the gray mist Alger used was merely a projection of the remaining gray mist from that ocean, and was countless Zaratuls away from Mr. Fool's gray mist, it was sufficient to deal with two manipulators who were only sequence 4. Moreover, Audrey had been continuously exerting mental influence on them from the side. The suppressive power of a high sequence over a low sequence from the same pathway was already terrifying, not to mention that, including the Silver Knight who had been observing from the sidelines, there were 4 sequence 3s here. In a one-on-one fight, they couldn't even defeat the weakest half-giant. Seeing that their minds were about to collapse under the assault of Audrey and the others, the two immediately used their last shred of rationality to implement the only potentially effective self-rescue measure in the current situation. Stop fighting, we surrender. The moment Greed and Sloth shouted their surrender, Son Derek, Justice Audrey, and Hermit Catlia acted simultaneously. Notarization, amplified by demigod power, psychological suggestion, at the sequence 3 level, and command, recorded on a scroll were simultaneously applied to the two demigods, attaching one restriction after another to their spiritual bodies, mental bodies, and astral bodies. Indeed, this was also part of the plan. Through Audrey's understanding of the Psychology Alchemists members, she believed that only Greed and Sloth had relatively ambiguous attitudes towards the Psychology Alchemists and could be considered for recruitment. However, what she hadn't expected was how cooperative the two were. Upon seeing the 4 demigods on their side, they didn't even attempt to resist, surrendering directly when their escape failed. Originally, she had intended to give them a bit of a beating first, implying that she only wanted information about Hermes, and then the other party would negotiate with her. This way, she could naturally say, "Ladies, negotiations require capital," and, combined with Mr. Hanged Man's pressure, it would have been more logical. "I haven't even started negotiating yet, my prepared negotiation lines went to waste." Audrey complained a little in her heart. Chapter 199 Audrey's layout. "So, you got yourself into trouble again on this outing," Vianata said helplessly as she took the blood-stained chemise Adele had changed out of and tossed it into a wooden basin. "I guess so. But why are you saying it in such a matter-of-fact tone?" Adele retorted instinctively. Her legs had gotten quite a bit of blood on them, and her stockings had formed a thin layer of ice on the way back, making her very uncomfortable. She was now complaining as she pulled off her thick, knee-high silk stockings. "You came back too late, Sophie went to bed first." Vianata didn't dwell on the question, instead pouring hot water into the basin to wash the clothes. Since the clothes were stained with blood, she couldn't just give them to the hotel's laundry maid, so she had no choice but to do it herself. "When you went out earlier, the hotel's bellhop delivered today's evening papers, the Intersea News, the Indo Evening News, and the Fosak Post." Vianata pointed to several newspapers spread out on the table. It seemed she had been reading the news before Adele came in. "There should be news that interests you. Rolhall's youngest daughter announced she is officially in charge of the Intersea Shire Economic Recovery Plan and has designated Miss Adele Cersei's, Queen Island Shipping and Mining Company, Limited, as the exclusive partner for maritime transport. Once we return to Constance, we'll likely face scrutiny from all sides." "Is that so? Much faster than I expected." Adele picked up the Intersea News upon hearing this and turned to the international news section. In the center of the newspaper was a huge black and white photo, taking up half the page. In the photo, Miss Hall, dressed in a black gown, stood in the center of a ballroom, her hands clasped in front of her, seemingly delivering an important speech. The lights behind her cast a silhouette like a knight's cape, giving Adele a hard and sharp feeling. She feels a bit different from how I saw her. Adele was somewhat puzzled, feeling that Miss Audrey's image had deviated slightly. Previously, at Baron Syndras's mansion, all the descriptions Adele heard depicted Miss Audrey as beautiful, graceful, and the most beautiful jewel in Backland. And after she first saw that demigod's face, she also felt that her appearance was not inferior to Gegran, who had the witch potion's enhancement. But the Miss Hall in this photo, compared to gems like amber or fluorite, was more like diamond or obsidian, steady, with a hidden sharpness. Rather than a demoness who bewitched all with her beauty, she was more like a knight conquering all directions. With a skeptical mind, Adele's gaze shifted downwards, and a bold, black headline caught her eye. Hope for Intersea Shire's revival or a noble's expedient measure. Backland's shining gem to arrive in Constance soon. How dare they say that? Is the editor-in-chief of this newspaper a believer of the Lord of Storms with Fosak blood, to dare publish such an article? This is only because it's Miss Audrey. If it were Baron Syndras, the person who wrote the draft would probably have been humanely destroyed already, right? Adele clicked her tongue in amazement as she continued reading the rather sharply opinionated report. The report stated that on the evening of December 31st, Backland time, the Earl of Eastchester's youngest daughter announced at the New Year's banquet that she would represent the Lowen Kingdom's Intersea revitalization plan and travel to Intersea Shire for several months of inspection activities, replacing her annual vacation plan to Eastchester. At the same time, Miss Hall pointed out that the main purpose of this plan was to restore maritime trade between Fosak and Lowen, thereby mending the damage caused by the war and hoping for an early normalization of relations between the two countries. To this end, we will unite all that can be united and develop all that can be developed, thereby promoting the economic recovery of the Intersea region and the normalization of relations between the two countries. The article concluded its record of the news facts with a statement from Miss Hall, then changed its tone to the writer's views on the matter. Indeed, Miss Hall's described prospects are quite alluring. I believe no one does not wish for the Intersea region to escape the post-war depression and restore its pre-war prosperity. However, using the unblemished Miss Hall as a representative to promote a policy that is not an immediate emergency, her true motives are hard to believe. The Church and the Kingdom's official authorities have yet to provide a definitive answer regarding the truth of Backland's recent disaster. Perhaps having been accustomed to blaming the northern barbarians, in their eyes, this tactic has now failed, leaving the court and opposition at a loss for ideas, only able to introduce irrelevant matters to divert attention. Thus, I fear the Intersea revitalization plan is nothing more than an expedient measure. It will likely fade away within a few months. Furthermore, as of this newspaper's publication, the Earl of Eastchester has not yet commented on Miss Hall's actions. What sharp language in this news report. But, with Miss Justice's ability to lay out plans, how could there be such obvious and unified opposition? Adele strangely flipped through the other two newspapers and found that, apart from the Fosak Post not yet having recorded the matter, the Indo Evening News also had a similar attitude. Furthermore, since the latter was entirely compiled by local Fosak people, the article also contained many rather crude and unpleasant Fosak expletives, making her frown repeatedly. What is Miss Justice trying to do? Wait, something seems off. Adele originally intended to ask Miss Justice properly at the next Tarot Club meeting, but then she suddenly thought of something. Since a spectator's ability to lay out plans couldn't possibly lead to such an oversight, is there a possibility that these news reports were released with Miss Audrey's tacit approval? Thinking carefully, although those few news articles were quite malicious and even contained rather vulgar and offensive language, they all seemed to connect this matter to the Angel's fall in Backland, trying their best to portray the Intersea Shire revitalization plan as a cover-up. This is a possibility that ordinary people would find very difficult to come up with on their own. If this was indeed arranged by Miss Audrey, then her intention is to use these descriptions, which are close to the common people, to stir up public sentiment, putting the kingdom on the spot. If this plan really encounters any accidents, then it will prove that the Intersea Shire plan is a product of the kingdom trying to cover up something, thereby further concluding that someone within the kingdom created similar incidents. Adele thought carefully and increasingly felt that these public opinions were spread by Miss Audrey. After all, the kingdom did have a prior record of Prince Edsak colluding with cult organizations to create terrorist attacks. If something similar were to happen again, even if her company truly had a Theosophy order background, the kingdom and official Beyonders would not dare to touch her, because that would provoke strong public dissatisfaction. So, with Miss Audrey's series of actions, no matter the attitude of the official Beyonders, as long as I don't cause major trouble and my actions have a certain legitimacy, the kingdom and the officials will protect the company. Adele took a sip of milk from the table, marveling at the impressive efficiency of the Tarot Club. Although Adele herself had proposed this plan, if she had to do it alone, the success rate would have been virtually zero. It would never have gone as smoothly as it did now. After all, I'm not a professional economist, and my understanding of politics is based only on intuition and the writings of Emperor Rosal. I can offer an idea, but actual implementation would be difficult. Adele made excuses for herself while continuing to read the newspaper. Creating such a shipping company from scratch was no easy feat. Even with the current backing, Queen Island Shipping and Mining Company, Limited was still just a shell, requiring Adele's further management. Adele turned to the next page of the newspaper, where she saw a familiar name. In the reprint section of the Intersea News, an article commemorating the deceased, originally from the Backland Morning Post, was currently published. The author listed was none other than Mike Joseph. Fortunately, he is still alive. Adele first felt a small sense of relief, but then her mood once again became heavy. She remembered that Mike had once said that if possible, he hoped Altair could be the godfather to his son, Sherlock Joseph, hoping he could draw courage he lacked from his two godfathers. However, both of his child's godfathers seemed to be unlucky. If possible, Mr. Mike, you should consider changing your child's name. Adele gave a self-deprecating smile, then quickly scanned the eulogy. Quote, For most people, December 8th was a nightmare, and it was the same for me. However, it was in such a disaster that little Tanya was born. She is fortunate, and she is unfortunate. While inside her mother, she escaped that terrible calamity, the truth of which is still unknown. However, what she lost due to the calamity was no less than what others lost. In the Backland Great Smog, she lost her first godfather, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. In this disaster, she lost another godfather, Mr. Altair Brewster. Mr. Moriarty was the wisest detective I have ever met, and Mr. Brewster was the most righteous bodyguard I have ever seen. However, in the face of such a calamity, they were as fragile as we are. That is why I named my child Tanya, a word derived from the Hermes language for luck, which is perhaps what she truly needs. The deceased are gone, and no amount of prayer can bring them back. Therefore, while mourning them, I also hope that everyone can have enough luck, the luck to survive in this magical reality. Adele did not finish the article. She hurriedly turned the newspaper over but did not read a single word. After a long silence, she put down the newspaper, reached out and touched her chest 4 times, and began to pray softly. May the goddess, in the pauses of the angels singing, gather them with sweet silence, and hold them in her gentle right hand. Goddess, if she hears, she will surely answer, she will surely reveal a pure smile to the departed. Come, rest, sleep peacefully, my children. The only destination is tranquility. Adele prayed softly, recalling the Grand Mass during the war. In the war, he lost his loved ones, drifting aimlessly through the streets of Backland like a gaunt ghost. Then, he walked aimlessly to the Mass, where he heard Archbishop Anthony's voice. He recalled various beautiful moments from the past, the scene of his family gathered around the dinner table, enjoying food and laughter, the tearing pain in his soul when he saw people around him get hurt and heard of their passing, and the clouds and farewells brought by this war. They rested peacefully in this tranquil realm, free from worries, but those who lived had to suffer day and night, withered and wasted. This was a feeling that those whose lives were smooth sailing would never understand. It was the sense of belonging and stability brought by a great existence. At that time, Altair silently completed his prayer and consumed the assassin characteristic amidst a sense of tranquility he had never experienced. And now, he once again experienced that sense of stability brought by faith. Adjusting his thoughts again, Adele turned the newspaper to the last page. The content on this page was relatively brief, just some trivial news from along the Intersea coast, such as fishermen's requests to revise whaling restrictions being ignored again, or two gangs fighting each other and ending up with both sides suffering heavy losses. Adele just glanced at it casually and then put the newspaper aside. Compared to gangs, Adele was more concerned about the attitude of the local Fosak people towards Beyonders. In their behavior and memories read from dreams, Adele discovered that the people here harbored extreme hostility towards Beyonders, including foreign wild Beyonders like Adele. Some radicals even hated the Beyonders of the church. However, even in the Black Iron epic, there had been more than 10 wars between the continental nations, and battles of a larger scale were not uncommon in the fourth epic. Yet, no single battle had caused an impact like the current one, where the storm it unleashed had not fully subsided even more than a year after the war. Adele knew that a true god had fallen in this war, which was unprecedented, but in the depths of her being, she felt that things were not that simple. The war seemed to have ended, yet it also seemed not to have ended. Vianata had finished washing clothes and sat beside her, quietly waiting for her next move. In the firelight of the fireplace, she stared directly at Adele, as if asking if she had any worries. After a long period of contemplation, the statue-like Adele finally moved her lips. "I'm fine. Let's tidy up. Let's rest today, there's a lot to do tomorrow." "What? You're asking why I've been reading the newspaper for so many chapters?" "Well, I admit I've been lazy QAQ. I've been a bit busy with the new year, and recently I've also been preparing a new book. A few days ago, I worked on some drafts for the new book, but then it fell through due to various issues. For now, I'm just going to be a bit lax. The chapters for these 2 days might be a bit watered down. I'll get back on track once I'm done with this busy period." Finally, Happy New Year in advance to everyone. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.